It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex claim me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't wanna cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit don't dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out.
Honq is now almost at 4 items. This Victor has the capability to do what we set out here today in this draft. The big AoEs orcs, they're still trailing today.
My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I don't wanna cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.
None from my head down to my toes. Immobilized
brain completely froze. Colder I go. Colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours? Say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, beating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow.
Like I've been here for hours and hours. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know if time's supposed to heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know?
G-Harm.
League of Legends at the Esports World Cup brings the highest level of competition to Riyadh. 12 of the world's best teams are battling it out for a share of the $2 million prize pool and to earn valuable club championship points. Of the 12 teams, 11 qualified thanks to their recent performance in their own regional leagues. The top 2 teams from the LPL, LTA North, LEC and the LCP were all invited for EWC, as well as the top team from the LTA South. Over in South Korea, the top 3 teams from the LCK have made it to EWC 2025. Gen G, as the LCK #1 seed, earned an invitation, while T1, the winner of the 2024 Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends tournament, has been invited back to defend their title. But T1's second place finish in the LCK means the third place team, Hanwha Life Esports, also has been invited to EWC. With MSI now in the books, the teams have been seeded based on their performance at the event. The 8 teams who did not place in the top 4 at MSI have been drawn into 2 GSL groups. Win 2 matches and you qualify for playoffs. Lose 2 and you head home early. The top 2 teams from each group will meet the top 4 seeded teams from MSI in the quarter-finals of the single elimination playoff bracket. In the playoffs, matches move to best of 3 featuring Fearless Draft. And for the first time in years, a major League of Legends tournament will feature a third place match, giving teams a chance to earn a prize pool bump and more club championship points. The League of Legends EWC 25 tournament winner will be decided in a best of 5 Fearless Draft grand final on Sunday, which you will not want to miss.
So I decided to lock in Ziggs because I do believe that it's probably one of the best teams to take out towers, especially with his W as well. When you are full build with this champ, you probably like do a lot of damage to towers, and I'll play with demolition runes as well. I think it will help me to just destroy as much turrets as I can, and I do think that he has a good wave clear as well, so I'll probably just be able to clear as fast as I can. So I hope that I'm not wrong. And for my runes as well, I went for like fleet footwork, so I can go fast. Maybe it won't change a lot, but I do believe that maybe it will make the difference. Minions are spawning soon. Let's see how fast I can go. Maybe I can finish with 1 wave. It might be a bit optimistic, but I'm close. I have like almost 1k AP as well. Minions should come soon. 30 seconds. I think my build should be fine. I'm looking if I missed something, but maybe some movement speed could help. I didn't buy boots. I'm not sure if it will change a lot. But I think more AP might just be better. So let's see how this will go. Minions are spawning now. I'll one-shot the wave and hope that I can one-shot the tower as well. Since it's only like there's also like the turret plating and stuff, so like it will be a bit harder to one-shot the towers. But yeah, let's see how this goes. Nice, that's one. So far so good. That's 2. 3. Wow, 2 minutes in. I have another wave coming as well. I'm not sure if I can end with 2 minions though. Let's see. I want to keep my big auto attack for the tower as well. Let's go. One more. I don't think I make it under 2 minutes. Last wave coming. Output finish. Now. That's 230. I think it's not bad, but maybe I missed a few Fleech Bane procs. But in the end, I think I'm pretty happy with how it went. So that was it for my try to destroy the enemy Nexus as fast as I can. 2 minutes 30. I think it's pretty decent score.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Hello guys, Flycus Inspired here and I will be speedrunning League of Legends. So I think Gragas should be the fastest if I go full AP with the W. I'm not really an expert in that, but it will be my first time speedrunning League in this way. Add gold. Level up as well. All items, AP items, so I think this one, very, very important. I think this is very important item. I still need to wait for minions to spawn, so I should be fine. Which item will give me the best power push? I think maybe this, it gives a lot of AP. I need some CDR as well. Should I just build pure AP? This guy item gives the most AP, and same for that. I for sure need a potion. Okay, let's level up everything. I think mid lane should be the easiest to end. The minions are the fastest here. I hope I didn't make some build mistake. I think it should be fine. Oh my god, I one-shot everything. Okay, the first tower. I think I should maybe tank the tower. I think I should tank the tower. What was the time there? 2 minutes 26 seconds. Not bad, not bad. I'm not sure if it was the fastest possible, but I think it's a not bad time.
Hey, Atlas buddy, what you working on over here? You seem to be having a bit of a struggle.
I'm just like, it didn't look that hard to like crush the keys, man. So I was just seeing whether I could just do it myself.
It didn't look that hard, he says. I think you're going to need something a little bit more powerful, like a Game 3 Caps LeBlanc, or something like a hydraulic press, perhaps? Yeah, you see, I think it's going to take a little bit more power. I know you're a bit of a tough guy, but I'm not sure you alone are going to get it done.
Yeah, maybe I'm not quite as much as a hydraulic press. You're right. Like, perhaps I'm not going to be able to get it done. But 2 more of these keys are going to get crushed just like that today, man.
That's right. We are going to crush 2 more keys today in our knockouts here at the Esports World Cup.
It was a huge day for the LEC, worthy of some dance moves, as we had some victors for the West moving on to the semifinals and the quarterfinals. But now we've got to wrap up those quarterfinals because it is a big moment now as the LCK squads, the 2 top seeds from MSI, will be joining us here at the Esports World Cup. Will it be Triumph or will it be Heartache? Let's find out. Welcome everyone to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. Digon here alongside the triple desk. It's Finn, Meteos, and the Valdanalist joining us here to set you up for day number 3. And what a day it was yesterday for the European squads. Huge wins and a big grin on Finn's face.
I mean, how can I not grin when we just keep getting the wins, you know? Like, it was just such a good role. I think they really delivered. And I feel like G2, that was a 2-1 against BLG, but it was kind of a 3-0. I actually think they just dominated them in every single game. And it's just so nice to finally have some confidence again for the European teams.
I don't blame you for, feeling this good. It's like a thirsty person getting their first water after, years.
The old thirsty person, yes.
Yeah, it's been a while for Europe. I'm happy for you. I was starting to feel bad being NA and just always coming out on top. So I'm really glad to see Europe, finally looking a little better.
As we take a look at the Kadia top plays, Valdez, it was not only good for the LEC, but the LTA North had their victory over the LTA South as FlyQuest moved on in to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that one made a bit of sense. This series was actually pretty one-sided, it felt like. I do agree with Finn. There were some wild plays that we had in the series and throughout the tournament so far. Just very back-and-forth games. Even the AGL versus Homa Life Esports series was kind of close, but this one was definitely a treat as G2 finally coming back and declaring that they are a contender here at EWC. I do wonder how far they can go. Obviously, BLG not having their best form, I would say, at the moment, but G2 definitely looked like the much stronger team, so that was nice to see.
On the opposite side, AGAL were able to take care of business in a 3-game series against Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha Life Esports moving back on home without a best-of-3 win. They were able to get the 2 during the group stages, but not able to continue, as well as CFO seeing their tournament done. So the LCP, no more representation here at the Esports World Cup, as both CFO and GAM Esports had been knocked out. Let's take a look at the Crunchyroll top reactions from day number 2, as again, the dabbing, the fans were in full force. We had a band by Movistar Koi here. BLG's fans showed up huge as well. It was a great time to be inside the STC arena.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the Koi fans traveling all the way from across the world. Some from Spain, I imagine, coming here. You could really hear them during the game. You heard the little toots and while they were playing, and there was so much energy in the arena. You could just really feel it from the screen.
I loved seeing MKOI's fans with, all their instruments and stuff. Just imagining them bringing that all the way from Spain, going through the airport, through customs, through security. It's like, yeah, this is my trumpet. I need it for my team. Like, you wouldn't get it. But it was a lot of energy. It was super fun to watch. So that's the passion we love to see.
Yeah, and you got to see the big smiles and comms from G2 in their victory over BLG. 4 times had they battled before over the last 2 years. They had lost every single one until yesterday. The streak was broken here. And as we fill out the playoff bracket, that's right, G2 find themselves in the semifinals, as well as AGAL, with victories over Billy Gaming and Hanwha Life Esports, respectively. Those keys were crushed, and standing by with the key wall report is Kitty and Wolf.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, day number 3, featuring League of Legends. Let's talk a little bit more about day 2, Wolf, because yesterday we had 2 full series.
That's right. We saw Hanwha Life Esports eliminated yesterday. A little bit sad as an LCK representative myself. But on the other hand, I feel like Hanwha Life Esports needed to be punished. They were playing very risky. They weren't having great objectives set up, and they did end up getting punished by Anyone's Legend yesterday, who had a great performance there. And then later on, when we had the full series with BLG and G2 were able to take the upset win. Really dominant performances in Game 2 and Game 3. They had a lead in Game 1. And I think the death of EU, Europe being the weakest major region, I think that's a little bit exaggerated right now. G2 looking strong.
Yeah, and Super exactly said that line. So the death of EU may have just be exaggerated.
Thank you, Kitty, for that update there, as maybe the death of EU is exaggerated. We will have one more team today putting their key on the line. It is MKOI up against T1. That'll be in just a little bit. But yes, the G2 upset over BLG. Valdez, it felt like more than just a tournament win. It felt like finally defeating some demons here for G2.
Yeah, it was a declaration of them being a real contender at the tournament. G2 definitely back on form, and we've talked about form a lot here on this desk. I do feel like, at MSI, G2 weren't really on form. The players themselves talked about it, and they really made, a declaration of them being back. They are so back. Whereas BLG, from the other side, not really in the best of spots. I would say that if there is a region that might be struggling a little bit, maybe it's the LPL, as they, at this moment, seem to only have AGAL on top, as BLG have fallen off a bit.
Yeah, it definitely raises the question of how strong the region is in general, because I think AGL has actually looked very strong. They seem like a team that could compete with Gen G or T1 at the top, probably be a contender to win the entire thing. Whereas BLG in recent games has not actually looked that good. I think Knight has been very good as usual, but the rest of his team's not really been having his back. Some lackluster performances from both their jungle and support. Even Bin, who's normally an extremely strong laner, was kind of getting gapped by Broken Blade. So, yeah, not sure what's going on there.
That's right, Broken Blade with the solo kill on the top lane in the Jax versus Gwen matchup. A big moment in that series, and one of the main reasons why G2 finds themselves in the semifinals. And this conversation leads us to our Aramco power rankings for day 3. We update it as the tournament goes on. There's our favorites. We felt like what AGAL put together puts them up with the favorites of T1 and Gen G, who haven't played yet but are our highest seeds based off of their MSI tournament run. And then we've got contenders G2 by themselves, and we need to see a little bit more here from FlyQuest and MKOI, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see today, right? I think MCO and FlyQuest come in today with a huge mountain to climb. They are going up against the 2 finalists of the MSI, and if they prove themselves today, then they will get put up with G2, maybe even as the favorites to win, but they still need to beat and show that they can contest with these top East Asian teams.
Yeah, again, a big task for them to do. We know how many times the West has played the LCK and, you know, sometimes get on top, but generally doesn't go that way. So they will be bucking the trend if they're able to get the victory today. Let's take a look at the week timeline in terms of the Esports World Cup, because we are not alone here at League of Legends. We are currently on our quarterfinals matchup, our second quarterfinals matchup, but we also have Free Fire, Dota, and the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational happening, where Dota and Mobile Legends will have their finals on Saturday, and we're all building up to the crescendo on Sunday for the grand finals, the second ever title winner of League of Legends here at the Esports World Cup. Now, here are some of the footage from Week 1, where we had our first ever crowned winner for 2025. It was Team Redline for Ren Sport. Then Go1 had his 1v1 journey conclude with him as champion for Fatal Fury. Big upset over in Valorant, as it was Team Heretics becoming the first ever title winner in Valorant in their first year. And then huge upset over in Apex for VK Gaming, as they got themselves the first title of Apex and 1,000 championship points, as we take a look at the STC Club Championship update to see who was on the mark for the squads. It was Gen G at the top because they had multiple teams qualify in Apex and in Valorant, so their points are together. Then you had Team Heretics, Detonation, Focus Me, BMW, Team Redline, Red Bull Racing, and VK Gaming all tied at first place. Most of these teams, as long as you finish in the top 8, are able to be eligible for the prize pool. But remember, for the overall club championship for the Esports World Cup, one of your teams has to win a title. So Heretics, Detonation, Focus Me, BMW, Team Redline, Red Bull Racing, and VK Gaming have all done that. But teams like Gen G still need to do so. And speaking of teams, we're joined now by one of the leaders of the League of Legends squads. It is head coach of Furia, ThinkHard. ThinkHard, welcome, brother. How you feeling after this tournament?
Obviously a bit disappointed, but we're really happy to be here, and we're going to use the most of our time here. And right after this, we're actually going to go home and scrim 3 blocks against, you know, some of the best teams in the world. So we're just happy to use this moment to grow and just learn as a team.
Yeah, you obviously had a huge upset over Cloud9. Best of one, but a win nonetheless for the LTA South over the LTA North. Talk me through the emotions and what you felt and what you learned from that.
So to the world, I can see how, you know, you might think that's an upset, but to us, that's kind of us playing to our strengths and what we think we can do. FlyQuest even, they publicly talked about like their scrims and how well they did against all the other LTA North teams. And we were pretty much on par with C9 against FlyQuest and better than every other LTA North team. So from scrims and some practice, we are very confident in ourselves. We just want more opportunities to kind of play against the LTA North teams and play against the Eastern teams, the European teams, because that to us just gives us the most growth as a team.
Finn?
Yeah, I mean, have you scrimmed a lot of the European teams?
We have scrimmed the European teams, and we've done pretty well against them overall. Yeah. So we're pretty happy with where we are in practice. But with such a young squad and such a, you know, little international experience, it does take a little bit of time to adjust and to be able to be ourselves on stage.
Yeah. Can I ask you a little bit about Guigo? Because he's someone that has really fascinated me as a player. He seems to me like such a raw talent. How do you use that to channel it, and how do you help him facilitate his growth?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you've seen some games where Gigu just absolutely 1v9s at MSI and at Esports World Cup. So he's just someone who, for him, it's a bit about being more consistent, but you just see against like some of the best players in the world, he's gapping them in certain matchups and getting huge leads and able to catapult us over the finish line and win some games. So it really is kind of like listening to him and working with him as a team and playing towards his strength as a player, which is like that laning aggression, a lot of volatility, and letting him be himself.
Medios?
Yeah, I just want to, you know, obviously congrats on beating C9, even though I don't like that. But What's it been like working with Furia, moving down to Brazil, because you've been in NA for a long time, right? We worked together on Cloud9 back in 2016. You were with Energy. And what was it like, going down to what was previously a minor region and working with those players and elevating them to the level where, now they're looking quite competitive on the international stage?
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone down there if I didn't think that they had a lot of talent. And so when I was talking to the managers and talking to the people in charge on Furia, overall, over many weeks, I started to realize and do a lot of research that this specific Furia lineup had a lot of talent. And the reason why I went down there is because I knew that we could make some history at international events. So we were able to win a championship, able to qualify for MSI and for Esports World Cup. But for us, the long term, it always has been, we want to play against the best teams in the world, and we want to make history for Brazil.
All right, I have a quick little bit of trivia here for you. You actually have played against Meteos before, way back in the day. I'm not sure if our viewers would be ready for how long ago it was, but do you remember what you played, or at least what team you were on when you played against Meteos?
CLG Bizarro. I think I played Lee Sin against you guys.
That is correct. That is one. You actually played one more time.
So EG. I played on EG as a sub. I do not remember what champion I played, but I'm pretty sure we got smashed.
How do you remember that?
I only played 6 games in LCS, bro. I remember.
Okay.
Meteos, how many games did you play in LCS?
More than 6. I'm not sure. I didn't count.
All right. Think card. Again, nothing gets by the coach. Again, congratulations making it here. You're still going to be able to stick around and break down our next matchup with us, right?
Oh, of course.
All right. Well, before we do that, we need some medical advice. Actually, there's been something wrong here at the EWC, and thankfully, we've got a brave one among us.
Oh, yeah.
We have Dr. Finn here to let us know what's happening and how to fix it.
Oh, yeah. I'm a doctor. I studied same place as Dre and Pepper. I'm a great first opinion. And I actually have the autopsy from the HLE. I saw the scanning, the MRI scan of their brains, and I saw there was I really saw the clutch gene, but I saw it wasn't really getting stimulated. And while Sekka, while it was really hard for them to play, he was still remaining soft in the end, and it was quite difficult for him to really reach his final form. As we all know, when things get hard, things happen for him. And in the end, I will say that I think the main reason why they fell apart was a surprising team-wide nut allergy.
A nut allergy, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe
that's my final verdict.
Maybe a peanut allergy.
Some would say.
Y'all, again, thank you, Dr. Finn, for diagnosing what happened to Hanwha Life Esports. Remember, he's not a real doctor, but if you need your doctor needs, head on over to Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib Medical Group. This has been Doctor's Notes. Now let's get to today's schedule. It is 2 best-of-3s as we head on over to the quarterfinals. It's T1 making their debut and defending their title as League of Legends title champs up against Movistar Koi. And then in our second one, we have FlyQuest versus Gen G. Gen G also making their first appearance here at the Esports World Cup after their MSI title win. And for a quick check-in on how they're doing right now, we've got the guys on the call for the first series, Wolf and Atlas.
Hi, everyone. We are here on the boulevard just outside this beautiful molten golden river, ready to talk about the SMB match of the day. And Wolf, this is a difficult one.
It really is. We have 2 clear favorites today in our LCK teams. T1 will be facing off against MKOI, and then later on we will have Gen G against FlyQuest. It's tough to pick one because we have those 2 clear LCK favorites. I know I'm a little bit biased. I know you're a little bit biased. Yeah. I'm going to have to go with the Gen G matchup, though, against FlyQuest, considering how much strategic depth I think this roster has. FlyQuest coming in with a really strong identity in this tournament, and we've seen FlyQuest play against Gen G at international tournaments very close in the past, so I think that's the one to look out for sure.
I'm a little bit worried about the first series, though, Wolf, because MKOI are the first seed, and G2 looked really good against BLG yesterday, so T1 might also have their work cut out for them. I don't know quite which one to pick, but you guys, maybe you can make the decision at home.
Joining us for the first time during the Esports World Cup League of Legends tournament, it is T1 making it to here with our friends Jamil Motorsport. You need to make a deal, grab the wheel, head on over to Jamil, just like T1 got here safely. You will be handled safely with those deals, as well as MKOI coming off a huge win, making it on into the quarterfinals, but have a tall task in front of them. To break it on down, we welcome back on in Valdez, and now we've got our LCK representative and our LEC representative and our neutral party to kind of adjudicate where things are going to go in this matchup. Now, Valdez, we haven't seen T1 yet. Can you give a quick 30-second rundown or less of what T1's journey in 2025 has been like so far?
So early on, we were a little bit apprehensive about how that top lane would look with Doran coming in. He has since then looked so much better, especially at internationals, which I think was very surprising for a lot of us. Doran has really upped his game. The team does look very strong. It took them a while to really put it all together, maybe to include this new roster piece. But since then, they were able, from the road to MSI, to go to MSI, get second place right behind Gen.G in a best-of-5 So they're in a really strong place right now, and I would expect them to be at the top of their form.
Yep, and they're going back to defend their title here in Riyadh, and we have a piece on that journey here.
T1 will be your first Esports World Cup League of Legends winners.
T1 really just are inevitably the best League of Legends in the world.
T1 作为去年的 EWC 的冠军，我觉得他们应该会变得更强，因为他们本来就是一支就很会进步的队伍吧。然后我觉得他们今年应该会更强。
So my opinion on Faker has always been very high. He has always been at the very top of the game, So he's a big inspiration for me, and I would love to play against him.
이번 대회의 목표는 당연히 우승하는 거고 최고의 경기력을 보여드리고 싶습니다. 이번 EWC도 마찬가지로 저희가 충분히 자신감이 있고 도전하는 마음으로 임할 것 같습니다.
I think team had some struggles this year with figuring out which ADC to use, but I think that they found their best style. I think they also had to adjust to playing with Doran, but I think he's really good, so I think they're still one of the best teams in the world.
Right now, Gumayushi has the only one there to back him up, and they want to take it down, but they're not going to be able to.
작년보다 이제 올해 저희 팀이 이제 더 합을 많이 맞췄기 때문에 그런 부분에서 조금 더 하나 같은 플레이를 보여주지 않을까 생각합니다.
T1 returned, defending title winners. The roster may have changed, but the core and the identity of that squad has not. The man in the mid lane that carries all of esports is back, the same weight, but another world championship under his belt, more experience under his belt, as T1 bring the roster that everyone has been looking forward to. Doran, Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, and Karya, the starting five for T1.
Yeah, and this team is just so solid right now. They played back-to-back best-of-5 game 5s at MSI, and now they come here, and I feel like if any team is warmed up to play a lot of intense League of Legends, I would say it's them. I feel like they don't really have a weak point right now. Every player across the lineup is so solid. Even the new addition of Doran, I think has worked out really well, and even though he has his little moments, I still think he's so good.
Yeah, this team, they're just so solid. They surprised a lot of people at MSI. They're able to basically make it to 5 games against Gen.G and basically make it all the way to the finals. I think for them, it's simple against Koi. You're working with a lot of strange picks and a lot of interesting flexes. So you really need to get through the draft phase and be confident with your draft and then play accordingly, because when T1 plays accordingly, they literally are arguably the best team in the world.
Well, one player has had a very unique journey here in 2025, and he's standing by right now with an interview. Let's send it on over to Gumayushi.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview between T1 versus MKOI. By my side is the AD carry Gumayushi. I wanted to ask, so you guys will be going up against Super in the bot lane today. Were you aware that the AD carry of MKOI actually has a nickname named after you called Super Yushi, and what are your thoughts about it?
일단은 첫 번째 질문으로는 이번에 엠코이 선수들과 맞붙게 되면서 이제 또 본내에 있는 선수 수파 선수와 맞붙게 되실 텐데 마침 또 이제 수파 선수가 수파유시라는 또 별명을 가지고 있거든요. 그래서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
되게 뭔가 리스펙 해준다는 느낌이 들어서 좀 민망하는데 오늘 좋은 경기 할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Well, I definitely feel humbled that I think he respects me. I think that's what actually at least like fans are trying to do. So yeah, I will try to give my best in this game.
And also, a lot of the Western fans describe you with one English word. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but do you know what the word aura means?
이제 한 단어로 이제 보통은 이제 선수들을 막 표현하고는 하는데 선수들이 그걸 오라라고 하거든요. 혹시 오라에 대한 좀 얘기를 아시나요?
아니요, 처음 들어보는 것 같아요.
No, I don't think so. I think this is the first time I have it.
Well, for all the fans watching behind the screens, aura is Gumayushi. Can you please tell the camera, I am aura?
I am 오라라고 한번 해주시죠.
I am aura.
Thank you so much, Gumayushi. Best of luck in your match, and back to you guys at the desk.
He is Aura, and one of the main reasons why all these fans are showing up. It is not only the best team in the world according to the current world championship, but also just a sight to behold. All the fans show up for Faker and friends, and they do battle against the champions of Europe. It is MKOI standing in their way, a primarily very proud Spanish squad with Jojo Pyun in the middle lane, trying to make one of the biggest upsets in League of Legends. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I think we might have a doctor on set to try and figure out how to do this one here.
Well, I'm not legal doctor, but I will tell you what I think about this team. I love how they play. I love their creativity in drafts and their ability to get advantages from plays you wouldn't really understand usually. Here we have a great fight playing against CFO, where they came back into the game, and I think this tournament, MKOI has been super solid after the 20-minute mark. They are really good at playing around objectives and trading them if they do not want to fight it. I think they play a really smart game on the map, and if you aren't paying attention to where they are, I think they will punish you.
You know, I do think that MKOI actually do have a chance to get one game. I wouldn't say that they would take the whole series as the LCK representative here. I think that T1's pedigree and the way they're playing nowadays, their form is fantastic. But I do think that, in a best three, anything can happen, especially with some of the weird picks, the drafts we've been talking about from MKOI. There is certainly an angle to surprise T1 and maybe catch them a little bit off guard. It is going to be T1's first game here at this tournament, so maybe a little bit of time while they're warming up where potentially MKOI can catch them off guard.
Yeah, I completely agree with you guys said. I really do love this team. The way that they team fight, it reminds me of EU teams in the past, where around objectives they're all on the same page and they are themselves. Something that I always give props to are when teams show up at international tournaments and they draft and play towards their strengths and what they're good at. At MKOI, they do that, and I promise you they're gonna pick some picks that we probably aren't going to expect, and they're going to play it well, and they're going to play it to a level that we didn't think that you can play those champions to.
All right, I know that in the interview, Kitty was saying that the nickname that's been given on over to Gumayushi is Supayushi, but what will he do against the AD carry? Supa here for MKOI, who's had himself quite the tournament. Kaisa, usually a pick that maybe doesn't get played as much at the LCK, finding a lot of success here in the tournament so far.
I mean, Supa, what a career he's had. He wasn't really regarded as one of the top prospects, but then he joins his MKOI lineup and just shows why he belongs at the top of Europe. I think his versatility in draft, just like all of MKOI, he knows how to play weak side super well, he knows how to get resources, and he works so well in tandem with his Spanish support jungle, El Yoya and Alvaro.
ThinkCard, we're approaching 60 seconds here. You've had experience prepping and playing against Jojo Pyun in the mid lane. What is that like when you're thinking about what his strengths are?
Yeah, it's he's a great player, and he's dominated on a bunch of champions. I think for T1, it's simple. You do not let him play Yone. You even think about letting him play Talia. If he gets one of those two champions, MKOI is going to be very, very happy. So would not be surprised at all if T1 the entire series never let him play Yone, never let him play Talia, and go from there.
Valdez, all right. Time for predictions and what you think's going to happen.
Yeah, I think, like I was saying before, I think T1 probably 2-1. I think MKOI certainly can catch them off guard at some point, but I still have to give T1 the victory in this one.
Finn, it's time for the EU Hopium.
You know, I am an EU soul, and I have to predict my boys. I think they have been accelerating, and I think right now they are poised to take down a T1, and I think right now this is MKOI's time.
It is one of the biggest days here at the Esports World Cup. It's the marquee player on his marquee team defending the title of the biggest esport in the world. It is Faker and T1 against the champions of Europe, MKOI, looking for the biggest upset in the history of League. Let's get into it as we send it down to the stage.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart.
Today, the Rift hosts MSI champions, world champions, and Esport World Cup title defenders, and the one they call the unkillable Demon King.
Oh, he's here. His aura is filling out this arena right now. Welcome to the quarterfinals of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. One win and you are one spot away from the final. A loss and your key will be crushed by your opponent right here as the world watches on.
Club championship points, $2 million, and this trophy are all on the line. So let's not waste any second and let's welcome our first team. First, we have EWC's champions gunning for a global title. It's Movistar Koi.
Fueled by EWC legacy, driven by MSI redemption, back to defend their crown is T1!
EWC's best versus the greatest of all time. The quarterfinals are live in Riyadh.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and welcome to the caster desk as we are ready to get into it here. The quarterfinals continue with two more best of threes, and the title defenders are indeed back. You can see the man on your screen right there. The GOAT ready to go to battle against the best from Europe, or at least, you know, the best on paper, Wolf.
In reality, we will see if this team could stack up to what has been one of the most successful orgs of all time, the most successful in League of Legends history here. Of course, like you said, defending title holders T1. And we haven't seen them yet this tournament. We saw them one game away. It was a crushing defeat in that fifth and final game against Genji, but one game away from winning MSI, a team so close, on the cusp always. Always making top finishes in every tournament they play in. Faker's win rate is obscene when you look at his tournament results. He has more titles than anyone. domestically, internationally, he has the most world championships of any single player. So when you talk about pedigree of T1, most people don't need to be told how successful this roster is. And if you are hearing of them the first time and you search them, you look at the trophy chest, you're going to have to keep scrolling. This team has done everything you could ever imagine. But to upset them here and to move to the semifinals is just what MKOI are looking to do. We've already seen a few upsets here. The LEC representatives are overperforming expectations here, outperforming what we have seen from the LTA region. They were able to take out BLG yesterday. MKOI, definitely underdogs, but let's not count them out just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. And here we are into the pick and ban for game number 1. They have taken ThinkGod's advice, as the Yone will be taken away from Jojo Pyun. He had such an incredible performance on that champion just the last couple of days. So not going to be seeing that one just yet. The first ban on the Vi is interesting. I think Pantheon stock's going through the roof here. Owner loving the Xin Zhao as well, something that they could also look at potentially, as Super not going to be playing the Varus. The first blue side Varus ban that we've seen so far all tournament.
Yeah, that's really interesting, especially considering how good Guma is at the champion. So surprised to see that, as Orianna will also be taken away from Faker. It was kind of his exclusive pick through MSI, has now grown in popularity even outside of the Nocturne Orianna combos that Owner is so known for playing. So the Pantheon is left up, and it feels kind of a no-brainer to just take that one here. And as a result, we'll see Jojo instantly lock the Taliyah to kind of push those Azir stocks down a little bit for Faker. Faker often will first pick the Azir. He's so known for it across so many metas across the last 5 years. Yeah. But in this game, the Pantheon is going to rise in priority, so the Taliyah goes over. We'll see if he wants to play the Azir into it, but my guess, my gut feeling is going to be no.
I mean, you could just play the Rise if you'd like to, but instead he just says, no, I can just play Azir into anything and I don't care.
You could have also played the Ahri, but with this Rumble, they do just want to have some additional scaling damage here. And the peel is going to be nice as well. We'll see what the answer to this top lane Rumble pick is going to be. We've seen teams pick up the Aurora. We've seen the Galio even played in the top side. We know Merwin's got a pretty large champion pool. He is going to opt into that Aurora I was mentioning here as the response.
He looked pretty good on it when we saw it last time around, so trusting him to be able to play that up against Doran on his Rumble does make a fair bit of sense. Doran, not necessarily known for his laning phase, but his team fighting on this Rumble could be absolutely terrifying. And T1 already representing 3 champions that they have shown a lot of proficiency on so far this year. But the answers are there, right? Like, I think Poppy is fantastic into this composition alongside the Taliyah, the anti-dash duo, right?
Yeah, I love these bans from the side of MKOI, though. Like, Guma always picks Xayah in these types of scenarios. He prefers Xayah to the Ezreal. We know that. We've talked about this over the last year specifically, as we had some changes in the bottom lane early on in 2025, but he just does not prefer the Ezreal. He prefers the Xayah. That's taken away. The Lucian that could dominate lane is also gone here, so really smart bans. The Kai'Sa also taken away here in turn with the Rel gone. And Corki is going to be the opt-in here for Supa in this bottom lane. Now, we have seen Guma crush Corki lanes in the past with both the Kalista and the Caitlyn. As 2 picks he loves to play alongside Keria. We saw the double marksman lanes a few years ago where they were crushing lanes like that. So that could be something they opt for here for sure.
What is it, like 20 games in a row that Kalista has lost?
Just Nico Kalista?
Nico is going to be locked in. Is it going to be Kalista? Is Kalista going to be picking up her first win in a while? The answer is no.
Oh, the Ezreal lock-in though, Guma. You know, they didn't expect him to play it. They banned the Xayah and the Lucian instead, and he will just turn expectations on their head here and lock this one in. Playing the Nautilus into this, though, is going to be so tricky in the early laning phase. Surprised to see that, especially with so many range supports available here. I mean, playing something like Bard Corki doesn't feel great, but at the end of the day, sure, you can press R onto this Ezreal. The mobile Azir also relatively easy to lock down. You have great single target CC. You get the flip back, you know, after, for example, Poppy pushes somebody into the wall, then the Nautilus ult comes down, the hook comes down. You can lock down that Ezreal with this pick. I think for the comp, it makes sense, but for that bottom 2v2 is going to be a tough lane to play out here for Avaro.
It really is. I do think that they needed Engage, so you can understand why it happened. It just feels really bad that it had to, right? For that laning phase that you were talking about. I think the lanes for T1 have been set up pretty effectively. And we'll just have to see whether that early game is going to be what we expect from this T1 roster, or whether MKOI are going to be able to turn some heads, make some surprises happen, because they may need to. They want to get themselves into this one earlier on. But a lot of tools for later on in the game, right? Keeper's Verdict, so incredibly powerful around neutral objectives later on in the game. Certainly some things that could flip the script, and we'll see whether they can actually do so up against our title defenders here at EWC.
Faker has been super happy to play the Azir into the Talia so often, even though so many of our mid laners right now in this meta shy away from it. It's Faker's pick. It's the iconic, safe, blends well with anything, goes into any composition, evergreen pick for Faker, specifically in game ones. On blue side, we see him do this all the time. So with a lot of other mid laners, I'd be a little bit concerned about the matchup, but for Faker, not so much.
Nope. He certainly would like to pick it anytime he can. So ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. Onto the Rift for game number 1. T1 versus MKOI. We'll see whether Movistar Koi, the first seed from the LEC, can join G2 in the semi-finals. That would be absolutely insane. Imagine that bounce back from the LEC. A disappointing MSI, and then making it all the way to the top 4 for both of their representatives here at EWC. That would be insane. But tough competition in T1, and that would also mean that we'd lose 2 LCK teams.
That's right.
Before the semis.
I was going to mention that. We already lost Hanwha Life Esports yesterday. There is a world where we could have no LCK representatives in top 4 after today's matches. That's not the expectation, but it is a possibility. It keeps all LCK fans a little bit on edge. Faker going for lethal tempo in this draft here, so we'll have a lot of late game damage. And, that sustained damage on top of the fact that they have the Rumble equalizer set up and the poke from Guma on neutral objectives does feel like it's very well-rounded. For the side of MKOI, they have a decent amount of damage as well, but it's really just about getting those single target picks that'll allow them to clean up fights so easily. It's not that they can't win a front-to-back team fight, but that's not really the MO. You just want to delete one of these carries instantly, and then the fight just becomes so much simpler after that for Supa to play out.
Yep. And so Minions going to be crashing in all of these lanes momentarily, already here in the mid lane, of course. And let's see what Jojo can actually make happen, as we'll see whether the aggression is going to be starting immediately here on this bottom side, as Keria and Guma should be able to get a lot of control with the double range nature of this combo. And you can see already getting the damage down. Guma actually just walking towards Supa and Alvaro. And
nice tempo heal there, will be traded, but I mean, Ezreal is actually quite scary at level 1. He starts stacking up his passive, you start hitting those Qs even onto minions, and you're like, you just can't compete with me with that poke coming through from the Nico. This is what we were talking about with that Nautilus pick. It's just so challenging to play this out early. The Aftershock isn't going to do anything for you against those early level 1 abilities, so you're just going to eat the damage. You're going to have to heal in return.
Faker also taking a fair bit of damage here. As you can see, Jojo does take a turret shot, but he's not going to be too worried about it. Faker going home pretty quickly here, but nothing really to worry about. Only 1 CS behind, and the rest of the map is looking pretty good. There's the hook in, but I don't know whether he really wanted that, as there is the Aftershock wearing off. The flash forward from Keria, not quite enough as Supa is standing his ground. I don't know whether he really wants to, and I think that MKOI are going to take a little bit of a break here towards this bottom side.
Sometimes you pick Aftershock and you're like, I got to get value out of it, man. I got to make sure it happens.
Yeah, well, he did get value.
Yeah, that was an extremely risky choice there that will cost him his flash. Keria does flash, of course, a return to try to secure that one, but a very big trade up here for the side of T1, and they may even be able to get some decent spawns here if they can land some poke onto Supa now. So not really the exchange they were looking for, as Guma starts to stack up a significant CS advantage, and we'll be able to take the free back now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. You can see elsewhere on the map, though, it's MKOI that's able to answer. Moen here towards the top side especially is really putting Doran down. We know this is a difficult matchup for the Rumble, but good to see that he is playing it to what we expect. As Ona moving over a bit of a 2v2 here, but Faker is still very, very low, has just teleported in as well. So not necessarily having the greatest of times here in this laning phase thus far. Jojo having a good time. As Carrier is a minion moving towards this Scuttle Crab, and Faker taken down to 100
Man,
up.
one more of those unraveled hits Faker, and Jojo could have maybe looked to flash for the kill there. Very close. But like you said, already pushing his teleport away, forcing a back here, having both Alvaro and Elyoya coming over to kind of assist with this push. And you can see some of the best in the West. You know, we saw this from Caps yesterday as well. Into Night, you can push those small advantages, force an early teleport, then snowball that lane. It gives you so much map control. Look at how much control MKOI have now over the top side of the map to match this lane swap. See the TP back into the bottom lane to match Doran there for Merwin. Small moves like this can add up for sure. As you can see, a 10 CS advantage here now for Jojo Pyun.
Yep, about a 200 gold lead is what has resulted from this one for MKOI. But we haven't seen any of these early skirmishes just yet, and we know this is all about hitting level 6, finding some of these team fights for T1. There's a lot of AoE, and there is a lot of consistent damage here for this composition. They work on 2 items very, very effectively. But we'll just have to see, because we did have pretty high hopes for how the laning phase was going to look. But I think Merwin doing fantastically there in the topside matchup. And the lane swaps that are able to come in do manage to get Super and Alvaro into a better position.
It's a little bit awkward here for this first Dragon, as Faker is fairly low here in the mid lane, just trying to shove this wave out with his recurve bow, but is unable to do so. And I feel like this is going to force Owner to get some sort of successful gank off here. Otherwise, the Dragon may simply just go, as Doran is also backing right now. Not that they could take it immediately here, but it's full control as Guma.
X-Flash. Arcane Shift able to get himself out of there as Faker dealing with some rocks here that are on the ground as Carrier looking for an opportunity, finds the snare, and that is first blood to the Nico.
Such a razor-thin margin to pull this off. Carrier goes for the heal to get basically the point-blank snare there onto Jojo Pyun and take him out despite the flash attempt. Down he goes. And this was that gank I was talking about from Owner, where things are looking really dire here. You lost control of this mid lane. Owner needs to make something happen. Barely gets that stun. Tons of damage with Faker at basically 1% health here. Coming out, Carrier gets the heal here, is able to get the snare. Jojo Pyun goes down despite the flash. And it's so frustrating when you've spent so long getting these massive advantages in mid lane. You've really pushed the envelope there, and you barely get caught. Yep. And now all those leads you had are washed away.
He did manage to get 2 flashes out of it. Of course, Carrier and Owner both, it was flash and heal. So 2 summoner spells.
Sure.
In the trade for just his flash. But still, first blood going over to T1, and it is still a very good news story, especially for Faker, who is starting to fall pretty far behind. As you can see, Super going in with a little bit of a Valkyrie forward. Emperor's Divide here from Faker as Elyoya just pushing him back. Faker has spent this whole game on very low health, but that is not dead. And that is absolutely fine, as Doran and Merwin striking one another once again here towards the bottom side, but no kills going to come of it. A lot of buttons being pressed and not a lot of results happening. Wolf?
Yeah, not quite at this moment in time, but a lot of pressure here on the top side of the map. There's a minute before Grubs. Guma got a barrier.
Yeah, barrier coming on through. Super returning the favor. As Doran has been in this brush, it feels like, for a while. As he flashes forward, just looks for the solo kill, needs another harpoon. Just one more, and Merwin will go down. He silences himself, but he's not silenced after that. And that is a solo kill here for the Rumble.
And Doran has had such a great start to the year here, and it continues in this game. Was down a little bit on CS, but will win the 1v1. I like the pressure that Supa is putting up here onto Guma, because Faker once again was forced to back in the mid lane, so Carrier was showing mid. And so he's putting that pressure on at the same time, as the flash here is not enough. Doran follows, gets the flamethrower, and Owner a bit overextended.
I actually thought that there might be another turret shot coming for him there, and that would have been a dead Owner, but he is able to get out just in time. Gumayushi finding the true shot barrage. Is now Faker in trouble yet again. Keeper's Verdict does get the flash out, and Faker does go down. Elyoya brings the hammer down and takes out the GOAT. So I think it's going to be 1 back for MKOI.
You know, I said earlier I wasn't worried about Faker in this matchup, but Jojo is just smashing him as Guma's in trouble again.
In shift, the flash after him there, but not quite enough to get the kill. As Alvaro having to deal with Carrier now, who doesn't quite have enough damage in these autos. Super going to push him away, and T1 will remain alive at least for now.
MKOI are using Jojo's leads in the mid lane to get advantages everywhere else, but specifically in the top lane, as Owner is constantly having to camp and babysit
Faker here in the mid lane. That means Grubs goes over. They end up nearly getting that kill in the top side there. It's not quite enough damage to secure it, but they just have so much pressure on the fact that Jojo is winning this lane so hard. Despite the fact that he was ganked and killed earlier, he continues to put that pressure on, and this is really hurting T1's early game now. Gold is still in their favor, but you can see the edges that MKOI are able to pick up just from that mid matchup alone. Alvaro, though,
this is not exactly where he wants to be and can't even get the Aftershock to do anything. And so he is just going to melt. This should be that T1 can now turn that into a dragon and really start to assert their dominance as Faker looks for an angle. Don't know whether he really wanted to, but that was it was kind of fun, kind of exciting.
We'll just try to keep Jojo away. Jojo didn't even have ult, though, to try to come over here and contest for this dragon. And with the death on Alvaro there, I just don't think it was ever really going to be one. So now T1 picking up that very strong first Infernal Drake worth of stats. Merwin doesn't have flash, but I don't think with the owner being on this ward, there's really a play-making opportunity here as we'll go back to what happened moments before.
This was the first kill for MKOI.
Yeah.
Elyoya just gets in there.
Yep, just Elyoya catching Faker. And I mean, Faker's had a bit of a tough start in this one. You know, frankly, despite the cool gank we saw from Owner, just so much pressure onto Faker has kept T1 on the top side a little bit muted. It's a lead for Guma right now, as you can see, of just 200 gold, but you know, the 3 grubs will be relevant later on.
Certainly will. And of course, it is a tough matchup for Faker there in the mid lane, but we have seen it handled better in the past by other players. So certainly, shout-outs go to Jojo Pyun playing this one very, very well. And like you say, they've been playing around that advantage that he's picked up. And even, like, I do feel like as we get further into this, the fact that Doran gets that solo kill in this lane that we're seeing right now is going to be very, very important, because if that was continuing to go downhill for T1, they wouldn't have a lot of positives on the map. It's Faker managing to get the sidestep there in the mid lane. That's working out a whole lot better as, look at this, the Flame Spit is really doing work here from Doran in this bottom lane.
Yeah, with the builds that we're seeing here too for the side of MKOI, you know, it's a little bit safer for Jojo rather than going for a really big damage build. He is going for Seraphs in this game, and that may hurt this mid game for them. Faker doesn't have any grubs for side lane with the fast Gnasher's Tooth he's going for here as well, so that isn't necessarily what he is looking for. Is once again, be super careful going to these choke points with double control ward vision here for T1. Trying to force anything against a Pantheon could be very problematic, but they want to try to make sure Merwin can get this back off here.
Well, he is going to be able to make it underneath his turret. That should keep them alive. His owner is spotted, but Alvaro also in an uncomfortable position. Doran also might need to try and get out of here. Didn't have the flash, so he has no hope of making that happen. Still, this Nautilus is in trouble. The Pop Blossom only finding one, but Jojo just melts. Owner destroys him by accident as he's killing the Nautilus. Merwin might suffer the same fate. Decent sidestep there on the Q. But actually, he's going to survive. Merwin pretty good at dabbing so far this tournament.
Yeah.
He's going to do it again.
He certainly is quite good at it. He's showing his aura time after time, as that seems to be the word of the tournament. But the guy does get out of there. The start of things were a little bit rough for T1. Doran going in there like that, knowing where everyone was. Like, they had full vision, they had full information. It was a little bit bizarre. He ends up dying. Does a ton of damage, though, before he goes down. And that's when things get a little bit iffy here. And going into the Pop Blossom, Jojo here off the wall, not really what I think he was looking for. A bit optimistic on that one. At least Merwin does survive here as he gets the sidestep on this Q, and then the follow-up one as well. And that's massive. Owner's not too happy about it, of course, but at the end of the day, it's still a big win in the fight for T1.
It was. I feel like Owner's look just there, as you can see, did the most damage in the fight, but he was also just like, hey man, he sidestepped everything. And let's give it to him as MKOI looking for a little bit of an angle. They think that they may have found Owner yet again. Sorry, Doran yet again, but Owner is there. Alvaro a little bit too far away. And T1, we're looking for that rotation over. Not actually necessary, as everyone is going to back away.
Doran got that really cool solo kill earlier, but is probably going to have to play around the lack of information he has a little bit better here, or he's not going to be having a good time, because that lead is gone now. He is, in fact, behind Merwin at this point in time. Jojo's going to get a free plate here on the top side of the map. Those grubs really helping to take these turrets down quickly. I mean, you can just see any additional time given over to even a Talia at this stage of the game with no first completed item. Just going to get damage done. It's going to give you some free gold, going to give you that side lane pressure. And T1 also going to lose a plate here in the mid lane. And just like that, you know, we see MKOI catching up in gold here.
And it was starting to sneak up to, you know, one of the more larger gold advantages that we've seen in the earlier stages of the game. But like you say, keeping it to about 1,000 and at 14 minutes as these plates are about to fall, that is not the biggest deal. The MKOI fans, as you can see there, not feeling too worried about this just yet.
It's 150 gold, the difference between the 80 carries who are both looking for the exact same 2-item power spike, right? So that's not a big deal. Doran losing his flash, though, that's a pretty big one. And then you have a lot of kills on the Pantheon as, Faker.
Speaking of losing stuff, Faker is just going to have to use his ultimate, but doesn't have to use the flash, so he'll be able to hold on to that one as Doran finding an angle once again, but Equalizer goes down. Great seismic shove from Jojo to make sure he keeps the space. So Doran not going to be able to sink his teeth in as Dragon number 2 coming on through here for T1.
This
Are
is
we going to
pretty
get
huge,
Earth, Wind, and Fire to start this off for T1 yet again? I feel like they do it all the time.
Well, they end up getting the double lead. It's going to be Hextech even better.
Yeah.
And Merwin, you know, he's not able to join that fight there. They almost got Faker, but he's able to disengage away. They had full control over the bottom side there. Doran winning that fight, now having TP coming online here feels pretty huge for him as Jojo Pyun was unable to join the fight. We'll just TP back to the top side, and T1 winning on the map here. Feeling pretty good about that. Some of these leads, though, you know, for T1 are, I think, smaller than they may appear. Like when you look at a 1,000 gold lead, is Jojo stunned up the wall.
Yeah, not going to be riding that one towards his turret, and just one more auto is going to be required. Ona misses another Q, but he's in melee range, so it's going to be absolutely fine. Elioya a little bit late to this one.
I mean, that's a free Herald.
Yeah, and that's also going to be feats of strength as well. So T1 taking everything that they want from this map right now.
I mean, I was going to make the point that Owner having 3 kills, now 4, wasn't necessarily a huge boon for T1, but if you're able to turn that lead into a solo kill on the mid laner, into an objective, then yeah, I guess, you know, you're feeling pretty good about what you're using your gold for so far in this game, and he will just straight up catch Jojo Pyun unawares, get him off the wall there. Now they've got some extra damage on this turret. Faker gonna sink his Gnasher's teeth right into it, and it's a ton of damage. Now this lead is starting to balloon, right? It doubled from 1,000 to 2,000 off that play alone. They will have the Herald, which they could even wait and use for the mid turret as that third dragon spawns to give them Hextech Soul Point. T1 are really starting to pull ahead in this one.
Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. They've got all of the feats of strength, everything about it ever. It doesn't actually say at the top of the screen because they already had them, but they take the first turret as well. So running the map at this point in time is T1. And so we'll see Gumushi here in this mid lane just trying to make sure that Super can't get any more damage onto this outer turret. That would certainly be phenomenal here for MKOI if they wanted to try and get some control back themselves. Carrier looking for an opportunity. They know that that one is him because, of course, the real Azir is on the top side of the map. Jojo did just spot Faker out. Now moving over, Hexgate's on the map as well, giving Carrier all of this ability to utilize some funny business, and he does really like to do so.
Merwin cleared this wave, but still apprehensive about hanging around this turret. It's gonna look for oh man, double root.
There's the double snare. It is just Carrier, so he doesn't have a whole lot of follow-up damage, but there's a true shot barrage. That's gonna connect, and Alvaro now has to go.
They can go for this. They have the Hextech gate. Remember, Owner does not have his ultimate here, but if Carrier finds him in that brush, he's potentially dead.
He's got some weirding. It's okay. Goes stealth for a few moments.
Well, that's the turret. You know, you just kind of hang around here, put that pressure on, clear the waves, use the Hextech gate, and just push him off the map. And you look at the cross map, Jojo isn't even really hitting the midway point. He's just now pushing through, wants to be able to get that turret in exchange there on the top side of the map. But T1 have TP for Doran. He can come over there and deny it. There's just no way that Jojo Pyun can pick that one up. And T1 are winning on both sides of the map yet again. 2 minutes until that Hextech Drake does spawn. The gold lead is getting bigger and bigger here. This Poppy priority, I didn't dislike it, but I feel like T1 have a draft that just don't really care about the steadfast presence, and this Pantheon priority that they got, which was left open, has been the whole story here. 5 out of 6 of T1's kills, and Owner is everywhere, man.
Yeah. Owner is like the whole team right now, as Carrier making pigeon noises again. I love it. We can have 3 pigeons on the map at any one time as he pulls out the clone. True Shot Barrage spots out exactly where Elioya is. And now Rift Herald thrown into this mid lane, and we'll see whether T1 can crack this turret. That would be so much control of the map, it would actually be ridiculously bad for MKOI. As Doran over to the side, he finds an equalizer here and has started off the fight, breaks the arm guard to make sure he doesn't get flicked back as Super, having to flash himself out of the way. Elyoya doing exactly the same thing, but Owner is flashing on top of him. Jojo, no mana and no hope to get out of this one, but does hit a very nice shove with the last remaining bit of blue stuff to keep himself alive, and Alvaro not going to be as lucky, so that is all they're able to pick up. We mentioned how valuable this outer turret is in mid.
Yeah.
That is also going to fall.
It's Supa's also dead, I think.
What happened here?
Yeah, he's dead.
He's real dead.
Also, the inner is going to go down in mid.
Oh, okay. Wasn't quite expecting that, as Empress Divide is going to be avoided. That was pretty nicely done from Elyoya, as Moen just going to get cut down. And the main carry, I mean, they took down the GOAT. That's great. But it's Owner that's really doing all the work this game.
Yeah, Owner actually should be able to get out of here, no problem as well. And man, it was really close until it wasn't, Alice. There's so many things that went wrong here in the mid game for MKOI. But for example, that pick onto Doran they looked for, T1 has always been so famed, as speaking of, he may get interrupted here, he will.
Yeah. Oh, really? It wasn't caught window shopping at all. But like himself the hex gate to get out.
T1 are so famous, or it's usually Faker, but it has been Zeus in the past, now it's Doran, of making a target look vulnerable, then utilizing globals to just turn fights on. Oh no, maybe Doran could be caught. Oh no, actually we just crushed the fight. You thought you could get him, you use a lot of tools to catch him. Owner shows up, we turn the fight, we crush you, we get everything we want. And speaking of everything, there's no way MKOI can come up here and realistically look for a contest on this Dragon, but they have to, right? Because they can't give over Soul Point for free, but they're just so far behind, they have no vision, it's completely dark. Best of luck, MKOI, in this one. I just don't see it.
They're just not going to fight for it. I think fighting for the Otacon is going to be pretty important, though. That is going to give T1 so much extra power on top of the fact that they have Soul Point. I mean, they just can't keep getting away with everything, right? Like, if you give everything, your Nexus is on the list at some point, right? And then you give that away and you lose. So MKOI going to have to try and contest something, but it's not going to be this Otacon. It's not going to be the Soul Point. And it's maybe the next Baron? Maybe it's their base turrets? I don't know. Pop Blossom only going to connect onto one, though, as Carrier kind of going rogue in this one. Moen throws down the ulti as Owner gets into that backline, not quite able to get over that wall. And now another angle from Carrier is going to get found. Oh my goodness, he actually does a fair bit of damage. True Shot Barrage to finish off Jojo is beautiful by Gumayushi. I don't even know whether that should have worked, but they're so far ahead that it absolutely did.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Carrier just keeps hitting these roots. He's been hitting them all game long.
It's like the Pop Blossom didn't quite
the
work,
Pop
but he
Blossom
still has
doesn't.
an E.
Yeah, it's like the Pop Blossom doesn't matter, but he just keeps doing a lot of poke damage and getting roots. And it's like, well, I guess that's good enough, as Faker is actually on the cusp of potentially getting a solo kill here, but isn't going to risk it, as Merwin does have his flash available, so could flash the wall and perhaps take him out. But I mean, look at where we are now. You know, the Otacon, 38 to 6 petals. Like, it usually doesn't get to be that big. But yeah, I mean, the Pop Blossom isn't amazing, but Carrier flashes the wall here. And then at this point, like, how do you fight this? The Equalizer catches Alvaro, Merwin's out of the fight, so he can't help heal. And Carrier's just like, I'm on the edge here, I'm playing through this control ward, gets the root, Jojo's pushed out. Supa cannot get close enough to actually finish off these low health targets, or he'll just get exploded on. And Guma is able to follow up so easily here. True Shot Barrage angle, fantastic. And he's not done there. He's like, I'm looking for more. I want to go forward here. He does think better of it, of course, does not go across the line, but...
Yeah, 2-0 though in the end there for T1, and they managed to get Otacon, they managed to get the Soul Point. 3 minutes on Hex Tech Soul, ladies and gentlemen, and now Merwin trying to deal with this push from T1, and oh god, the Equalizer just takes 50% of both of the carries' health bars as Faker has found Alvaro, and yeah, Aftershock is not going to help you there. As Owner gets flicked back, but it just looks like it does nothing but tickle this Pantheon. And MKOI really running out of options here in this game. Maybe the focus is going to be on what are we going to do to make sure this doesn't happen in Game 2. And ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Fearless Draft. It's not going to happen like this again, as Pop Blossom trying to catch Super, and Ona, he finds the Q this time. He's also going to Starfall on top of Elyoya, so they're looking for even more than this. Merwin is even further away from his base, but does manage to lay down the ulti, and that is the shutdown onto Ona. Maybe T1 have pushed a little far forward, as also Carrier will be falling. Faker's there, not going to be too weird.
I mean, they're going to get two
taking the inner turret in the top lane. Doran doing the same thing bottom lane. Maybe 3 versus 5 wasn't the move.
It might not have been the move, but getting 3 turrets feels pretty good in exchange. As Carrier, man, once again, look at this. Gets him on the edge, gets the follow-up route and the Q. Carrier plus Owner's poke coming through as well. I'd love to see it. We saw it a moment ago, but I wasn't really looking at it. I'd love to see Carrier's damage this game because it's probably insanely high. Saw Merwin was actually competing with Guma. He's done a lot of work in this game, but it just has not been enough to secure the eliminations required, as Guma barely avoids that dredge line. Could have been worse there had he been taken out. But like I said, Faker gets that inner on the top side. Doran gets the inner bottom side. 2 more exposed inhibitor turrets. The inhibitor in mid itself is exposed. And we're 70 seconds away from T1 getting their 4th Drake of the game, the Hextech Soul, which is probably, there's very few champions that can get value out of that more than Ezreal. And,
yeah, that's what I was thinking. And Azia. Oh, God.
Carrier's damage is higher than Supa's in this game by 2,000.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's also higher than Faker's, so we're not gonna give.
That's true.
Yeah. That's just, I guess, Carrier on the Nico things.
Fakers are mostly PvEing in this game, to be fair, but Carrier, man, he's all PvP since the laning phase.
He only does the PvP. He doesn't even know what the PvE content is. Like, that's the kind of player.
He's a support player. He doesn't kill minions ever.
Trishra Barrage doing a fair bit of work here as Alvaro. He hasn't even started anything yet, and he's below half health. As MKOI, they know that Baron is on the menu. They are looking to try and stop T1 from taking it. One last team fight might be the desperate option here for the LEC representatives. As Elyoya looking for an opportunity. Alvaro also there. But like the 1-3-1 is continuing, and T1 are still getting the push, even though they have way less people here in this mid lane. Faker moving over, and Hextech Soul just a little bit too inviting.
Like I said, man,
give up position on the Baron.
Faker's been PvEing this game, and one of the big E's to get is that Hextech Soul. He's going to come over here with his jungler, as T1 otherwise just 3-manning here in mid. Carrier looking for more.
Okay, well, Ona can turn up at a moment's notice, but Faker is going to take a little while longer. Never mind, he's teleporting in. Alvaro flashes out the Pop Blossom onto everyone in that red pit. And down goes Jojo. Super's just getting out of there, able to use those Hex Gates, and now the rest of MKOI is scattering to the wind. Gumayushi dashing over, and look at that. The beautiful Hextech Soul, ladies and gentlemen. There is no way you can get away from T1. And it's a 10,000 gold lead. It's only a matter of time, as Ona not going to quite be able to execute Super on this one.
Carrier.
Carrier just being weird. Does get a solo kill in the end, as Ona just flashed for that, and Carrier said, no, man.
There was just no respect shown for the fact that Carrier had flashed Pop Blossom. Like, the whole time he was just in range. Like, he practically didn't even need to flash for a few of the angles he had, and then they went in, and he's like, all right, well, here we go.
Yeah, I guess I kill you all.
It's been mostly about my snares today, but I guess I will find the big Pop Blossom angle in this one, as they get the Dragon for free, as T1 win the numbers disadvantage fight there on the top side. As the MKOI fans aren't going to give up, but I think really they're cheering for what the draft might look like in Game 2 at this point, with an 11,000 gold lead here. Hextech Soul play. Like, look at Carrier. He is here. He has Flash. He has Pop Blossom. The Weaver's Wall's coming down. Like, Carrier's like, well, I guess if you guys want to stack up right here, I'll give it to you.
Yep, and everyone gets over the wall, and so Carrier's like, well, I have Flash, so you're all dead. True-Shot Barrage here going to get so much value there from Gumayushi, as maybe it's just a triple. It is not, as Owner is going to be able to secure that last one onto Elyoya. But now it is what feels like a victory march here for T1, as they notice they've taken down the inhibitor in mid. That's all they're going to need to win this game, as Empress Divide from Faker will pick up Super one more time, as Merwin is dabbing in between all of T1. And T1 looking pretty serious about defending their title here at EWC, as they will be able to take down their first Nexus of 2025.
T1 looking back saying, please, minions, let's get over here and get it done.
Double super minion wave. That's kind of cool. I thought you needed to take all the inhibitors before that one happens.
Down
never mind,
it
not when
goes.
you've got a Nico, as down goes the Nexus. T1 will be able to win game one of this best of three.
Let's not forget, this game started out with a bit of a mid-gap. You know, JoJo had a lot of an advantage there, and I do think that if you didn't watch the early game, you know, of this one, you might forget that this was definitely a winnable and playable game for MKOI. They had a lot of advantages early. They kept the bottom lane gold very, very close. We saw Doran struggling in the early laning phase, but it all just came together around team play, around the map, and playing through this global pantheon. Owner was definitely the MVP for me in this first game, even though Keria had some amazing snares, was able to really change the course of a lot of these team fights. Owner just patched all the holes, babysat Faker, and man, T1, it was a rough start, but the ending was dominant.
It was, but there is still way more to be played. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether MKOI can bring it to 3.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
So basically, I'm choosing Tristana because I think it's the fastest champion for this challenge. But we'll see from ground. I was also thinking maybe something like Yori could work, but I'm not that sure. So I'm just trying out Tristana. So we'll see. I'm not sure about items. Didn't do the insane theory crafting about what's best in like terms of a bit of AD or whatever. But I think it's the correct. So we will see. I could start doing something like this, I guess, before. For now I'm going pretty fast. Let's see. will have to wait for next wave, but I think I will look to proxy the next. And I would say I'm doing pretty good. Let's see. Don't think I will be dying to minions, so this should be the end. So 249 was the time. I'm not sure how other people did, but I would say it's pretty fast. I think I did a bit of min-max at the start of the game. I think I could do it even better, but I think my try was pretty good.
Okay, what's gonna be the score today?
2-0 Koi.
Let's go, Koi! I am on the T1 side of the arena. By my side, T1 fan. What's gonna be the score today?
2-0. Easy dub. Easy dub.
Do you want to show me what you just showed me on the phone, man?
You know what it is? 1647. Shortest game ever. Shortest game ever. Mad Lion T1. You know what it is?
1647. A lot of T1 fans at the Riyadh Arena. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm looking forward to the series.
It was a long-awaited debut for the reigning world champions and the reigning title defenders here at EWC, as Faker had a chuckle and had more than that against MKOI in their series. The reigning champs of the LEC kept it close for a little while until things popped on off here at the STC Arena, much to the fans' joy. And it is a 1-0 for T1 over MKOI so far in this best of three. Welcome back to the STC Arena. It's the Esports World Cup. Digon here live from the stadium with Valdez and Finn. Give it up, crowd, for game number one. All right, as we break these things down, obviously, let's start with the draft. Both these squads have had a lot of prep. Obviously, MKOI with games earlier, T1 with the MSI, getting to wait, and the reward for being the number 2 seed coming into the tournament, getting to watch a lot here, Valdez.
Yeah, the draft was fantastic here for the side of T1. They got started with that Pantheon pick, and then they were kind of just given the Rumble and the Azir. We know that Faker is always very comfortable with his Azir, even into the Talia. And then the fact that Keria got his Nico on top of it all just felt so strong for T1 here on blue side.
Yeah, it felt like MKOI did a gamble in the draft space for this game one. They tried to give T1 something, and now at least, because we are playing a best of 3 Fearless, those will be out for the next game. And I think we can kind of reset, go into that drawing board again, and cook up some new drafts.
Yeah, I think it was a smart game plan here by T1. You're saying, hey, we're going to give you one of your best champs, Jojo Pyun. Let's see what happens. And they had some focus in the mid lane as we have a lot of early kills going the way of T1 through the Pantheon. Let's take a look at that one here, because Owner was just rolling here and said, I'm going to go ahead and put my stamp on the first game here at EWC.
Yeah, Faker with the bait here in the mid lane. Owner was able to set this one up. And then also big shout out to Keria, who was there for the follow-up on the gank. And then this Pantheon just got rolling right from the get-go. Got that first kill, picked up another one here. And then MKOI trying to fight down on the bottom side of the map. And Owner just cleaned up even more.
It was just a topsy-turvy of a game for MKOI. It just kept going worse and worse, from bad to worse. And I feel like in these fights, my standout was kind of Merwin. I think he had a lot of nice movement there, dancing through the spears. But in the end, that early goal lead on the Pantheon, and look at the damage from Gumayusi. There's just so much things that were going well for T1 and a lot of mountains to topple for MKOI.
Yeah, Valdez, when I look at this, the matchup between the Aurora into the Rumble, you feel like that would go the way of Merwin. He did get solo killed earlier. And then Supa getting the push against Gumayusi. Feels like none of those things got going, which allowed T1 to put a lot of pressure into the mid lane.
Yeah, they were definitely pretty far behind. You mentioned the solo kill, but it really just came down to some of those skirmishes where Owner got really fed, Doran got the solo kill, and then eventually they paired up together for some extra bonus kills in the enemy jungle, and it was kind of lights out. It wasn't a very close game. You know, maybe the early laning phase was a bit closer, but eventually T1 just ran away with this one.
Yeah, let's take a look at our second replay that we have here. Once out of that laning phase and now trying to move people across the map, pressure up against the tower.
And here it looks like Doran is the one getting caught. He has no flash from that previous exchange with Jojipan, but in the end, all the global abilities and Faker trying to drive into the jungle with a Rift Herald ends up going into the wall. But here the chase is just easy. Doran seemed isolated. He seemed like an easy prey, but T1 collapses.
Yeah, and then it's just, you were talking about bad to worse. This kind of just kept happening in this game where it was like, all right, we gotta try to get something going here in the mid lane, and they do get that kill on the Faker, but it just meant that Owner was getting more kills and Keria was there getting more assists, and the snowball just kept rolling. That's part of the reason why this game was relatively fast compared to some of the other games we've had here.
Yeah, and that's our standout player for game number one. It is Owner, proving why he is one of the MVP candidates over at the domestic league at the LCK. He runs the game when he's able to get ahead. MKOI picked lanes to try and get ahead, not quite able to do it. And with that, then he just ran all over MKOI.
Yeah, I mean, as a MKOI believer, I gotta look ahead a little bit. So now we have the Pantheon and Talia being taken out of the draft. So what can we expect from MKOI in this coming draft? Now, they are blue side, and my eyes are on that Yone. That Yone Pyun that he was so strong with in the previous games. That has been target banned by T1. Maybe they'll keep doing that, but for me, I really want them to secure something where Jojipan can really fight more, because I feel like this game, he was doing really well in the individual matchup against Faker. He was getting a nice CS lead, taking really good trades, but the support jungle of T1 was there to kind of help Faker get back into the game, and then it was all downhill from there.
Yeah, Alvaro, very good in the team fights, finding the engages, but there aren't many people better than finding timings to roam than Keria, so that advantage got negated. What do you want to see here in this game number 2 when it comes to the draft, Valdez?
You know, something we saw have a lot of success actually up against, I believe it was Halima Life Esports. We saw some Orianna Nocturne. Those are both still available here. Maybe from the red side, that could be a nice duo that T1 could pick up early in the draft from the red side, which I assume will be the choice for MKOI going over to blue. But yeah, at this point, I mean, T1's champion pools are so deep that when it does come to a second game, I'm sure they're going to have tons of things in their pocket.
Yeah, and right now we've got tons of noise inside the stadium because the MKOI faithful are being rewarded. The players are on the stage, and it is going to be a fantastic game. Now, before we do, we got to get this crowd going here. We've got all the stars here. I see Untaranim, T1 streamer over there right now, and all the T1 fans repping with the masks, with the cheering, the signs, all that going on. His Royal Highness is here as well, Prince Faisal. Everyone's here to watch T1 do what they do. But MKOI, the kings of Europe, trying to battle back. Finn, give us the hopium take. What can MKOI do other than Yone to get back into this one? Because that side of the crowd, the MKOI side of the crowd, needs something to cheer about.
MKOI 1647, this 1647, that I will give you 1647 reasons why MKOI can come back in this series. You play your game, you pick your champions, and you shut T1 up.
I love it. Valdez, one more answer here before we send it off to the host to get us into game number 2.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be close, but T1 just look on their game. They didn't need any practice. They have come in here so strong right from game number 1, and I should have predicted 2-0 because I think this is going to be lights out from the red side. I'm sorry, Finn. I'm sorry for the Copium. I'm sorry for the EU fans, but I think T1's got it this time.
T1 fans, what do you think of that prediction? It is the marquee team. It is the one that everyone comes to see. The reigning world champions, the reigning title defenders, they are looking to try and close it on out against MKOI. The little fish trying to swim against the stream there and make the huge upset, but they've got to do it one step at a time. The Spanish squad with Jojo Pune in the mid lane looking for the biggest upsets of their lives, and maybe it's just another day for T1 when they make it a 2-0. Let's find out. Game number 2 starts right now. T1 versus MKOI as we send it off to Fancy and Ian Chambers.
The atmosphere inside this arena is absolutely electric. Riyadh, are we having a good time? Fancy, who do they think is going to win this?
Look, we all know that T1 did not make it to MSI's grand final and just lose for no reason. They're here to defend their title at the Esports World Cup. Let's hear it for T1!
Wait, let me just double check. You guys are here to support T1?
No. Check this out. Who's here supporting Movistar Koi?
Wait. You're not allowed to ask the MKOI fans if they're supporting MKOI wearing a faker mask. Let's do this.
Fair.
MKOI, can you bring this series back? It is brutal in here.
The crowd is getting electric. One more time for T1 versus Movistar Koi, and let's send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I feel like Ian may have just got his first introduction to a crowd where T1 is involved, and that is the other team doesn't really exist.
I think it's a little bit unfair considering their microphones were on the
other side.
T1 side, because obviously there are a ton of MKOI fans here, and they've got loud instruments, and they are very boisterous. This Faker's doing a little reboot. Had a pretty rough laning phase. I mentioned at the end of that first game, I mentioned at the beginning of the first game where that was happening, that felt like a really nice angle for MKOI, but a few mistakes around the map. Great roams from Carrier, great play on the global Pantheon from Owner, just snowballed the game out of control too quickly. And you start to make one mistake, you start to lose map control, and T1 are so incredibly punishing, especially when it comes to objective control, where they didn't drop a single dragon. They didn't need grubs to win game 1. And as we move into game 2, it seems like the most important piece here for MKOI is getting Jojo a matchup where he can actually get an advantage against Faker here. And I think that it should be the MO here for MKOI because they played through him so well in the early game. I'd love to see that happen again a second time.
Well, we'll just see what these bans are going to look like as already the Annie and the Jin taken away. One of the favorites from Faker and definitely a favorite for Gumayushi. As also the Orianna going to be hitting the deck. Now it looks a little bit normal as the Vi and the Varus are going to get taken away on the red side. That's what we see more often, although they did do it on the blue side last time. One last ban there is that Yone that they were talking about on the desk. And so a little bit sad that we're not going to see that from Jojo. He was so good earlier in the week, but the Gwen first pick is going to come on through here as Merwin going to have a lot of power. Let's see whether Doran is capable of a bit of a Broken Blade impression.
Yeah, they obviously don't have the Rumble here because it's Fearless banned, but there's a lot of other picks he can play into this. I hope he doesn't go for what we've seen in the past, oftentimes the little Ornn into the Gwen, which has been a big problem.
I'm a fan of that.
We've seen Doran try it and fail before. I don't think that's what he's going to go for here. But the Rise feels very nice. It's a very safe pick. Another global here for T1 and strong into Gwen. Because you could just simply hold her in place and prevent her from doing anything in a team fight.
Why is it taking Ona so long to find Xin Zhao?
Yeah, I'm not
Whoa, they're not going to pick it? That's kind of crazy.
The Ambessa into Gwen has also been another pick that we haven't loved too much into the Gwen. It certainly can work, and it is a volatile matchup like the Jax matchup we saw yesterday with Broken Blade, but very risky one for sure, especially without knowing what the 80 carry for Supa is going to be and what your main targets are. We don't know what JoJo's playing yet either, so this pick could be a bit of a wash.
Yeah.
As playing the Galio into the Rise would be a way to neutralize this matchup a little bit, but it is going to guarantee basically Baker's prio, since he could just clear the waves into this Galio over and over and over again. He won't be able to kill the Galio, but you know, it's not the kind of matchup I expected for JoJo here, where I wanted to see him try to dominate lane. The Orianna is banned away. It's one of the better picks into the Rise, so he's just going to opt into safety instead.
Yep. Still going to be able to follow the Realm Warp quite comfortably, things like that as well. It does have that mobility around the map, which is kind of nice. Let's see what they do have in store. Is the Xin Zhao just going to be picked away here? And there must have been a reason why Owner didn't want to go for this pick. I was thinking like maybe they were holding on just in case they want to get a Trundle out or something like that, and like they could use it against the Xin Zhao. Has been a decent matchup in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the Galio works incredibly well with both the Gwen and the Xin Zhao here, so in terms of team fights and playing around the map, MKOI feeling pretty good about this. The Trundle felt pretty obvious, like you said, because you've got some big frontliners to potentially just chomp away at and subjugate. And it does also offer a lot of zone control into these melee champions as well.
Yep.
I think for Supa here, getting either insane safety, the Xayah's gone, the Ezreal's gone, so a little bit tougher, or just high range might be the name of the game here. Even if something like a Jinx here would feel really nice because you have a front line, if you just get a single pick, you know, that damage that you need, that range damage, that ability to hit this Rise from afar, take this Trundle out would be there. See what T1 want to ban in this final spot. The Alistar, interestingly enough, also still available here in this second game, so I imagine that's probably what MKOI's ban is going to be.
I wouldn't mind it. Keria has been phenomenal on the cow in the past. Likely something that they want to get rid of. I think Caitlyn could be worth looking at as well, because I know that Gumushi and Keria do really like to pull that one out. They want to just dominate, might be an opportunity, and there it is. That is going to be the final ban. That gives Cow opportunity over to Keria.
Looking for a potential Kai'Sa here.
This would be the most not Gumushi pick ever, and they are just going to lock it in.
So, you know, people were already insinuating after he played Ezreal in Game 1 that T1 were going to look for another fearless win here at EWC, meaning, just like last year, Gumushi played only unique champions across their road to the finals, and then the win they took last year. So far, keeping that true. Of course, we have fearless drafts a little
easier. And getting rid of Ezreal and Kai'Sa in the quarterfinal makes a lot of sense, meaning he doesn't have to play them in the semis or the final. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
There's that Jinx I was talking about. I actually don't like the Kai'Sa that much here in this draft, to be honest, and I think the Jinx Alistar is a perfect way to round this draft out here for MKOI. They have an amazing front line. All they need is just simply one kill for Supa, one reset, and that is all it's going to take to really crush these team fights. They can protect him so well with the Galio, with the Xin Zhao. I really like the draft here for MKOI a lot. You take the nameplates off here, and I feel like they've got such a sick edge.
Yeah, I think even with the nameplates on, I'm feeling like this is looking fantastic. The extra range that you have with this Jinx, the amount of peel that you'll get with the Gargoyle and the Cow, and then the double circles, you know, of immunity here on the side of Gwen and the Xin Zhao. Able to push forward, able to put so much pressure on this T1 roster. Of course, it might be that T1 just kind of style on them, right? Find another one of these angles, but I think if MKOI are going to do it, this is the best selection of tools they could have got out of the garage.
Yeah, I think banning the Misfortune was a mistake, and I think that Supa has a lot of agency here. Now, nameplates are on, right? And we've seen what T1 can do with global jungles, global mid laners, and even though there's a Galio to match and can also really help empower that Gwen in the side lane, Faker's Rise is legendary. It is iconic. And I think a lot of what this game is going to come down to is map pressure control and where those Realm Warps come in, where the decisions are made macro-wise here by both teams. I thought the early game macro-wise was fantastic for MKOI, but T1 definitely got the better of them when it came to the mid-game.
Yep, I would agree. I do think that things can snowball even more out of control in this game, though. So if MKOI can get out to the same type of lead, might be more and more difficult for T1 to find their way back in. The blue side looking just that little bit more powerful here at EWC this year, as is generally kind of the way, especially when T1 is on the Rift. They do really, really like to dress in blue. even though the team is red. Kind of ironic if you think about it more than a couple of seconds. But here we are onto the Rift for game number 2. T1 could just book themselves a ticket to the semifinal right now, or MKOI could be trying to make them work for it.
Jojo opting for this Galio to be able to match the rotations of the Rise is so good with the Gwen, but it also means he won't be able to have that lane dominant performance we saw in game 1 where he's able to win trades against Faker, get his TP back, force Guma and Carrier to come babysit. He's going to be actually the one who's sitting on the back foot in this second game. So a bit of a different identity, but I like what it means for 5v5s. His owner is going to duel early.
Yeah, Doran is trying to chase after here, but Ona has 3 people to deal with as the Winds of War come down, and that is going to actually spell the end of this little scuffle. As Ona playing the policeman Trundle, just not really a huge fan. You know, like the traffic cone's cool and all, but like there are so many good skins for Trundle. We were having this discussion last night at the bus.
I like the cones though.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm okay with it.
I guess like for the cone fans, you know, traffic cone people.
I'll be honest with you, Atlas, we've only been seeing that one Trundle skin where he's got like the really shiny mace for a really long time.
You mean the Cuz one?
Yeah. Like I feel like we've seen that one only for so long that I'm just happy to see any sort of Trundle skin diversity.
Yeah, it's either that or traditional Trundle, but you can't have a problem with traditional Trundle. That one's too good.
So let's take a look at how these matchups are going to eventuate. Guma, Keria just going straight to the bottom lane here, looking for a level 1 advantage into this Alistar, which I think is wise. Fortunately for Keria, that's not quite going to land the way he was looking for, though.
Yep, bit of a crash down there, but Gumiushi just trying to pick up this first wave of minions, and they do have a bit of control of this wave. Remember, this is not going to be a lot of early pressure here for T1. Of course, the Alistar pretty good into the rel just in general as well. Being able to headbutter out of the crash down is normally pretty good, but that's not what Alvaro's focusing on. He's wanting to make sure he separates the 2 members of T1 so that they can get some decent damage down and Super stays safe.
Yeah, Supa's positioning really good there, utilizing his range quite well. Had he been hit by that crash down, the passive was already stacking onto him, so it's really important he does not get hit here. Owner going to start Raptors, likely on Vision there at the beginning, as both junglers know they're doing their Raptor camp. So all Vision over is Alvaro.
Yep, headbutt pulse does come on down there as Alvaro in a little bit of trouble here, down to about 300, but still able to offer a lot back. And Jojo could actually just die here. The flash out of the way, one more auto will do it. And yeah, he flashed out of the way of the Q, but then he was really dead. Here on the top side of the map as well, Owner is moving in. He still has the traffic cone. He can still tell Merwin that that's not where he's allowed to drive. And it's a bit of an ignite from the grave. The last tick not going to be enough to do it, though. And T1 with 2 swift ones.
Yeah, so nearly enough, but Owner, excuse me, has that potion. And we'll be able to tick through it just barely there, as you see a sad MKOI fan here in Riyadh. As Doran's looking for the trade immediately because he obviously has teleport advantage, so takes a 4th of Merwin's health, and he's like, cool, catch that wave, and I'll see you in just a second. Those are the types of trades you want to see. I want to see what happened in the beginning of this trade here as Faker has lane control, gets taunted, and Jojo Pyun goes for the extra empowered auto. And that's just what does him in. Flash angle here is nice, but he's just doomed. Like, there's no way he can buy space against this ranged champ. Is trying to min-max the damage there, and Faker's just like, well, it's my turn to crush the lane.
Oh, God. Speaking of my turn, Owner is going to come down and join. As Gumiushi's in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down first. The Super gets excited, and the traffic cone is after the flash. And so the Jinx is going to stay alive on the board and exactly where the money wants to be here for MKOI.
Yeah, you got a supercharger, but I got my supercharge, which is the Ghost, so I'm going to walk out of that pillar. And, well, that's a kill for the Jinx early. What looked like it was going to be a great start for T1. Now a disaster. Keria!
Yeah, what are we doing?
Doesn't have Ignite.
He needs a Shattering Strike. Does he get it? One more auto, and down he goes. So that's a bit of a solo kill for Keria. That's a bit of a cute one. Probably not worth it, but does still send him home.
I mean, I think kind of worth, because otherwise Jinx could just take these minions here, and now Guma back in lane. It's actually going to be pretty huge. Otherwise, you know, Supa gets to walk away there, and Merwin?
Doran still has the teleport, guys. As Merwin, one more auto attack, and he's dead. He was not immune in this top lane, and Doran, oh God, this could really be an Ambessa problem this game.
I mean, like I mentioned in the draft, it's not a matchup that always works well for the Ambessa, but it's volatile enough to where if you outplay, you can get a huge edge. And that was Doran on Doran's shield only. Hadn't backed, hadn't TP'd as you said, had no items there. Playing into the Dark Seal, still wins it out. still on low health, is able to sustain up. Now he's going to head back to lane with Caulfield's and a refillable as there's an engage.
Yep, Carrier coming down towards the bottom side. Pops the passive there. There's Gumayusi to do a fair bit of damage here to Super. But T1 not going to be able to get the kill. No summoner spells on this Jinx, though, means that she's going to remain a target for quite some time. Faker trying to get the damage down onto JoJo as well. Justice Punch not going to get any CC. And Faker able to utilize his phase rush really nicely to just dance on the edge of that taunt. Alvaro moving in, and Carrier, he loves Hex Flash. He also just loves standing in weird spots. And that is what he's going to continue to do as T1 take their first drake of the game. That'll be the Hex Tech.
I mean, Faker...
Not another Hex Tech, so that's good news, I guess.
Faker's just chilling, you know, clears that wave, doesn't even have to get involved in this. And looking back at this play down here on the bottom side, Owner comes over here, but it's actually really well played by MKOI. They're able to get this chain CC onto Guma. The damage is enough. Super then gets the reset, has the flash, has the ghost to buy space against that cone that gets dropped, and that's all he needs. And then Carrier is actually able to come over here with a really cool Hex Flash over the wall and catches Super off guard. And he doesn't hit the crash down, but Super gets a little bit greedy here. I think if he just walks away, this doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, Carrier, I think this is absolutely worth for him.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Especially because Alvaro gets the kill and not the Jinx.
He was otherwise probably just dead, I think. If Alvaro is actually able to frontline for Super, then there's just not a whole lot of chance the Carrier gets out. So able to take one with him. And you can see T1 now with Feats of Warfare already locked down. They're on their way to picking up these objective feats as well. And so as far as shoes are concerned, T1 are getting very, very close to making them fancy. And Alvaro and Super have done that lane swap thing, move towards this top side as the grubs are about to spawn. Top side of the map going to be an important place to look out for, but Owner is moving in once again.
Yeah, vision control of the river.
Yep, Super still without any summoner spells. The Ghost is pretty close. 3-man Pulverize as well is very good. As Elyoya looking to make this one fair. Gumayusi trying to get himself out of there as in he goes. They look for Owner to try and take him down first, but the Shattering Strike is so good. Zap is sidestepped, and T1 get themselves out. I don't know about this one. Doran is a 1-0-1 Ambessa.
Looking for this kill onto Owner, but he's got the control vision, and he's just going to be able to put a pillar up and walk away. But it's still a huge win for MKOI. And I think T1 are disrespecting the range of this Jinx and how well Supa has been positioned, man. There's so many near hits. There's so many near lockdowns onto this Jinx, and he just is able to get out every time as JoJo.
Faker could be in a lot of trouble here. He does have Flash available, gets that phase rushes. Now flashes in and
Sick
gets
flash.
out with the Realm Warp. That was so sexy, Faker.
We've seen this so many times for Faker where he walks out and then flashes back into the Realm Warp at the last possible second to get out there, and he will live just barely. Still a huge win here for MKOI.
The flash, and JoJo just going to punish him.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. But, I mean, the other play looked really cool, and I think cutting the video before the Winds of War comes out is going to be really easy in the highlight package, so it'll be fine.
Well, you know, it is what it is. Great job, JoJo.
Yeah.
Extremely accurate cue there.
It was very well done. As, the flashes do have to be utilized. And here, towards the top side of the map, Elyoya moving on in.
I mean, this is a huge angle here for MKOI to potentially get a kill. And Plate Gold, at least, is also on the menu.
Oh, Guma gonna have to flash out of the way of the Flame Chomp as the Supercharger does come on in. JoJo looking to try and get that knock up, but they didn't even require it to land, as now Carrier just wanting to take one of them away. Super Mega Death Rocket comes on in, not able to lock down the kill. The Carrier is still dead, and it still goes over to the Jinx, exactly where MKOI wants the money.
So multiple plates going to go over. Kill goes over to the Jinx here. JoJo picks up a second of the game, and T1 are a little bit in trouble here now. Faker is pushing hard in the mid lane to try to trade some plate gold back at least. Doran has control of the bottom side of the map, but just understanding this Jinx is in such a great position there, knowing where Owner was so far away, unable to impact the play. The fact that they have this global Galio who can join that fight. Faker had to use his Realm Warp to escape, so can't match that rotation. There's all of these things, all the communication across the squad here, especially on the top side of the map for MKOI, allows this play to happen. As we're going to go back to this play here, as it's a really sick flash from Faker. So he steps out of the Realm Warp, they chase, flashes back in, perfectly timed, and we'll cut the video right there.
And now we're going to check it out from JoJo's perspective, as this is a completely different one. But really nice Q flash, making sure that Faker has the most difficulty reacting. As Alvaro is going to be okay as we come back to live, was looking in a little bit of trouble. He's able to get himself out of there.
Wow, there's still a huge problem here on the bottom side of the map, right? Like the fact that Guma's 0-2, doesn't have his call yet, doesn't have his first complete item, Yuntal's done, means all of these early team fights here, I mean, we're only 10.5 minutes in, this accelerated Jinx can do so much work with the front line she has, even this early. Like we talk about Jinx as a strong scaling champion, but I mean, there's just so many tools to empower her, and she has the lead already. So this is such a good game state here for MKOI.
It really is. And when you have such a range advantage as well against the squad of T1 like Super does, it feels like you have even earlier power than you otherwise would in a lot of these other compositions. T1 are going to have to make sure that they layer CC on top of Super. And you mentioned it beautifully before. Super's been playing really well. His positioning, his spacing has been phenomenal. That's allowed MKOI to do exactly what they need to do. Doran now in potentially a bit of trouble, but as you saw there, just one ability doing so much. Public execution down towards this bottom side is Elyoya not actually able to utilize that crescent guard effectively. Jojo down to 300. The traffic cone says no, as Faker will be able to take down the gargoyle. Elyoya soon to follow, and T1, they answer the few good things that happened for MKOI previously really well here in the bottom lane.
I remember Merwin did not have teleport, so it's not done yet.
Well, there's the Pulverizer, connects onto 2 as Super is once again doing everything he can to get as much damage as possible. Alvaro with that unbreakable will. Super Mega Death Rocket means the carrier is dead. The Zap connects onto Faker, and the Pulverize comes on down. That's going to be enough to get another couple of kills for this Jinx.
I mean, the story of this game, the series potentially going to 3, might just be that T1 did not respect this Jinx player. They just keep going into these incredibly greedy and risky fights where Super just outpositions and is able to, with the help of his support in this case, get it out. The initial fight here, remember, there's no ultimate for the Galio, so Jojo Pyong can't actually ult in. He's already with Elyoya anyways, but he's not going to be able to buy any additional time here. The Crescent Guard has to be used early. There's no teleport for the Gwen, so I think fighting here down a member was not the right call. After this is a big win here for T1, they get incredibly greedy, right? They're able to take out Elyoya, but what happens next is they decide, okay, we're going to split here. We're going to send, of course, our top laner back to the side lane, and then they go in onto Supo, just baits them in. Alvaro is still here.
Oh no, and Doran teleported to mid lane.
Yeah, he just left because he's like, I gotta go back to sides, and at the same time, Carry of Magnet Storm's only an Alistair, and then when this Jinx gets accelerated, you're not gonna get away from her. 2 kills over to Supa, he's now up to 4.
Oh dear. Doran has now made it back down towards his bottom lane, and Carry is like, I can help, and then he is not actually
Sorry,
able to
5.
help. 5, 1, and 2 here for Super.
This game may just be over, Atlas. Like, if this continues, I mean, Faker has a significant lead in this game for sure, don't get me wrong, and he's going to do a lot of damage later, but he's going for the Rod of Ages build, as Rise is wont to do, and this Jinx is just, frankly, too big to fail. He gets more plate gold here. Solo is going to get the entire turret here, all plates in the bottom lane before plates fall off. This Jinx could not be more accelerated. This Jinx could not be more ahead. 2,500 approximately the lead here he has over this Kaisa. And T1 going to have to play a little bit more respectfully around it. They're going to come back in this one.
Yeah, they really will. They're going to have to use everything onto Super, and they're going to have to actually hit their abilities this time around. As Faker able to realm warp his way out, no way that Merwin's going to be able to interrupt him. And so Faker going to make it to safety. Does mean that he doesn't have the ultimate for the next little while, as Jojo could be in a little bit of trouble. Justice Punch to get the double taunt. Really nicely done, but the traffic cone has to be respected. And Jojo is able to get out of there. Flash needing to be used, but still not going to be giving up too much more. And look at this. Super with so much of the team's gold. That's just so dangerous here for T1. If MKOI just continue playing their game, this is going to get way more difficult later on.
Yeah, if we were in a game state where it was lower kills and we're 14.5 minutes in, we're a Drake apiece, you're like, oh man, that Jinx is going to be a problem later. I'm a little bit concerned about that. You have to consider it, but she's a problem now. And she's been a problem for a while, and it doesn't get easier. It doesn't get better as the Kaisa, who's just completely outranged. So at T1 here, it's going to take some really creative plays here, and Faker having to realm warp defensively. That's one of their better tools to try to flank or set up a really nice macro play down, because he keeps getting threatened as well. You know, trading that for Merwin's ult is definitely a trade up for MKOI at this point in time.
Yep. And now Super parking himself in mid. will be able to relentlessly shove waves in. As Ona moves over, does walk on top of a ward.
And the Kraken Slayer build isn't going to do anything for the range here of this Kaisi. You know, we're not going to see that poke build. We're not going to see the Nashers. And it's just really challenging from this point on. Not impossible, but very tricky as Doran is going to hide this TP, but he's coming in.
Yeah, he is going to join. We've got a bit of a 5v5 here. They have to get on top of Super if T1 wants to win a team fight. That's
Everyone
it.
on the flank.
And Jojo also off to the side. There's the Pulverize on top of T1. The Magnustorm this time is really good. As Super flashes away, he stays alive for so long, but Gumayusi finally gets on top of him. They take down the key target, but can they actually win the fight? That's the question, because Guma's also dead. Doran is so low that he cannot stay in this fight as the needlework is doing everything it needs to. It's a double kill now for the Xin Zhaos. Now Doran looking for it here on Alvaro, and Faker locks down the kill. Yoya now trying to push forward. These health bars are so low. The crash down is perfect, and Doran stays alive. We're not able to close the gap. And T1, how the hell did you do that?
I mean, Faker's got phase rush here. He's going to walk into melee range, though.
Surely isn't the engagement over? The engagement's over, right? There it is. Thank you very much. Super Mega Death Rocket, not enough damage just yet.
Yeah, Faker's turned his Realm Warp into an escape rope in this game, but it has worked
really is, man.
He's
well. Straight back to the focus center every time.
He's out of the dungeon, but the fight here initially looks really tricky to pull off for T1. Supa's positioned back right. He has this insane frontline, right? He's got an Alistair, he's got a Xin Zhao, he's got this Galio. It's Doran's ultimate that follows up here onto Carry. Doran's at like 30% health. That's really the big difference maker, is Supa just cannot kite everything. Jojo Pan a little bit late on the taunt for the peel, and that's the winning play here. Yes, Merwan is a raid boss. He is massive on this win. He's going to offer so much damage, but the positioning here for T1 is great, and Faker is playing this Rise. We talked about how he could buy so much space into this melee composition. Once the Jinx is down, it's Faker's playground, and he is just going to be assisted here by Doran and Carrier. Merwan can't close the gap onto him. Faker's got the phase rush. It's just so difficult to lock down this Rise. Faker then does a little bit of a funky thing where he walks back in, but he realm warps out, and it's okay.
Oh dear. In the interruption on the crash down here means the Carrier is likely just dead as he looks to try and make his way out, but was caught there as he took a little detour. Alvaro may be in a little bit of trouble himself, though, but does have the Unbreakable Will, does need to invest it. As Rift Herald down here in this mid lane. One good thing for MKOI was that they were able to take that objective, but it's not able to knock down this outer turret. As MKOI, they also got feats of strength by being able to take that Rift Herald as well. So
they're going to grab
more of these objectives available for them.
They're going to grab this Dragon too. Faker, this turret is too healthy, I think, for anything to eventuate here on the top side. Maybe Owner can grab this blue buff away. I think that is going to be the best case for a cross map here. And IE is done now. So yes, it's 2 items versus 2 items here for the 80 carry, but we've talked about the range so much, I don't really need to beat it into you guys anymore, but I am still concerned despite T1 taking that fantastic fight before. I don't know if they're going to get that chance every time as Carrier once again caught.
Yep, I've seen this one before, as Carrier doesn't have his flash and doesn't have a chance to get out. So he's just going to die for a 5th time. He trading his life for information, I guess, guys, is what I'm going to say.
I mean, there just wasn't really any big objective up there to force or to fight for, and that's going to be a turret that goes over as a result here. By the way, to the Jinx, again, who has empowered Berserker's Greaves from the feats of strength, and I mean, it feels like a pretty big support gap in this one, I have to say. Alvaro's been having an amazing game on this Alistair, and Carrier has made some risky decisions. Some of them have paid off, right? Like his Hex Flash shenanigans on the bottom side where he was able to assassinate Supa. We've seen some of those succeeding, and the gold graph is crazy because T1 have won some phenomenal fights despite the deficit to keep it lower, but the Jinx is still a big problem that I think they're still going to have to solve. And like I said before, leading into that fight, you're not always going to get that Doran ult on top of Supa, as Jojo is the target.
There's public execution as Jojo should be going down here. He does flash, try and get himself out of the way, is now Alvaro going to once again put Carrier into a 1v3. Oh no, this poor horse lady is Gumayusi looking for Super. He dives in on top. There is the defense from Jojo, but still T1 are pushing forward even after Carrier going down. The AoE from this Kaiser is massive. Faker as well doing so much work, but maybe it's not enough because Merwan gets in there with the scissors and will be able to cut them up. Ona now walking away with about 50 health, and we'll see whether he does make the great escape. It looks like the answer is potentially, as he looks to get an execute.
Yeah, I think he's been out of combat. He gets the execute. I think he does.
Yep. There it is.
Yeah, well played. not the end of the world for MKOI because they still win the fight, still win it swimmingly. As Supa's positioning once again was so good in that fight. Yes, he ultimately does die, but he does so much damage before he does. He has the ult coming through from JoJo, and then this time Merwin's able to take Faker out. That's really the key here, because Faker, once Supa is dead, Faker can kind of do anything as long as he can buy the space against this melee composition, but he did die. As we are going to see a teleport in here, a bit of an Otacon contest just after spawn.
Yep, and now we're looking to see whether Carrier can get the reverse legendary. Only 2 more away from that one.
JoJo
is setting up for this Otacon.
JoJo does not have his ult. He does have TP, however, he's going to use it.
Yep, Doran going for the engage here is my god. Alvaro just taking most of his health bar here from a combo out of this 2-item Ambessa.
Yeah, he does not have unsealed or teleport. He's just going to have to take the long walk back here. Will go home and try to reset. His ult will be up in just a moment. It's really hard for T1 to take this fight, though, into the Jinx. Those low health bars make it such a easy front to back for Supa, even without the Alistar, who is returning as quickly as his legs can carry him back towards this objective. And T1 instead going to push this wave out, slow start the Otacon here, try to clear vision, but this buys time for MKOI to come back over for the contest. This is going to be a pivotal moment in this second game.
Yep, here's going to be, it should be an honest 5v5 as JoJo making his way over as well, very close to having that heroic entrance back off cooldown as Elyoya looking to make his way in 400 health, and he steals it! Super Mega Death Rocket not going to connect, and now the Realm Warp going to get T1 to safety, but they do not get those petals in the Otacon buff this time around. Gold is even, but those stats are not going to be so.
Yeah, this was a really close fight for T1. They wanted to clear so much vision that bought enough time for the rotation over for MKOI, and just barely MKOI get there in time, and then it's a bit of a panic from Owner and attempting to smite early and try to get out there, but he smites so early. I think it was like 400 health, and then it just goes over to his opposition in Elyoya. Says thank you very much for the leash, thank you for the free objective. Gold is dead even. The lead, though, that Supa once had has faded away a little bit. We are also eventually now going to see that Nashor's Tooth come through here for Guma. A bit of an adaptation on the build. Like this a lot. You know, when you have the money that he does have, we're cresting the mid game here, we're moving towards the late game. There's going to be a lot of extra power and range to fight for the neutral objectives. And this is such a close game.
Yeah, and I feel like you can do this. They will have a fair bit of magic damage in comparison to the physical, but with the Kraken Slayer, you do feel a bit nicer. And of course, the first item, a bit of a flex for the Kai'Sa. It's just when the Rage Blade comes in, you can either go the Terminus for that little bit more of a physical ebb on the on-hit, or you can take the Nashor's Tooth.
I think the Nashor's is just such a smart choice given the
I like it. Gives you like an actual poke option as well with the Void Seekers.
We just haven't seen it that much, and I think this is the right time to do it. Guma gonna pull it out here. Doesn't quite have it just yet for this dragon fight, however. Faker has a Realm Warp, and he is on this flank angle here, but the T1 vision is extremely limited, as you can see here.
Yeah, no idea on the health bar of this dragon, as we can see. Victoria making his way in. The flash comes forward, and there's the pickup from Doran as he gets into the backline once again. But the Pulverize is on top of this Rel. Super is the target. There's the zooming Gumushi able to lock that one down as he's kiting gorgeously. JoJo finally gets that punch of justice on top of him, and now Merwin is there in melee range against Faker and does get that sniff. Doran needs to kill 3 people. He's getting decently close, but another knockup from JoJo. And this guy, he really is the savior of Europe, isn't he? As even on the Galio, he's able to win out the team fight.
Oh, absolutely. A phenomenal fight here for the side of MKOI. I was trying to combine phenomenal and fantastic, but...
and you almost just got Fnatic.
Yeah, I know.
The wrong team.
Yeah, wrong team, wrong time to be talking about Fnatic, sadly. But the target selection here is very messy. Like, Supa is not the one who's ultimately hit here by Doran, and look at the peel. Like, he is the president. Yes, ultimately, Guma is able to play this incredibly well. Flashes in, is able to execute him before he dies, but Faker's isolated. Merwin makes sure to stay on top while the rest of T1 are trying to chase down this backline. And as Faker dies, the fight is over. Doran will not be able to compete. As JoJo...
Okay, got a bit of a teleport in.
Yeah, he may be in danger.
In trouble, exactly.
He got the inner.
Going to be available as Faker almost taunts himself is what it kind of feels like. Killer Instinct comes down though as Gumushi will be able to help Faker lock down the kill. Teleport comes in, uncancelable of course, as Merwin looking to try and answer back.
Supa has his ultimate, but it's just not quite enough damage at this stage to get the kill there on the Faker. They needed a little bit more. So it is a critical kill here on the Jojo, but he does have TP and he will have his ult on respawn. Also picked up a Zonia as his Baron is going to be the look here for T1. They love to do this on spawn. They're going to head over and try for it now before Jojo can get back up and get into the fight. It's a risky call. Keria, though, on the flank also has the Omega Blast Cone here to try to set up a big Magnet Storm despite not having Flash. He's got better Flash.
Well, Elyoya is going to be here, so it's likely to be pretty close to a 50-50, even if there aren't quite as many members of MKOI. 5 seconds until the teleport can be available from Jojo, but it's down to 2,000, and this time Ona, he's able to lock down the smite. The King's Tribute keeps him healthy as well, but not healthy enough, and he's going to be left out to the Wolves as T1 say, Ona for a Baron? Yeah, we'll take those.
I think they will take it. It's not exactly the cleanest. It's not 100% what they wanted there. They wanted to get out for free. Keria wasn't able to find the angle. Really respectful approach there by MKOI. They were able to avoid knowing that Keria was on that flank angle, the Magnet Storm. So T1 aren't able to win the fight. They end up losing their Trundle and will lose an inner turret despite the fact that they're the ones having the Baron. So, like, yes, if you count, like, okay, one Trundle for Baron feels great, but the lack of map control, the fact that they had to Realm Warp out there and base means 2 turrets, in fact, now as Merwin is so big on this Gwen, do go over. And so much of this Baron time will be spent clearing waves to try to get to those turrets. So yes, getting Baron, getting the gold from Baron is better than the gold you lose from the Trundle, but MKOI, I think, ultimately the big victors here. And, you know, the only gold lead on this map still is Fakers. But the problem is, I just don't know if they could consistently lock down Supa. The peel has been good. His positioning has been good. That's going to still be the name of the game. It has been from start to finish in this one. Can you kill that Jinx? It gets harder and harder.
Yep, looking to build towards a rapid-fire cannon now as well. You can see the Zeal comes in. Jojo, once again, potentially in trouble as the traffic cone is going to say you're not allowed to drive here, as he does get the taunt off against the police officer. Keria moving on forward, and there it is. Exhaust coming on down Alvaro, in position now as well. As, oh god, Faker is really starting to do some work, as 3 items have been completed. Now it's just pure damage he's going to be building, and this Rise will be getting scarier and scarier in this game.
Yeah, that's going to be the turret to go down. Good punish once again onto Jojo. They got his flash as well, and Alvaro comes over, but he alone is not going to be able to turn this around.
Yeah, teleport in from Carrier as well, as he's going to join the rest of his teammates after getting that health bar back up to full as T1 with this Baron buff, pushing forward. Now with everyone alive, are able to step back onto that front foot. Supercharge coming on in, Gumayushi utilizing that to walk out. He's getting a little nervous there. Have to say, he was falling super far behind, right? He was 0-2-0 in the earlier stage of the game. Now 5-4-3. Can certainly count down, which is kind of impressive, but also being able to keep that gold very, very even. He's been the assassin
I love
that T1 have been looking for against Super.
I love his itemization. He is the arm guard now as well. He is able to find these ways. He's the one who's been able to assassinate Supa and keep these fights close. Like, he's the one who's making it happen. Sure, it was Doran earlier in that first big fight, but since then it's been Guma has been able to, even with Supa's fantastic positioning, find those angles, and he needs to continue to do so. 10 seconds here until what will be Chemtech Soul for MKOI. Keria goes in.
Yeah, Magnus Storm onto just one. They were looking for Elyoya, but there's the Shattering Strike. Heroic Entrance comes on down as MKOI have all grouped up. Faker going golden, Merwin looking for him once again. A Supa off to the side, but it's Gumayushi going golden in the backline and then eventually just explodes. This is not what T1 wanted. It's in fact an absolute disaster as MKOI just put them down. They say that was a nice attempt, I guess, guys, and they will look to try and break open the base. They can take a soul, and I think, Wolf, we are going to a third game.
I think we're going the distance on this one. Supa sitting at full health. A desperate attempt there from Keria and T1 with the Realm Warp flank, but Supa just will not go down. There's too much peel, too much protection, and he is just lasering them down now. The inhibitor will fall, and MKOI poised to end game 2 to bring us to a third.
Yep, Keria looking to try and stop them, but he's barely even a distraction here as Doran, the same story. Gets a cute little shield, but these Nexus turrets are still going to fall. The Nexus follows suit, and MKOI, they are still in it. They will be able to take down this second Nexus of the series. Only one away from semifinals and joining their brethren in that round of 4.
Right in this position last year, we had Team Liquid almost take T1 out. They were so close. Everyone remembers that umpty call on the Maokai. And maybe this year, maybe in 2025, our defending winners here of EWC could be taken out by the best seed here, the #1 seed from Europe. What a series we now have on our hands. I didn't see this one coming, Atlas, to be totally honest with you.
I certainly didn't, especially not after game number 1. There was a lot of dominance from T1, and even in this game, like halfway through, I felt like they were having some of the answers up against Super, but a lot of this money that was packed onto this Jinx early on really paying off.
And the Jinx pick, we loved it in the draft.
Yeah.
It just 100% worked out, man. It is such good drafting here. So many critical picks gone now for T1 in a fearless best of 3. No more Rise for Faker, no more Azir. The Atalia is gone, the Galio is gone. Maybe MKOI could do the unthinkable, the unpredictable here, and have a huge upset over last year's winners.
Yep. One of the problems is that they do now move back over to the red side. T1 back on their favorite side for game number 3 if they would like it. But still, anything could happen. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, we'll see who can do it, whether MKOI stay alive or whether T1 are successfully able to defend their title.
This land is calling.
Wait, Genji just won MSI? How excited are you, Mr. Tiger? I'm super excited. Are you going to be a Genji fan? Well, don't worry, because Genji fans can actually get their jerseys that are available at the STC Arena. T1 also have a bunch of selections that are available here, like pins, stickers, utensils, and many, many more. There's also a custom mouse pad if you'd like to get some new gaming gear. So come to the STC Arena if you're looking for some fun.
And the passion being felt by all the MKOI fans in the ESTC arena and around the world. Everyone cheering Super as he got fed on the Jinx, despite the fact giving up some early kills to T1. MKOI able to battle back despite the odds, and we go to a game number 3 here in the quarterfinals. Welcome back to the studio. Tigon here alongside Finn, Valdez, and Medios. And Finn, we start with you. All the way back to the draft, man, because we saw the Gwen, and you're like, oh no, I don't know about the Gwen. I don't know about these bans. They're banning Yone. But instead, it all looked pretty good.
I mean, I was a little bit worried in the draft, in that early section. But when I saw the Jinx, that I think for me gave me a lot of comfort. It is something Super has been so successful on regionally. And I remember there was an analyst next to me that I think said Team Rush is going to 2-0 this. I don't know who said that, but that guy doesn't know what it's talking about.
There's only one next. Yeah, Medios, that was weird.
Technically on the same couch. Yeah, I don't know. T1 kind of dropped the ball on this one, right? Like, hard to call it disrespect. I do think that they were playing a little bit fast and loose early, but I don't know. They just kind of got outplayed. I think their issue was they kept on diving in towards the Jinx and really trying to shut it down early, but instead the opposite was happening, and they were feeding the Jinx, and then eventually the team fights didn't go their way.
It definitely felt like they had that mindset of we need to dive Jinx, which is good, but, you know, I think you got to think it through a little bit. If you just full-on dive into Jinx and you get counter-engaged on by like a Gwen, which kept happening, you get peeled by Alistar, Xin Zhao, and Galio, then it's not always going to work out. And yeah, I mean, it was a nice game by MKOI. I really liked how they would just, you know, take fights. The turning point for me was when they did that 2v3 bot lane with Jinx and Alistar. I thought that was super cool. They kind of like hit Alistar in the bush, had Jinx insta ghost away as soon as they looked at him to make him think he wasn't there. Then he goes back in, and I feel like just, you know, having the confidence to go for a full-on 2v3 is pretty rare. You know, that's kind of one of the basic things you learn about League macro is like fight with numbers, but they just knew they could win, and so to me that's just, you know, really inspiring.
Yeah, again, great fight back here by MKOI. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. First one here in the bottom lane. It is scrappy early on.
Yeah, this is what Medios was talking about, like just so commendable to know that you are stronger, know that you can take these fights, and know that it's what you need to do, because the map was kind of falling apart at this stage. Both solo laners were struggling getting solo kill in their own matchups, and Super really needed to step up, and boy, he did do that.
Definitely, against one of the best bot lanes in all of League of Legends, multiple championships, but however, just maybe over-calculating a little bit there. Let's take a look at our second highlight here. The Otacon steal, where it's speeding ahead because it was just fight after fight after fight, but this was a big one.
This one was super strange to me because this is kind of the T1, you know, where you just rush an objective in the other team's face and they come, and somehow it usually works out for T1, but not this time. And it felt like they had no intention of fighting whatsoever. They were already running. It seemed like they weren't even trying to kill the Otacon. It almost looked like they were just 5-man leashing it for MKOI. They're like, hey, we're one game up. You guys can have this one. And I think Otacon's such a strong objective. To me, it almost feels better than getting Baron. It just, to me, feels like you're going to win if you get Otacon, because not only do you get to execute, you know, AoE on kills, but it buffs all your petals, gives you all the petals in the map, and then you're the only team that continues to get them. So by the end of the game, you know, you mouse over how many stats you're getting. You're getting like half an item worth of adaptive force. You're getting almost a full level of XP. So I think it's just such an insanely strong buff that once MKOI got that, it kind of felt like they were going to run away with it.
Yeah, and put that on top of the Jinx, who wants to be in Reset City. Very, very helpful to get the slow from the AoE. Next up, around the Drake is our next fight. Again, just constant battle. I was with FlyQuest and they were like, this is crazy.
Yeah, it was kind of a crazy fight. I mean, you could see that once again, they only had one direction, right? When you're running Ambessa, you've got Kai'Sa, you kind of just have to dive the Jinx. But as the casters were talking about, there were so many tools to try to peel for it. And at this point, like, he's just so fed. So even when he does go down, it's like, yeah, you know, you're doing a decent job of peeling through, but now the other members are fed. Now the Gwen's fed. Now the Xin Zhao is doing a lot of work in an extended team fight. Even the Galio. So, yeah, it was pretty rough.
I actually thought that fight was kind of a rare misplay from Faker when it came to the actual fight itself, because he ended up in a 1v1 with Gwen, which I don't think you're going to win most of the time, but he ended up flashing up instead of over the wall to regroup with his team, and it kind of looked like if he was able to regroup with his team, they could have won it, but, you know, I guess it can be hard to be aware in those situations, and a little mistake from him there.
All right, and finally, Finn's been a little bit too quiet here, so you can walk us through our final replay where the win is in MKOI's hand.
MKOI here, Carrier looks to find the engage on Elioya, flashing on the Carrier, but Supa is in the middle of 5 members, but he has all his boys there to defend him, and he finds a little exit through the team of T1, and here, once you get that first kill on Jinx, they just keep falling like bowling balls. No, not bowling pins. That's the word I wanted to use.
I guess
you
bowling
can just
balls
look at the damage here. Look at all of MKOI. You thought it was Supa that was doing the most damage, but because of every single fight T1 was going to kill him, it allowed the rest of MKOI to also step up, because he got all of his damage out, died, and then it was usually Mirwin who was second in command as a DPS and kind of finished them, got them over that line in the end of the fight.
27-16, our most kills in a series here, in a game so far, and I'm sure it'll top the series a little bit. Valdez, this was just very, very scrappy and not as slow and calculated and controlled like game 1 was for T1.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does have a little bit to do with the draft, whereas if you get ahead and you're constantly diving the Jinx, like, you're going to have a good time with a draft like this. You have so many ways to approach with the Rise. You've got the Ambessa on flanks and stuff like that. You can handle it, but if you ever let the snowball go the other direction, you just don't really have an answer. You're just getting rolled over. You don't have enough backline access, and you just kind of die. So I do think that moving over to the blue side, they should be able to have a little bit more help. I'm assuming, well, actually, there it is. Right there. Chooses blue, does T1, not a big surprise. And I think they should be able to close this one out, but getting a little spicy here.
Well, now, we've seen some of the priority bans here against MKOI. Obviously, the Yone is going to be the big one. Finn, where do you want to see MKOI try to go to from the red side? Obviously, they got to follow the blue side. So give us what you think the priority is going to be for T1 and what the response should be for MKOI.
Well, honestly, I think Jojo, despite dying this game to Faker 1v1, has had good laning phases. And I think right now, most of the power picks that you really look for will be out. So for me, having a strong mid lane matchup for Jojo and allowing him to play aggressive, I think is going to allow MKOI to walk into the mid game with a lead, and I think they can use that to snowball, because I think let Mirwin counterpick his red side, let him play whatever he wants to play, because that's on him. Don't think about that, let him think about that. Just make sure that Elioya and Jojo can work in tandem and find those good skirmishes to really accelerate the game forward.
Yeah, and remember, it started with the solo kill by Doran on Merwin. Things didn't look good, but he was able to scale, make the plays, and have that huge 1v1 against Faker in the pit later on. Midas, where do you want to see this draft go for the side of T1 to close it off? Because remember, if they lose, they're out of the tournament. Thanks for coming, and we'll see you later.
Yeah, well, for T1, I think that, you know, from talking to all the LCK casters back in the green room, they're not a huge fan of Kai'Sa, which is surprising because I like Kai'Sa, but it didn't go very well for T1 that game. It does seem like Guma does better on his comfort picks, maybe a better scaling pick. I would expect Jhin. I think Jhin usually goes really well for them. And then maybe they can get Carry on a counter pick. So I think if they play like that, it could be pretty good. You know, put Doran on something stable, a tank, because there's going to be no Trundle this game. So you could blind pick Sion, you could go for Ornn, something like that. So I think if T1 just drafts kind of standard, put Faker on a control mage, then they should be pretty good to go.
Brenda, we've watched lots of hours of this iteration of T1. I feel like, what do you want to see from them here in this final game?
I mean, I think Medios hit a lot of the points in terms of the champions. You know, definitely want a little bit more comfort for Guma. I mean, he's been great. Like, he was great over at MSI. I think some of the, you know, criticism he got for some of the champions, like, that's just fine. I don't really blame this game on him specifically. Yes, as a group, we don't necessarily like the Kai'Sa in general. You could look at Wadid. He's not a big fan as well over at the LCK. Honestly, I think from the blue side, they should be fine. You were talking about the Jhin. Just calm it down. Yes, the best of three is a little bit scary, but it's T1 in a series, and I think they're going to have the composure to close it out.
All right, Medios, we've heard from Finn. We've heard from Valdez earlier in the pre-show. What do you got for us? What is our prediction tiebreaker here from you, as we've got about 30 seconds before we go to stage?
I think it would be really cool if MKOI won. I think I'll be cheering for them. But at the same time, this is T1 we're talking about. I don't really expect them to lose this. And they're just a team that kind of has fun. You know, they don't win clean series. I think they were playing a little loose last game, but when, you know, their back's up against the wall, you can expect them to play well, and I think they'll take it.
All right, well, victories require heroes. In game number 1, it was Owner on the Pantheon who looked good. Here in game 2, while things looked bleak, it was Supa stepping up here on the Jinx. It is a decisive game 3. Win or go home here at the Esports World Cup. T1 versus MKOI.
Welcome back to the stage. We are deep into the quarterfinals for League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. The tension is so high between the audience. But if you're supporting the Kings of Korea, let me hear you!
Yeah, that's nice, Fancy. Fancy, that's nice. But I'm here with Movistar Koi fans right now. Let me just check. If you think MKOI are going to secure this quarterfinal win, make some noise!
No. Ian, this isn't MSI. This isn't where T1 messes up. This is the Esports World Cup where they are the title holders. So one more time, make some noise for T1!
Whatever, man. Anyway, one more time. MKOI. 3, 2, 1, let them hear you! It is time to close out this crucial quarterfinal. Who is making it through to the semis? Let's find out with our casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great to hear from the MKOI fans this time around. It sounded like it was a bit quiet in there, but after the victory in game 2, it's feeling like it's starting to come alive. As T1 sitting down, getting into position, getting ready for it. And I like to think that we're going to see a little bit of a difference in the draft this time around. Well, not just the blue side, but maybe some of the fast and loose picks are not going to be happening the same way.
I would agree. I feel like T1's draft wasn't necessarily bad, but it had some holes in it, whereas the MKOI draft was just robust. It had a clear identity. It knew exactly what it wanted to do. Peel for Supa and Merwin clean up fights. There's a ton of damage in that Gwen. If she can kill the Ryze, that's all you need. And so, as we move into this third game, draft is going to be very important. T1 will be back on blue side, as you mentioned, with side selection here. And the Jhin that we heard from Meteos earlier that he was mentioning, putting Doran on a tank. These plans make a lot of sense. Now, he mentioned putting Faker on a control mage. I think that's what Faker would like, but there aren't that many left, right? There just aren't that many that are meta right now. The Ryze is gone. The Orianna was obviously going to be banned. The Annie is also banned. I think MKOI's approach to this red side ban, the bans, I should say, look really good so far.
Yeah, the Wukong also going to be taken away this time from T1. I thought that maybe Owner might be looking for that, but instead going to be banning it away themselves. What is this going to be? As a bit, and the Nocturne. Nocturne and Wukong, they were the two things that I was thinking Owner wants to play at this point in time. We know that over in Europe, they do like a lot of other junglers, the Maokai
Varus
being a big one, and the Varus is left up.
Yeah, this is not on the fearless picks for T1 necessarily, though. They don't want to play for the rest of the tournament. This is one of Guma's best, one of his most famed, not just for his objective steals, but for his consistent damage, especially on the lethality variant of this pick. And it's one of the hottest contested 80 carries. I mean, I would say, frankly, it is the hottest contested 80 carry at this tournament thus far, and he gets his hands on it here in Game 3. Elyoya and Jojopion going to get, though, this Jarvan Ahri setup here, which is strong into the Varus. They had this prepared.
Yep.
They didn't forget about Varus. They were like, we have an answer. We have a way to get on top of this immobile 80 carry. And so that's going to be their response here. Now, where does Faker go into this Ahri is the real big question for me. No Orianna, no Annie. And Victor's still up. It's been a comfort pick for Faker, like the Azir, all year long. Tons of consistent damage, and it looks like that's the path he's going to take here.
Yep, an understandable one. This has, of course, been one, like, T1 have been first picking Victor all year long, right? So very happy to lock that one away. Don't necessarily feel fantastic about it into the Ahri, who certainly does have a lot more early and mid-game power, especially with the single target lockdown. A lot that Jojo and Elyoya can do in the early to mid-game. But this is a very stable draft so far put together for T1. And the Rakan being locked away here for Alvaro, another really, really good engaged choice.
Even though Carria's game 2 was pretty weak, they still respect the fact that he's an amazing Bard player, right? His Renata is very strong, and these are very oppressive lanes to play into for Supa and Alvaro, especially with the Rakan they've already shown. So I think these bans do make sense, but it does give a ton of agency to Doran in this draft. You know, he can kind of do whatever he wants here in terms of safe top lane picks, tanks in particular, that he's so famous for. So it will ultimately be this MF choice to come through. Fairly risky. It doesn't necessarily suit the single target blow up of the Ahri with the Jarvan, but can be some really strong combos with that Cataclysm. And instead of going for lane dominance, they go for safety with this Tahm Kench pick. And I think considering the Jarvan Ahri, it makes a lot of sense.
And it's Carrier as well, so I'm kind of thinking that Tahm Kench is also a lane dominance pick at the same time. This guy just kind of plays this pick very, very aggressively. As Moen, I loved his Cassante back in the LEC, and he is going to lock it away here into the Jax from Doran. This is looking like a way more T1 composition on the blue side this time around in game number 3, but I think MKOI no slouches in what they've got for themselves. And if the Cataclysms are placed well, a lot of these bullet times can be absolutely terrifying. And you put Alvaro into that mix as well, being able to get these quicknesses in so that he can charm them all up into a small area so that these bullets can really get the work done. Could be really, really big for MKOI.
And I also think that given JoJo's performances across, obviously, domestically, but here at this tournament, this is a strong jungle mid setup for pushing Faker behind, trying to get those advantages that they worked with so well in game 1. This is a more JoJo-focused draft, but I think the synergy between them has to be amazing. It has to be strong, and the target selection has to be crisp. They need to be able to lock down Faker or Guma consistently in order to win these games. Set up for that misfortune, as you said, for Supa. And it'd be a pretty exciting conclusion to this series. We had an obvious, very clear favorite in T1, but that second game really makes you second guess whether that's necessarily true coming into game 3.
Yep, 100% agree. Just shows that the first seed from the LEC are no slouches here at the EWC. And they could be joining G2. Like, it's absolutely insane that we could see 2 semifinals with European representatives and only one from the LCK is even possible after that. Because Gen.G going to be facing off against FlyQuest immediately after this best of 3. And if Fly manages to take them down, that is insanity. We saw, in fact, it was Arnold from Gen.G tweeting out saying, oh man, the West is not going to like us after this. They have to go through both FlyQuest and G2. But what if Fly just takes them down first off? Man, it would be absolutely crazy. But still, here we are, onto the Rift for game 3, the decider between our title defenders in T1 and the first seed from the LEC in Movistar KOI, as the keys are looming over one of them, going to be destroyed after this game.
Just one of these teams will remain. Guma with the Comet, showcasing it front and center here. Obviously the lethality variant in a draft like this, even with the Cassante and the Jarvan on the other side. You know, you just want to have the additional poke, and it sets up for the victor to clean up later on in the game so incredibly well.
Oh, money.
Massive gold lead here.
That is huge.
Big.
A little bit of a shame for Moen that he has to be fighting back from such a massive deficit here in this early game.
Can Doran double it?
Ooh. Just see, he's been very patient, as we can see. There it is. And yep, another one. Oh my goodness. Yeah, doubling your advantage.
Nobody's ever gotten a triple before. Not in a pro game.
Look at how patient he is, man.
Gosh, he got him!
Oh, goodness. 3 gold? Okay, well, I mean, Elyoya does manage to spot out a ward, so he actually, he had 5 gold. But I do really like the fishing. It was very peaceful, and I like that part of it.
All right, well, early game here definitely feels like it's going to be incredibly close, right? Like, we don't have lanes that auto-win. You mentioned Carrier being a lane bully on this Tahm Kench. He absolutely has been in the past. Another matchup like this, especially at level 1, you can put the threat on here because Guma just does so much damage at level 1. His Comet damage stacks up here as well, and Carrier, with the gray health, can just look for aggressive trades as much as he wants in this early game. This matchup here is so much more skill-based, right? You want to look for your electrocute procs non-stop as Ahri while trying to avoid those rays here from the Victor. and trade as best as you can. Level 2 here for T1, bottom lane.
Yep. A big deal as well for both of these champions. They love hitting that level 2. As Jojo taking a fair bit from this death ray as Elioya in the area. As he is just looking to keep clearing. I think Faker knew exactly what was going on. They did have that ward on the Raptors. So knowing the pathing here of the Jarvan, important, because Jarvan's certainly one of these champions that can gank extraordinarily early. As here, Doran trying to get that shove in. No one here on the top side for what feels like the first time at level 3.
Yeah. And strong push in mid and bottom lane. Like T1 just have outskilled all 3 of these lane matchups to an extent to where they can get that extra control. And Jojopyeon, once again, will be a little bit on the back foot. Will freeze this wave nicely. The threat of the Jarvan is definitely something Faker will always have at the back of his mind, even with that ward there that he has in the bottom side. River.
Yeah. Bit of a tempo heal is what it kind of felt like there.
Uh-oh, Jojo.
In a lot of trouble. The Orb of Deception comes down. The Flash is going to be traded here as Faker also taking some damage from that turret. Also still manages to get the cannon. That's the most important thing. But man, Flash is missing in the mid lane. And Faker will be able to hold this wave at a pretty awkward spot here as he teleports back.
Interrupts his back for just a second, actually, which isn't going to feel great, but should be fine either way. That was a very tense moment there. Faker looking for the Ray to kill Jojopyeon there, but he responds well with his own flash. It's a double knockup.
Yeah, going to come in. The Battle Dance gets Alvaro out of there, though. And Gumiushi down to about 250 as Ono looking for an angle. No flashes, remember. As Faker still with the teleport, wasn't actually able to go back home, and Jojo just gets stunned into the wall. The minions run out, the gravity well is there, and there is first blood over to the GOAT.
We've seen this so many times for Jojo where he gets a huge lead, but doesn't respect the fact that the jungler can come over and turn things around as, oh boy, Doran way up himself.
He is, and Doran, can he get out of this? It's going to, no, the answer is going to be probably not, but he does have flash, so he might be able to utilize it. I'm just saying hopefully he doesn't, and he then does immediately afterwards. Gets a counter-strike though, and there he is. He's able to get out. Leap strike to the minions as they come in.
Yeah, waits really long time for the flash there. Doesn't try to flash the flag drag, but ultimately flashes afterwards and is able to get the leap to the minion, as you say, and gets out of dodge right as the lane swap comes through. I mean, it almost felt certain there, but he does survive. And that kill in the mid lane for Faker is pretty massive. The pressure absorbed there. Nice for Faker. He stopped his back and almost felt like this was pre-planned moments ago. Faker's so famous for making calls like this in the comms, like, hey, I'm going to stop my back. I think he's going to continue to chase. You can path over to me. And if he looks for the kill there off the TP, since I have to lay back, we get something out of this. As Guma doesn't have Carrier with him right now, but I think he will be totally fine as Carrier rotates over.
Yeah, going to get here now as the Gleaming Quill from Alvaro is going to be able to get the heal. And T1 continuing to put on the pressure. You were talking about lane dominance. That is all continuing here, especially with that huge chunk as the Blight is procced. There's a flash forward, though, as they get the flag and drag. Gravity well goes down, but the charm is so good. Faker actually able to walk it off, though, and Elioya once again underneath the turret. Owner takes the kill, and it's highway robbery from T1 in this mid lane.
I mean, how many times do we have to talk about the Faker taunt at international tournaments?
Oh, my God.
And it's just once again so close, but not enough. Faker just walks it off. Sitting on his double health crystals here.
And he needed all of that health. Sometimes the Ruby Crystals feel fantastic as the Arcane Storm is layered on top of Jojo here in this mid lane. Level 6 claimed by Faker a little bit earlier on as Merwin continuing to dab, but I don't know whether he's going to be going down just yet. No flash available, but still, he'll just able to get that back off and get himself away. Man, these health bars are making me nervous. Well,
yeah, Jojo almost has level 6. There it is. And Faker's out of mana, but he does play respectfully. Look at this play here. Like, Faker stopped his back moments before. And, like, Jojo has all this tempo advantage, right? Owner comes over here, though, gets the drag. This is the second time. And we skipped the earlier one. Oh, Elioya thinks he has the kill. Owner is able to push him into the wall there under turret aggro. And Elioya is super frustrated because it's not even like Elioya played it badly. He just didn't expect that rotation over there. Faker having so much extra health as this is in live.
Yeah.
Slow comes in.
Throws the boulder down. Jojo really not wanting to press that R button, but he's going to have to. The flash immediately afterwards here from Owner as he slows down Elioya as well. And Carrier has ghosted in there and then just gets himself out. That was a bit interesting.
Well, it was a really cool play there from Carrier because it's relatively low risk. Has to commit the flash for it, but can just get his way out, as we saw. And unfortunately, the red buff is on Team MKOI, and will be an escape there. But man, what a close exchange.
Really was. I'm trying to work out, like, what was exchanged? Like, was it worth it? It looked really cool from Carrier.
I don't think it was worth it.
But it feels like he just threw a whole lot of buttons into the abyss.
No, I don't think it was worth it.
Yeah, now Owner is also getting somewhat caught, but there's not a lot of damage between a Rakan and a Jarvan at this stage of the game against the Skarner. So Doran with a few trades here going pretty well on the bottom side. His Sheen is now being put together.
You can see, you know, some of these items, the Sheen you mentioned, the first Dirk coming through here for Gumisi, so he's got some of those additional stats here for this upcoming Grub fight. Faker with a later back here, but will ultimately be able to, with that push, be able to match any rotation over of JoJo towards this potential Grub fight. They're both top laners teleportless, so at best case scenario in terms of champions we're going to see is a 4v4 here on the top side. But Elyoya looks uninterested completely here, wants to look for a Cataclysm play here at level 6 onto Doran.
Yeah, surely Doran's not going to be able to make his way out this time as the all-out comes on through. Decent amount of value there with the counter-strike, but not enough as Elyoya just throws down the Cataclysm and manages to finish him off.
After that show bottom side, T1 could just say, well, there's no jungler here. We have the numbers advantage, and we're going to take these grubs in return. So it's not going to be without cost here. Some gold gets injected into this Jarvan. They take the Jax off of the map, which is pretty significant, but T1 are going to always have that extra side lane threat with a Jax now on 3 grubs. Yes, he's down on gold now, but his side lane pressure is going to be real later on.
Certainly will be. The Dragon still going here. As you can see, Elyoya getting the start on it a little while back. You can see picture in picture, very, very close to going down, and it doesn't look like T1 is going to be able to stop it. So there it is, the first Ocean going to be taken here. Next Dragon going to be that Hextech. See what the soul is going to be. Knock up onto Faker, good charm there from JoJo as well. Not a whole lot more going to eventuate with the gravity field not quite stunning anyone.
Yeah, I just want to grab a split plate here, and they will do so. You know, it's
pretty scary.
It ends up being fairly even. You know, the kill goes over to Elyoya, right? They are able to push Doran out of the side lane. They get the Dragon in trade for the grubs since it's a late first Dragon here. But I kind of favor, because it is a Jax, T1's position here is JoJo getting the charm.
Yeah, really nice charm there as the Spirit Rush, still a couple of charges. As Faker wanting to be able to get that shield back down to 100 now as JoJo goes back in. The Arcane Storm doesn't work, and there it is, a shutdown from JoJo. Solo kill onto Faker.
The flash was really well timed there from JoJo. Gets that final auto, gets the reset, his health back, and we'll just kite the minions back to the turret. And finally, this time he got Faker for real. Takes him out here in the solo. The charm so well placed, weaved in there onto Faker. He plays it so respectfully there, and it will just teleport back to lane. So big win for him, has now shored up some of that mid lane deficit down to just 100 gold. So go back to the play itself. Look at this, goes into point blank range here through the minions, gets on top of Faker. I think Faker feeling confident with those minions there. Doesn't have the flash, of course. Gets the return Q there. That's huge. That's the damage he needs. Gets in with it, gets the Foxfire, flashes out, gets the reset, gets the heal.
Yeah, getting the essence back as well, making sure that it wasn't even close. Millen, he's Cassante. We've seen some Cassantes be pretty powerful, but the Comet wasn't there last time. That's going to be what finishes him off. And T1 straight back on the horse as they're looking to take down this outer turret on the top side of the map.
And Kuma gets a lot of money here from this play, and the leads that have been generated across these lanes, even with the death on Doran, even with that kill picked up by JoJo, are still there. You know, T1 still with a significant early game lead, as we're going to see the channel here pushing Faker out.
Yeah,
it's not enough.
But the Rod of Ages is coming along pretty well here for Faker, so he's going to be relatively takey. As there is the suppression, Super finds himself in a very uncomfortable position, but Alvaro comes back and is going to be able to convince them to leave him alone. Flash has to be used, Cleanse has to be used.
Yeah, double summoners down there. Owner doesn't have to commit his flash for the play. Not entirely sure I was able to get on top of Super like that. Just a nice flank angle, I suppose.
It might be like the Knight situation from yesterday, where we'll just never know.
I don't know if this one's going to have the same sort of high implications as that one yesterday, but it's still pretty big and will affect Supa's ability to team fight. You know, on this next Dragon, because he's not going to have those, or at least not going to have his flash, that key summoner that's so important for a champion like MF to survive through, especially when he's already so far behind into this lethality Varus that already has that big first Ghost Blade, is going to have his Muramana relatively quickly with the lead he has in this one as well. So there's been some really great plays here for MKOI. We have to give respect to how well JoJo's played the lane. The attempt from Elyoya that failed, right, to kill Faker was just an outplay by T1. It wasn't even like Elyoya botched it, but T1 have been better in these critical moments and will hold the lead for now. But this is still a relatively close game. 2,000 gold is a lot at 12.5 minutes, but it could just be one team fight that brings MKOI back into this, but I'm loving T1's position so far.
Yep. Of course, MKOI not out of it just yet, but as you were saying, T1 looking better this time around. But we haven't seen any honest fights just yet. As Ono looking to maybe stop that one as the gravity well comes in, the all-out from Mo and gets him out of that. As now Faker just going to have to try and walk his way out, and he's not going to be able to do so. Decides instead that he needs to kill the wave, and he will manage to do that. But Moen with another solo kill. Faker really kind of falling apart at the seams here in this game 3.
Merwin has the Frostfire Gauntlet, so he knows he has the slows, knows he can use his Unstoppable to get through the gravity field, as we might have a fight down here. I don't know if T1 are going to think better of it or not, as it's just too tough to actually close this gap here. Owner could have looked for a Flash and Pale.
Yeah, Elyoya not able to slow down Gumayusi, as he does have that Ghost Blade that you were talking about.
Doran now down his TP, so TP advantage to Merwin as he has to come up here and catch the wave that Faker lost after dying there in the top side. Faker now respawns, but doesn't have a TP of his own, so bottom prio belongs to JoJo, who can push this wave in. And T1 fought so hard to try to get something to happen there on the bottom side so they could control the dragon, but now it's a reset timer here for Gumayusi. And Doran doesn't have a TP to join, whereas Merwin absolutely could. He's going to instead opt to go to the top lane. Owner?
Oh dear, okay, JoJo not going to get crashed into here as Owner wants to find the angle. There's the Impale, but the Spirit Rush going to get JoJo out, but 8 seconds on the Drake and no ult for the Ahri. That could be a big deal. That could allow T1 to even out the Drake counter.
Yeah, looking likely here now that JoJo doesn't have any mobility, is pushed away. And it's just going to be T1 taking this free Drake. We'll find out what soul it's going to be in just a moment. I mean, a TP here for JoJo, but it's just to catch the wave. To contest the Drake would be a pipe dream at this point.
Yeah, especially without an R button available. So Alvaro just going to get escorted towards his outer turret.
Cloud.
There's the dragon. There's a Cloud Soul. There it is. That's my T1. They love their Cloud Souls, much like I do. As now Gumayusi going to be pushed over towards the side with the rest of his teammates.
It's a pretty good
goes over to MKOI.
Pretty good comp for Cloud for T1. It's decent for MKOI as well, but I feel like I really like it for T1, especially considering the Jax, the Skarner, the Tom Kench, who's also going to love that. So Area, speaking of Tom Kench, interrupted.
Yeah, going to try and get himself out of here as the Gravity Well does come on through. He needs to eat that Grey Health, and he does do so. The Piercing Arrow working out so well here for Gumayusi and Elyoya. Unfortunately, it just didn't have the damage. Keria ate all of it and said, all right, what's next?
Every time.
Didn't have an answer.
This is why it's so frustrating to play against T1. Every time you think they made a mistake, every time you think they're out of position, every time you say, oh man, he can't be there, that's illegal, I've got this. They turn it around. Now, that wasn't necessarily true of Keria's Rel in game 2, but so often, we talked about the Doran pick in game 1, they looked for, the T1 is so good at turning around on these, and they're always so tight-knit, the grouping, that if you can't kill someone fast enough, T1 will get in, they will get the punish, and it's the second time Elyoya has died looking for such a pick. But Faker is also looking for a pick and may die if Alvaro can find the angle here.
There's another Spirit Rush, as he's got another charge of that one as the Arcane Storm goes down, and JoJo might need to ult just to stop himself from dying, as Faker not scared of the 2v1.
Yeah. If the Rakan has ult, I think this is a different situation, but he just simply does not. So he kind of shows up and Faker's like, get out of here.
Yeah. He will acquiesce there as well as T1. They have picked up the feats of strength as well, so these shoes feeling that little bit better.
And with that commitment bottom side, I mean, Faker has TP, doesn't have to use it here, and they just get the Herald, for free, because they just know there's no contest. Elyoya also on the bottom side of the map you're showing on Vision, and T1 are going to go, okay, well, Herald plus turret, thank you very much.
Oh dear. So Moen, he is not going to die or anything like that, but he will lose his turret here on the top side of the map and all of the minions.
Yeah, Doran's going to say, I'll let the turret kill the minions before I take it out with my 3 grubs on this Jax that now has a 300 gold lead. Sorry, did I say 300? I meant 600 as the turret falls. And yeah, this Jax we mentioned with grubs is going to be a problem. He's already starting to hit that threshold.
Yeah, 3,000 is the lead here for T1, but there is a lot of other things as well that they have built up for themselves. Now JoJo possibly in trouble. Keria comes in, doesn't land the Abyssal Dive, but it's still a decent amount of damage as now Elyoya comes forward. This time Carrier might be dying, gets a devour, and then dies. That's the plan. Didn't have flash, didn't have a way out.
Yeah, and Jojo is going to use his ult, so we'll need to get out of there now as the siege onto this turret will likely mean T1 trades that death for a turret.
Yeah, this is interesting though. There's not a lot for them to fight for.
I mean, Owner has Impale.
Yeah, but there are 3 people here. That's a lot of bad guys. Gets the double suppress though, as the Impale is going to be utilized. Arcane Storm making sure that MKOI get out of there. The boulders connecting as well as the Death Ray. Not going to land the second time.
I mean, Jojo is too low to impact this play.
Oh, God. Well, Alvaro is going to find Gumayusi, but Gumayusi is just going to put him in the ground. Now the gravity well comes through yet again, and Gumayusi is dead. Super comes over and says, you cannot just be overextended all game, T1. And T1 are going to say, all right, maybe.
Finally, the punish comes through as the rest of MKOI show up, as Jojo couldn't really get in there to actually get on top of them, but they used the Impale early, and then they were too far forward, and there's just too many MKOI members rotating down like angry wasps after a disturbed nest to come over and clear T1 out. Doran is going to look for this inner turret, but he may pay with his life.
Well, let's see whether he gets a cute little leap strike off as Super is waiting. The ulti comes through, he flashes as Jojo will be able to get over this wall, but he's going to be alone. The charm connects, and that will mean that MKOI will be able to kill the Jack. So nicely played, almost the great escape there from Doran, and does manage to get the inner turret, so it's not exactly all bad news. But
yeah, no kill to the Ahri there. It ultimately ends up going, or to the MF, goes over to Elyoya, but I mean, this Jarvan is still significantly relevant, and we'll use the gold pretty well, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a cross-map turret this time for sure for T1, right? I think this time they get it, and they make it even more.
Well, that is Moen getting devoured and trying to stay alive. He does do so, buys time for the cavalry to turn up. Chains of Corruption on top of him as well. It's finally Gumayusi gets himself in there as Jojo not able to find it, and the sidesteps are beautiful here from the AD carry from T1. Elsewise, on the other side of the fight, T1 are getting lower and lower, but they will get themselves out of there just with a Cassante.
His Cataclysm was like 3 seconds away. He didn't have it to get on top of Guma, and Guma just Ghost Blades out, absorbs Jojo Pyun there with the Edge of Night as well. Just knows he can walk up to that Ahri and is relatively safe. Now, Elyoya and crew are looking for this dragon. He does have his Cataclysm back. Faker's TPing in. Doran, the first to go in.
He's just going to dive forward into 4 people. Counter-strike now on cooldown means that he's just going to die here. And now Faker getting in amongst it as well. Down to 1,500 is this dragon, and there is the smite from Elyoya. Finally, the cavalry will arrive, and Gumayusi, not a lot of threat here on top of him. He's going to be chasing out Elyoya, who gets into that brush. Finally, he will find it, and the rest of T1 are looking to tear them apart as well, but it's Super that does so. He gets one of them off the back end, but finally falls, and it's Gumayusi's Varus that's looking like it's spelling victory here for T1 in Game 3.
Yeah, this is just starting to become too much of a lead here for T1. Dragon advantage goes to MKOI, but it's such a heavy price. And you know, Faker, you know, he started this game off a little bit slow, but it's been a side lane threat, has been kind of the commander for so many of these fights. Joins here late as Doran is the one to engage first.
Doran's having a happy game this time around.
He really is, but like the fact that the Cataclysm gets used onto this Jax while Doran is quite literally 1v4ing means that now how do you catch Guma? How do you catch Faker? They go for Faker, they go for the charm onto this Victor, does a ton of damage as he kites back. They don't take him out. Guma gets the kill here onto Elyoya, and there's no recourse anymore because he used everything on a Jax. At least Supa's able to channel enough to get that extra kill there at the end, and that's a consolation prize, but Guma was just never under any threat because Doran just took all the buttons.
Yep, T1 fans going ballistic in the arena as well. It is not over yet though, and it's not even a 5,000 gold lead. It almost is.
Okay, Chronicle.
I'm looking for a little bit of scope. But they also don't quite have the soul points stacked up just yet. You can see MKOI actually the team that has the most dragons. This Rift Herald not going to quite find too much. So getting distracted is good old Shelly.
I mean, look, there's some ways back into this if you can somehow get the Edge of Night off of Guma and Jojo finds an angle, kills him, right? Then the fight becomes playable. You have Faker, who doesn't have an arm guard, doesn't have a Zhonya's, you know, if maybe he's the target who gets caught in the side lane, if he's the one who's punished before a big objective, like an Otacon, for example, if they can find those angles, And there's a way back in. It's just finding them is so hard against a team that plays so respectfully like T1 and knows how to turn fights. Like, oh, you think you caught Faker, but everyone rotates in so quickly. It's not a global, but even Skarner's ability to get across the map so fast is so relevant in a game like this, especially with Cloud. So we're not there yet, and T1 don't have any Cloud Dragons, but I'm fishing for angles here as to how MKOI get back in. And it's just going to be so tricky here. And when the Varus has the Edge of Night and has a lead like this, like, how do you ever kill him? How do you ever surprise him? How do you ever say, hey, like, you're out of position, we found it?
Catching them on an Otacon could certainly be an opportunity here as Carrier looking for that dive angle, but Merwin, he's also trying to get himself in there. Now going to get out. The double suppression is so good here from Ona. The hail of arrows to proc all the blight, and it's a double for Gumayushi. Down goes the jungler, down goes the other smite as well, and that is going to mean even more power over to T1.
You can feel the regret all the way over in the European Union about not banning that Varus in this game.
Oh dear. This guy pretty good at the Varus. As Carrier just looking to support as it's Doran that takes down Super inside the base of MKOI. And this feels like it's not just an Otacon going down. It's like the whole game just exploded in favor of T1 as they'll break open the base. They'll take an inhibitor. And what more are they going to gain here as the bounties have now been set up? Jojopyun towards the bottom side of the map wants to get a piece of that pie, but it is not really representing all that much good stuff.
No.
Here as we have a look at this fight yet again.
I mean, look at Guma in this fight. Double suppress comes through, charge up the Q, double root coming through, chains of corruption, and Merwin just gives up. He's like, well, I mean, you don't have the angle, I'm out of here. Supo isn't there for the follow-up bullet time. If they have the Cataclysm, if they have an all-out, they're able to get on top of Guma, and they can use all those tools together. That's a winnable fight, 100%. But they're just not synced up. They're not there at the same time. T1 don't give them enough time. And the fact that Guma is able to just chill and say, no, we start this fight. We start this turn with the double suppress. And since MKOI didn't have a prayer there.
Yeah.
And you could see the frustration on JoJo's face. You know, he tried to look for the side lane there as his base starts to get broken open, but he can't even really put a dent into that bottom side outer turret. No turrets taken for MKOI. And what is potentially the start of the end of this game.
It really did feel like it. As soon as that Otacon was taken, there was not a whole lot more that could be done here. Azona looking to get on top of JoJo. Nice charm to try and stop him, but this Skarner can kind of do no wrong at this point in time. Everywhere is where he belongs on this map. And that is not something that Skarner often says. He normally misses his kind and stuff like that. Feels a bit lonely. Not this time around. As the Cloud Drake has spawned, that's something they can go over to collect. And here is the Baron.
T1 like to do Baron on spawn in a deficit. And with a 8,000 gold lead in this game, they're kind of like, do we end the game or do we kill the Baron, as they just have full map control right now. Guma still has his Edge of Night. A Q attempt there from Valvaro to try to pick that one off will not be successful. As they push the mid lane, Owner starts up this dragon alone. Guma will help him take it, and then they can go straight towards the top side of the map with Carrier's reset here to start clearing up that Baron vision. The top inhibitor gives them that extra pressure for Doran in that top side to continue to make sure that part of the map stays T1 vision controlled. That extra prio is going to help them get into the pit. There's some vision there for MKOI right now, but it's just a matter of time as Carrier comes over here with double control wards to clear it out.
Yep. Should be able to do so pretty comfortably here as Ona walking over wards, but this is the thing, if he face checks, what does MKOI do about it? They take the 15 years it costs to kill him. It's just really, really difficult because he can just kind of go wherever he would like.
I mean, JoJo's just sitting on the side. Maybe this time he'll join. Maybe he can find a flank angle. They didn't clear all the vision. They didn't clear all the wards. Maybe there's an angle, but T1 are just giving them no quarter in this game. There's that TP.
All right, here's the angle. They get the flash out of Gumayushi. That is a big deal. And he is still very, very low. Not a lot of lifesteal available here for the Varus either. So a big opportunity now for MKOI. The problem is the rest of T1 are also really dangerous as Merwin tries to go all out. And Guma is just holding that position. Arcane Storm down onto Jojopyun. He's trying to get out. And he is going to be able to do so. It's Doran that leaps across the side, then goes golden. Muin dashing around the fight as well, and Doran is still moving forward. The wallets, I feel, are just that little bit too heavy as T1 will be able to once again win out the fight, even though that looked closer than it had any right to be.
It was a heroic last stand from MKOI. They get the charm, they get the follow-up from Alvaro, but this base is now in tatters. Owner goes in.
Nice little charm onto Doran there to be able to take him down, but it is going to cost a whole lot more. And probably the Nexus here for MKOI, as the first seed from Europe will bite the dust. And our title defenders in T1 move to the semifinals.
It was not an easy battle here for T1. It was a lot more hard fought than I think most expected coming into this series. The MKOI fans in the arena here in Riyadh did not give up hope, but T1 from start to finish in this one had a clean game. And that Varus that they left open in the hands of Guma is something that they'll probably be thinking about on that long plane flight home. As T1 look to bow to the crowd. It's their first series of this tournament. They got seeded into this bracket because they are the defending winners of EWC from 2024. And they're looking to once again solidify themselves as a title contender here.
Yeah.
They win game 3.
And now up against Anyone Legends as well, which is going to be a tough battle. They looked great yesterday in their match, and going to be lying in wait against the title defenders in T1 here. So able to shake off a bit of the rust here in this best of 3 for the first time of asking here out of T1. And looking real great here.
Yeah, MKOI
game.
The fans, I think, could definitely give them one more round of applause because this team absolutely outdid expectations here. Really lived up to being Europe's #1 seed. Jojo having a fantastic series as well. It wasn't enough, but I think Europe should still feel proud of what MKOI brought to this tournament.
Yep, absolutely. But now it is time to throw it over to Ian, who has Owner ready to crush a key.
The Titans of T1 return to Riyadh here at EWC to defend their title, and they start off with a win here, of course, in the quarterfinals. I'm here with Owner. You just went up against LEC's best. They pushed you further than many expected. What did you make of their playstyle?
일단 원호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 오늘 또 LEC의 1시드인 MKOI를 상대하게 되셨는데 확실히 좀 어려운 싸움이었는데 그럼에도 불구하고 이제 LEC의 이 탑시드를 상대로 좀 어떤 경기를 좀 보여주셨다고 생각하시는지, 그들의 또 경기에 대해서 한번 또 평해 주신다면 또 어떤 평이실지 궁금합니다.
네, 뭐 이제 1시드인 만큼 굉장히 잘했다고 생각하고 있고요. 저희도 이제 사우디에 와가지고 시차 적응하느라 상대팀도 그렇고 저희 팀도 그렇고 약간 힘든 일정에서 경기를 뛰었는데 그래도 이렇게 기분 좋게 2대1로 이겨서 다행인 것 같고 더 잘 준비해야 될 것 같다 생각합니다.
Yeah, I think that they definitely showed a solid performance as a top seed of LEC, and we both MKOI and us had to deal with all the jet lag stuff because of long travel. And that being said, I think they brought us a solid game, and I think we're glad that we should bring more. And in the upcoming games, I think we should try to do best as well.
Well, speaking of the travel out here, it was less than a week ago, 6 days to be exact, that you had that heartbreaking, crushing defeat at MSI in the final. What's the process been like since then? It's been literally fresh out the frying pan into the fire.
이제 좀 아픈 얘기긴 하지만 일주일 전에, 정확하게 6일 전에 또 MSI의 결승전에서 좀 아쉽게 패배를 하시고 또 이렇게 바로 또 이렇게 오셔서 또 EWC를 준비하게 되셨는데 좀 그 과정에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 오셨는지, 어떻게 좀 준비를 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
네, 뭐 이제 아무래도 저희가 준우승을 하고 결승전에 지긴 했지만 뭐 결국 프로 스포츠 하다 보면은 뭐 사실 질 때도 있다 보니까 크게 연연하지 않았던 것 같고, 그 이후로 이제 EWC 이런 대회가 있다 보니까 이 준비를 열심히 했었던 것 같고, 또 이 경기에서 또 이기면 된다라는 생각이 있기 때문에 이번 EWC에도 많은 준비를 했었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's definitely heartbreaking that we couldn't take a title for the MSI, but that being said, we do have another game, and it is a professional sport, so we always know that there's going to be another game to prepare for. So that's why we try to bring our best in our games in EWC, and that's why we'll try as much as well.
Absolutely, and there's that extra added element of pressure here because you are back to defend your title. Do you feel that added pressure?
이제 또 디펜딩 타이틀 홀더로서 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 이렇게 또 방어를 하기 위해서 또 이렇게 우승을 또 목표로 이렇게 오셨는데 그 점이 좀 부담이 되지는 않으시는지 좀 궁금하네요.
네, 뭐 사실 부담감은 딱히 없는 것 같고 사실 저희가 그냥 하던 대로만 하다 보면은 사실 이번 2025 EWC도 우승할 수 있다고 생각이 들어서 그냥 부담감은 딱히 없는 것 같습니다.
I don't think there's going to be a pressure anymore because I think if we can do our best games as possible, like what we do, well, can we follow our games that we did? So I think I'm pretty confident that we can hold the title this year as well.
Well, there will be some physical pressure in a moment as we take you over to the key crushing. But first, a lot of T1 fans have come out to show you support. So let's give them a moment for our semi-finalists. Make some noise for Owner and T1.
네, 부수러 가시겠습니다. 키 부수러 가시겠습니다. 네.
All right. This will be T1's first key crush here at EWC 2025. And the pleasure is all owners. Time to roll credits on Movistar Koi.
Everyone, as we exit the competition for MKOI, I grabbed Elyoya, so you guys were able to push T1 to that third game of the best of three. It was a very back and forth game, so talk me through what went wrong in that game.
I mean, I think third game we weren't ready for the fights they proposed, like the Atakan. I think we approached wrong the retake and they capitalized on our mistake really well. I think Honor did a really good job, so yeah, I mean, we were not ready for those fights.
And especially coming back from MSI till now, 2 international events in a row, what have your learnings been so far?
I mean, I think it's been a really good and learning experience because I think the team that we showed today is really different to the one that we showed in MSI. So I'm really proud of my team. Like, I think we bounced back from a quite hard loss in the international event. So I'm really excited for Worlds and what's coming next.
Yeah, and I'm sure the fans at the arena are also excited to see what you guys can bring back at the LEC. We have a lot of MKOI fans. They never fail to disappoint. So can you please say something to them in Spanish as we have the ending for MKOI Story?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry,
We have the ending of MKOI Story. So would you like to say something to the fans in Spanish?
Yeah, I mean, muchas gracias a todos. Sois parte de nuestra fuerza y la verdad que es un orgullo para todos los del equipo, y hablo en nombre de todos los del equipo, ser parte de esta gran familia. Cuando digo que sois motivo por el que ganamos, no lo digo en broma, creo que hoy ya habéis hecho una gran diferencia y nos habéis ayudado a casi ganar a T1, así que muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Elyoya. We'll see you back at the LEC, and that's all for now.
The look on the faces of MKOI, who got so close, able to turn it around in game 2 and kept it competitive in game number 3. But eventually, the squeeze of T1 led to the tears from MKOI and MKOI fans. They drop out of the Esports World Cup in the quarterfinals, 2-1. And T1 continue to defend their title as reigning titleists here in League of Legends.
Tough day for Koi. I still want to say that they should be proud of this performance they showed against T1. This is one of their arguably the best team in the world right now, together with Gen G, and I think they really show that they have what it takes to go blow for blow. with these reigning titlers of this competition, and I just want them to leave this competition with head high and go home and really reflect on your learnings and come back stronger for Worlds, because we will be waiting for you over at the LDC.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, especially after game number 1, where they got kind of crushed, right? They were able to bounce back and have a fantastic game number 2 and really bring T1 down to the wire here to game 3, where I think, unfortunately, giving Guimaraes and then allowing him to have a game like that, and that is going to feel painful, but, you know, best of 3, you got one game, you got kind of close at points in this one. I don't think MKOI should feel bad, but again, it's T1. I think every team in the world can have trouble. Even Genji lost a couple of games to this team, so it's hard.
Yeah, to be able to pick that one off and then look back on EWC as a moment where, hey, solo kill by JoJo all the way down to the very last auto attack. Solo kill in the top lane for Merwin, the pop-off game by Supa and Alvaro, and the way that Elyoya leads the team. I think there's nothing that you can do other than take those learning lessons and be proud of what you were able to accomplish. As we take a look at this last game, number 3, it starts with the back-to-back mid lane owner ganks, as it was pressure and bait constantly for the mid lane, this time going the way of T1.
Yeah, watching these T1 games just feels like if you're laning against Faker, you're actually laning against all of T1. It's kind of reminiscent of TSM in their play style. And to me, what makes this so impressive is that JoJo actually did get solo kills in at least games 2 and 3. I don't remember if he did in the first one, but that's a huge step for him. Solo killing Faker is not easy. I don't think there's that many people that can say they've done that. So yeah, very proud of him, and I think they showed some good stuff.
Then after that, you could feel that MKOI were behind, starting to push here at the Drake fight. Things don't go their way yet again.
Yeah, and, you know, trying to set up for this one, I think it can be pretty difficult. Doran, it looked a little bit crazy just hopping in here. Was T1 kind of scrambling to stop this Drake? You could feel that, you know, we talked a lot about Eastern teams and how well they're able to punish. This is one of those moments where it's like T1 know that even if Doran jump in and die, like he probably didn't have to, but even if he goes in there, they can still punish this fight. They can still punish MKOI trying to pick up just a scrap of a Drake towards the end of one of the fights after T1 lost a lot of ults. And yet still, it just ends up being, you know, T1, the triple kill goes to Guma. He was just way too fed at that point. So, again, T1 will be there. They will punish every single time.
Yeah, untouched. That whole fight was Guma just getting to chase down the members of MKOI. And then finally, our last one here. Over at Otacon, we saw that was the boon for MKOI in the last game, but not so much this time. A huge Skarner ult here just separates the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I just like to throw it back to what Elyoya said in the interview. He said that they approached Atakan wrong, and I think the idea that he was aiming at with that comment is that I think he wants to go through the lane to kind of reduce those choke points. Here they all kind of walked through the river, as we see Mirror fighting here top trying to defend his tower, but right now it is just a little bit too late. The early game was crucial, and T1 snowballed it really, really, really well.
Yeah, bits and pieces of things for MKOI to take away, and again, I think played like a champion, just going up against a team that better prepared, had the day of rest because of their placement from MSI, and again, are the reigning world champions over in LoL Esports. So you just know what you're getting into, and had a good plan and good fight back for game number 2, just not able to do so for game number 3. As we say goodbye to the reigning champs of the LEC, Movistar KOI. They fall in the quarterfinals, which sets up a fully filled out one portion of our semifinals. It is AGAL versus T1, a rematch of the lower bracket finals over at MSI. That one's going to be a good one. It is still best of 3 in those semifinals, but we're not done yet with today. We've got ourselves a great matchup that dates back on over to Worlds 2024. It's FlyQuest versus Gen G. These two teams vying for a spot up against G2, Europe's final hope, who's already waiting in the semifinals. We will set that stage for you in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
am I? Did I walk into the wrong arena? Hey, wake up, man. Where am I? Who are you?
You're at the Dota 2 stage. Hi, my name's Tsunami. I'm a stage host here, and you are?
I'm the league host, man.
Oh.
Yeah, but I've heard that Dota 2 is actually really different. I heard that your games are way longer, man.
Yeah, sorry. We're in the middle of like a 67-minute long game right now. It gets lengthy. Wait, your games don't go like that?
It used to for all the people above the age of 50, and that's why they are the age of 50, but at least we have unique objectives like Baron Nashor, right?
No, it's just Roshan backwards. That's our thing.
That's our thing.
No, I don't think so. Just alphabet backwards? I'm pretty sure that's just our thing.
Well, at least we can agree that both of our games are imbalanced, right?
Yeah, you got my seal of approval on that one.
And now it's time for FlyQuest vs. Gen G, our final quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup. FlyQuest who qualified earlier out of the group stage into the knockout stage, looking to pull off an upset for the LTA North. And here they come, surrounded by fans. It is the reigning back-to-back MSI champions, Gen G, coming on in, looking to try and come up with answers here for how their form is and what they're going to look like for the Esports World Cup. Welcome back, everyone. Digon here alongside Valdez and Medios, and joining us is CEO and leader, the heartbeat of Gen G, Arnold. Welcome, Arnold. How's it going, man?
Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, just kind of walk us through what this last several couple of month has been like. The couple of months have been like. It was back over at Road to MSI in Busan, then flying over to Vancouver for MSI. Now you're here for your first match at the Esports World Cup.
So for me, I was actually here for the beginning of Valorant as well. So I flew from here to Vancouver. Luckily, everything went well. We won. We found a restaurant that was willing to open like late night past the hour because everything. Vancouver's a beautiful city, but everything closes really early. So we had a good late night dinner there. Then flew in the next day. But the one thing that I was really excited about is we fixed their sleep schedule a little bit early. I forced them to go to a celebratory dinner at Carbone. Shout out to Carbone. A little bit late at night, with some good carbs and healthy stuff. And I think their sleep schedule is much better now. So.
All right, look at that. Just thinking about it all the time. You have multiple teams here over at the Esports World Cup. You currently have 1,000 points, 500 for the placement for Valorant, 500 for the placement of Apex, and you have a minimum of 200 because you've already made it on through to the quarterfinals due to your seeding from MSI. Kind of talk me through what the Esports World Cup means for Gen G in the greater ecosystem of esports.
I would say the biggest thing that, the reason why I'm here is I want to make sure that our teams, a lot of them are first timers here, right? So I wanted to make sure that, all their setup is good, that they have access to Korean food or Asian food, or there's a lot of Asian food requests on our roster, obviously. So that's probably the biggest thing, and we've had great success in the first week. But we want to make sure that every single player that comes here is taken care of and that they feel like we have their back.
As we take a look at the roster here for Gen G that all of our fans of League of Legends know and love, kind of what are the expectations for this team given how successful they've been not only this year, but last year as well, so dominant over the last 2 years?
I don't know if we've ever even talked about this, but we just keep, our whole focus is about how can we get better every day? How can we get better, next year? How can we get better tomorrow? And we did a lot of reflecting, especially with our League of Legends team. Last year we felt that because it was the first time for us winning an international with MSI, we almost let our foot off the pedal a little bit. We all kind of discussed about, hey, should we have actually taken like a different approach of like, what do we got to do next, right? So one of the things that we talked through was how can we approach every single tournament that we're in as a new opportunity to actually get better in front of a large audience, in front of a new setting, in front of a different format, and just try to make sure that we're actually using this as a learning experience, a learning opportunity for the whole year.
Arnold, I'm curious about, this team. It has 4 standout veterans that have been around for an incredibly long time that are at the top of their class in all of their roles. And then you've got Duro, who's kind of the new guy. Definitely sticks out as, certainly a rookie amongst all these veterans. What is the team dynamic like amongst all of these guys who have so much experience, and who's really like leading the charge by example? And how do they handle the new guy coming into the roster as well?
First off, I got to say, Duro is not getting enough credit. I don't know who do I have to direct this to, but this guy came in game 5. My heart is pounding, and he's just waving his hands in the air for silver scrapes at MSI. Then he goes and picks Pike, I just think he's done an incredible job. Also, shout out to Ruler. I mean, it's a team effort across the board, but Ruler is playing with a rookie support. And, a lot of kudos goes to him for helping kind of really grow the entire, development of Duro, right? And then I think the other part is, of course, we got to talk about Chovy too, right? And Canyon and Keenan. We don't have enough time for everybody, but the one thing I remember was, right after the win, all I saw was the Aurora ults, and I was like so hyped up, and it's like, Chovy, you killed it, you crushed it. And he's like, no. Like, everybody stepped up. And I was like, oh man, this guy is not like this like young player anymore. I mean, he's still very young, but like this guy is really, he's just growing as a leader. And like I got like a little bit of a tear in my eye when I like even think about it. I was like, oh my God, like this guy's really developing. And like that's the one thing that like I'm trying my best to be you know, Chovi's lawyer and our team's lawyer a little bit and like push more of these stories that I think deserve to be out there.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like Choving is now becoming more than just winning the lane and seeing what happens if you win the game. It is all encompassing. Final question here, Medios.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Gen G, I think, has maybe one of the hardest issues that most teams don't face, which is how do you keep improving when you're at the top? Because they've been incredibly dominant. What is it, like 23, 24? I've lost count, series wins in a row. And I think a lot of teams, especially super teams where you have such a stacked roster, can run into complacency issues, ego issues. How do you tackle that? Is there, you know, systems in place? Do you feel like there's a leader on the team that kind of like keeps people from getting too big of heads, or?
You know, the one thing that I really respect about the team, and I think that's a really good question. So I kind of put it like this, right? There's kind of two types of people out in the world. The first type are the people that talk about a fixed point in time and say, you haven't done all of these things, and you know you're defined by who you are today. Versus Chovy, Ruler, these guys, they're about like, what do I need to do next so that I can be better? What do I need to do next today so I can be better? And like, there's no way. Everybody always like blames coaches, being like, that's why the team's not improving. But if the players aren't bought in and they don't have that mentality, you can get the greatest coach. You can get Phil Jackson in here, and you will not change that. And we're very lucky that the players and the coaches are synced up and trying to get that to happen. They're even working out now, which I'm so happy about. Thanks, shout out to helper coach. The one thing is diet. I can't fix their diet. I'm trying so hard. So if anybody out in Twitter X land has any advice, please let me know. I give them what they should eat, and then they go and order McDonald's. But shout out to McDonald's.
Well, like you said, there are some people that think about the next step, what they got to do next, and they got to go through this man, Masu, who's had a great start to his career with FlyQuest. He's standing by right now with an interview.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview between Gen G versus FlyQuest. By my side, I grabbed Masu for today's interview. So, you guys are going to have your rematch against Gen G since Worlds 2024 quarterfinals. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty excited, but I'm also pretty nervous. I think Gen G is a very good team, of course. We scrimmed them a lot during MSI, and it was always, I think, the hardest for me and for our team, so it'll be fun.
Ooh, and talking about scrims, in 2025 they have Ruler, whereas in 2024 they had Pace. So what would you actually say is the biggest difference between playing against this new Gen G?
Honestly, it's hard for me to say because Ruler and Pace, I feel like, are really like neck and neck. I feel like the difference might be like less than 1% between them. They're both like honestly the best in their role. So I would say it felt the same when Pace was here. I think they're both just as good as each other.
Ooh, and I heard from the Arabic stream that Chovy actually said something in Arabic. So can you also share something with our fans?
شكرا للمتفرجين وشجعونا. شكرا.
Thank you so much, Masu. Best of luck, and back to you guys at the desk.
Shukran. Thank you in Arabic. So obviously shouting out the fans here as we take a look at this roster of FlyQuest that we've come to know and love over the last several years, or the last year. Arnold, you guys uniquely have had a lot of battles between them internationally. Quickly, how do you feel about this new rivalry?
All right, so I have a lot of personal stake in this. So one of the things that we talked about even last year as we reflect, right, about how we're going to get better this year is that we felt that, FlyQuest is 100% going to bring their best. So we have to bring our best, or we're not respecting the opponent, we're not respecting the game, right? The other part too was that because we went to Game 5 last year, we felt that we were actually showing our cards on our pick ban, right? And with pick ban being more important than ever with Fearless, Like, we need to get every win that we can when we have them. Otherwise, we're putting ourselves at a disadvantage. Let's see if that pep talk worked. I have no idea. We'll find out because they're an incredible team. And I'm a little scared, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, we're about a little over a minute away from heading back on over to the stage for this big matchup. Medios, you got the big man next to you. You're surrounded by LCK. Give the hopium to some people from NA.
Well, it seems pretty likely Genji will take this one. but as an NA representative, I'm fully rooting for FlyQuest. They've taken games off Genji before. It's completely doable. Definitely probably the hardest challenge they can have in League of Legends, but I think they're up to the task, and yeah, let's do a FlyQuest.
During that FlyQuest Gen G series, Medios, how did you feel during that one, and what is the ending that you want to see here? Maybe there's like a champion or a moment, a solo kill that you want to see stamp on for LTA North over the LCK in this one.
Well, I just am looking at Inspired mostly. He's such a great jungler. I think that Canyon has also been one of the best junglers in the world for a long time, so it's a great challenge for him. On top of that, I think I'd like to see a good performance from Quad. He's somebody that has kind of not gotten a whole lot of recognition on the international stage, even struggled at times, but if he can do well against Chovy, I think that would be absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, got to see Inspired up in the player lounge before this series, and I asked him, how you feeling? And he said, jungle's gonna be fine. So the confidence there is brewing. Valdez, what are your thoughts there on this series?
What did Inspired mean by that?
I think it was positive. I think it was positive.
Seems positive. Yeah, I don't know. I think that Gen G, as Arnold was touching on a little bit before, they are taking every single opponent very seriously. And especially when it goes from best of fives down to best of threes, you really need to hunker down even more, because it's like you lose one game, you might be out in one more. So you don't really have a lot of wiggle room. I think they're going to come in very much locked in, very ready to go, and Genji will take this one down.
There was one player that Bwipo wanted to play against here, and it was Keen, one of the best. He called him the best top laner in the world. You look at the jungle
Finally,
matchup.
somebody's watching the game.
Yeah, Bwipo's watching it. Canyon up against Inspired in the mid lane. Quad versus Chovy. You go all the way up and down. It's going to be a great one. For a spot in the semifinals, it's FlyQuest and Gen G.
League of Legends giants T1 came, saw, and conquered in the quarterfinals. But we're not quite yet done with the big stars on this big stage.
That's right, because MSI's champions have come to town to secure their place among the elite at the Esports World Cup.
Of course, a win takes you another step closer to this glorious trophy. It gets you more club championship points. But just a reminder, a win here is worth $160,000 alone of our total $2 million prize pool.
Absolutely. So let's welcome the first team on the stage for this match. It's North America's finest, looking for a giant upset and a place among the greatest. Please welcome FlyQuest!
MSI champions, the team to beat, confident, dominant, hungry for more, is Gen G!
Only one place remains in the semifinals. This is the moment. Who will make the cut and who will be crushed? Let's jump into the rifts.
NG and Fly, the last time we saw them was in a best of 5 at Worlds 2024, where some said Gen G dropped the ball, but FlyQuest were there to catch. It came down to a game 5, but unfortunately, Fly couldn't get it across the line. A grand series, we get to revisit it in a best of 3 since myself, Asurix, and Orcs will take you through our last quarterfinal.
Oh, first time we've seen Gen G since they did take that title, managed to defend the title of MSI champions. Huge achievement, and they were in great form, and a tough challenge for FlyQuest to go up against them, but looking for revenge for that series from Wills last year, as you said.
But they've also done well recently. If we're talking about FlyQuest achievements, they took BLG to a game 5, and they almost took them down. Again, they got to that final moment, that final leg, but couldn't overcome the hurdle that was an Eastern team. And I feel like FlyQuest are like, you know, as a European caster, I'm going to say they feel like a G2 on peak form, you know, in previous years, but FlyQuest are doing more than that. For NA, they're doing so much.
Well, I had a chance to speak to Busio before the tournament.
Yeah.
He said that, you know, it obviously felt good to challenge these Eastern teams, but frustrating to be so close and not make it. And their goal really was to take one of them down. Obviously, they've been drawn against the strongest team right now in Gen G, but, you know, you get the cards you dealt with, and they will do their best.
We're moments away from getting into game 1. And remember, the winner of this up against G2. So FlyQuest versus G2. It could happen again. And I know G2 fans will be a little bit fearful, but I mean, FlyQuest right now, they're going to get over this first hurdle. G2 beat BLG in a best of 3, so why can't FlyQuest beat the MSI champions? Maybe a very different hurdle, considering the recent form, but it's nice to get Arnold's insight. I mean, they are just coming fresh off of MSI, very fresh, in fact, as well. Let's see how they're affected. It is not CFO, ladies and gentlemen. They are gone. Ignore that for the time being. It is, of course, Fly versus Gen Z, so Fly are on the blue side here, Gen G on red.
Yeah, seen the bans come out pretty quickly. Varus and Pantheon taken away by Gen G. Seen both of those first picked. Pretty high priority. Karma being taken away from Gen G, a little bit interesting. Not something we've seen have as much priority in the early bans so far. We'll see what ends up coming through.
I mean, Azir's open. We've seen a lot of first pick Azirs. When Varus is gone, you know, Talia also worth mentioning. Jungle pairings might not be as limited as Pantheon the only gone so far.
Vi often can be banned early on, even the Rumble.
Yep. So yeah, we're not remaking draft, we're just remaking the overlay where we fix that little error. FlyQuest always hover Kaiser first, so no real insight. Let's just see that Vi is up and available. Orcs. It was a Sejuani last ban, so maybe taking away some Yone pairings here from Fly to bring out for game 1.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we've seen Inspired playing a lot of the tank junglers so far in this tournament. I think it might be the Vi, though, based on what I can see on the stage.
I saw the Vi on stage.
Yeah, a little bit of a hint there.
I think it could be Vi.
Did get left open. Obviously, this pick has been around in the meta for such a long time, but did get toned down with some nerfs, so...
Yeah.
A bit weaker than it was, but still so much... I mean, just point and click CC. A lot of value, a lot of power.
Yeah, Pro Play loves it, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can we have a closer look at the PC? Maybe we can redraft you now.
Trying to see the angle.
Yeah, but we got layered protection. Yeah, obviously there's been a tech error with draft from our side, guys, so just wait 2 seconds and then we'll be able to update. We see Vi start first, so let's just assume Orcs, that is blue side for FlyQuest. Talia's still up, Azir's up as well as an option. Oh, we're going old school. I love it, actually.
Yeah, oh, what a throwback.
This is awesome.
And we have the Azir and the Skarner for Gen G. So, you know, stable pick for Chovy. I also think when you are going into a Vi, having a backline carry who a little bit difficult to deal with, you know, obviously the Emperor's Divide can create some space. You have a bit of mobility as well. Nico coming in, so Fly already pretty heavily investing into engage tools. I feel like a pick like a Xayah for Ruler could be higher prio as a result.
I mean, alternatively, also for the Talia in lane against Chovy here, I mean, that's just easy, right?
Yeah,
really good mid-jungle pairing and a good lane itself.
Yeah, and Genji immediately locking that Bard. So prioritizing that, wanting to have a range versus range matchup. The Tempered Fate could be used defensively against the Vial, give some roaming power, Odiduro. I would imagine often we've seen when you have like this more dive-focused, aggressive picks like the Vi, like the Nico, you look to take away things like, Ezreal ban, a Xayah ban can be really effective. So that's what I'd be looking at from FlyQuest here. Gen G, they take away the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa and Nico are really strong pairing, so we might just get a lot of 80 carry bans coming through on this rotation.
Let's see if Ezreal's one of those that gets taken away, because if I see a lot of dive and a lot of things like Bard, Azir as well, something that's a bit more versatile and mobile as an 80 carry rises to mind. Kai'Sa part of the dive that they're going to take away from FlyQuest, and when it is Masu, I feel like that is a good call. Sivir also scaling element to pair up with the Azir is taken from Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir, definitely a good pick for Ruler. I do feel like because you think, into Vi, you can spell shield the ult, but you can often smite on the way.
Oh yeah, and then you can't do anything.
And then it's kind of like a bit of a bait, but Ruler's obviously very good in the pick, so get rid of that one. I wonder if they do just go, I think Ezreal, Bard, such a strong pairing, so I might have to get rid of that one. We'll see if they go in that direction.
Jin gone. I mean, as you said, it's just going to be 80 carry galore on these bans as well, but for Gen G, I like that you pull up the Ezreal as well. That still sits on mind. 5 seconds, FlyQuest, the priority ban. Ezreal needs to go. Ornn instead.
Yeah, go in that direction. Obviously, Keen really competent on tanks. Not want to have too much of a solid frontline, I guess. I feel like here, though, for Gen G, I've said they should have banned it. I think they could just go for the Ezreal Bard, had that long range safety. Instead, looking towards the Corki potentially, want to have something that has a bit of power on the lane.
A lot of people not liking Corki at the moment.
Yeah, we saw Sven play it earlier this week to not so great success.
Yeah.
And, your escape tool, it doesn't work into the Unraveled Earth compared to Ezreal, who obviously has that Arcane Shift.
It's a Blink, yeah. Blink versus Travel over the rocks.
Yeah, obviously Gen G, a lot of confidence in Ruler on this pick, but it does mean that FlyQuest, actually looking at the Ezreal themselves, does have similar spikes to the Corki in terms of item build. You go in a similar direction.
Does that feel like a crime that FlyQuest got this?
I mean, I think them having the Ezreal isn't that big of a deal, but it just feels like, I mentioned it was something I thought Gen G would prioritize themselves. Yeah. And now, figuring out what they're going to put in the top lane, it is going to be blind. I feel like Keen often has just lent towards tanks a fair amount recently. Although definitely a player who's competent on a lot of carries. Would you just see the Rumble? Could go the Aurora.
Yeah.
Definitely something he's been keen on.
Great call out.
It is a composition that's quite heavy in AP damage. It's only the Corki who's AD here though, so we'll see if that influences, because the picks that we often see into Rumble, like Galio and Aurora, are AP, and that might make your damage profile a little bit too AP heavy.
They care though.
But it looks like they're still happy to go with the Aurora, so yeah, Gen G, very AP heavy damage profile, and that's the thing that's a little bit concerning, because, if you target this Corki and you're able to take him out of the fight, everyone across the board. I mean, obviously Skarner's not doing that much damage, but, it just feels like the whole composition is quite AP heavy damage.
Do you think it matters as much because there's no hard tank on the side of FlyQuest? Because they're very skirmish, very heavy on dive, right?
It matters less, but there's still, still bits of itemization that could come in that's gonna give a bit of magic, especially if you get like the feats of strength, the boots that give the magic damage shield.
True.
They have a lot of value. So I think honestly FlyQuest could be pretty happy with some of the tools they got. Some of the engage, the Vi, Talia, really powerful. You have the Equalizer on top of that.
Yep.
I think they can be happy.
I mean, again, I think for FlyQuest, a comp that really relies on self getting going as well, and the fact that they've got all these tools to start fights, it's great for Fly. And again, what we experienced of them versus BLG at MSI, the power of Inspired, seeing Inspired on something like a Vi as well, the West knows best. And Inspired right now is the best Western jungler. We have people like El Yoya hanging around. Skewmon, yes and no, but I'm looking at Inspired solely when this guy was the reason, in my mind, that they got to a Game 5 versus BLG. Now in a best of 3 versus Gen G, when a single elimination in a quarterfinal rather, that would lead to G2. FlyQuest's underdogs need to step up big. It's Gen G versus Fly. It's our last quarterfinal of the EWC for 2025.
So many fans here out in support for Gen G. Is their first match we've seen from them in a while.
and expectations are sky high.
Winners of MSI return. And they'll be pushed to the brink as well from T1, but Gen G still, when it matters, in the clutch. For the longest time, I felt like, you know, we talked about some curses on Gen G internationally, but I think in the past couple of years, that's kind of been proven otherwise.
30 seconds until minions.
You know, winning 2 internationals will prove that otherwise.
It will prove otherwise, yeah.
Yeah.
But as even Arnold said on the desk, like, Juro's mega underrated. Oh my God, they got the mascot.
So cute.
Juro has been kind of crazy. You and I were talking about it, I think, on the way here, on the first day of Orcs. Like, Juro, the crazy Game 5 Pike, what he pulls out in a series, his confidence as a rookie player amongst people like Chovy, Canyon, Keenan Ruler. The plethora of skill on this roster as Inspired just gets bopped around a little bit. I saw a wide Bwipo sign, mad respect. He's on Rumble though, let's hope he gets some wide ultis to back that up.
That's the thing with Duro is when he came into this roster, he'd been in the LCK for a very short amount of time.
Yep.
You know, he'd been on BNK Fear-X for a very brief period. And to come into a team like this, a roster like this, the expectation for me was that, okay, well, over the course of the year, hopefully we'll get to see Duro grow to the level of, you know, players before him like the Light and the Hens. And maybe by the time Worlds come around, he can be a top-level support. And that's not what happened because, you know, by the time we got to regular season LCK, he was putting in these amazing performances.
Yeah.
You know, and now he's an MSI champion, fully justified because he's just been in insane form. And, you know, Arnold completely said it right. He has just been putting in these masterful performances so quickly. Did take a heavy trade there.
Good one, Orcs.
Yeah, a bit of a cast kiss. But yeah, I think Duro's confidence has been a big thing. And I think, you know, when you look at the names on this roster with him, it can be pretty daunting to step into a roster like this.
Yeah.
But he's just risen to the challenge. And it's been so exciting to watch his growth in such a short amount of time and watch what he can do, going up against such fantastic supports that we've had in the LCK and internationally.
He's had to grow individually in the roster alongside a veteran like Ruler. Matsu and Boosie have had to grow together, and they've stuck around. I love that FlyQuest have committed to this squad, and again, the same 5 players. You know, you can see their growth and development and why they're running NA right now. Now, Cloud9 be damned, they're out in the earlier stage. They didn't make it through 0-2, but FlyQuest did after the best of 1 against Furiat. And Bwipo, as he gets tanked out a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of the remnants of why this Aurora's picked into top lane, left side of your screen.
Well, there's something to be said because we've seen this matchup a couple of times before at this tournament. This is the most one-sided we've seen it so far. And it's still very early, but...
Oh! That's the flash. Q doesn't connect from Keen, but Bwipo holds onto his flash. Maybe an advantage if Bwipo can clear out this wave and get a quick recall.
I'm looking at the minimap, and Inspired is in the vicinity, so you know, no real position for Canyon. Yeah, does get spotted. No real way for Canyon to get in there to go for a dive, but Bwipo is having a rough time right now, and Canyon does just go for drive-by through mid.
He doesn't care. Seismic Shot's going to catch him. Quad, though, doing some damage. Inspired, maybe now it matters. That ward, but Inspired has just used a Vault Breaker in. It's going to be in a short cooldown as look at top CS difference. With that push in as well, Bwipo missed a little bit of it. Already a 200 gold lead at 4 minutes.
As I said, we've seen this matchup, and sure, we've seen the Aurora have prio. We've not seen the Rumble get bullied out this hard.
Not an EWC, no.
Bwipo so low on HP.
He's probably just happy that, again, that flash was committed and no kill came out of it. Otherwise, Bwipo would have been dead meat there with Q.
I think he's also very happy to see Canyon on the bot when he went on the bot side of the map, because when you're this low on HP, you got to be concerned about the dive coming through. Swap has come through. And that is some reprieve that Bwipo desperately needed. So the wave also in a pretty good spot with that freeze coming in. Perfect timing. I think FlyQuest making a good move there to bail out their top laner.
And teleport down now as well. Bwipo going to catch the end of that wave from Ruler, so that is a pretty chunky wave building up, which might get him back into this game. Keen opting to stay in this lane, but crucially not using his teleport means that this Aurora can shift up gears and then look to match after a push if he likes.
Yeah, it's still a deficit in the top lane, quite a significant one, but I think it's important that FlyQuest bot lane had prio, was doing a good job there.
Yeah.
Because it really allowed them to have tempo for that swap and free up some space for their top lane. You see this wave is now actually bouncing back, built up a bit. Well, Keen did just thin it out a bit there. But it will push towards him slowly. We'll see if they look to try and stack it up and go for a dive. We do see Inspired is on the top side. It is quite hard to dive that Aurora, though.
Canyon on a ward while he starts Dragon, however, and that ward, even though it expires in the end, the Scuttlecrab being up, gives a bit of life to FlyQuest, and you can see now that Inspired's like, okay, Dragon is happening. Can I get anything towards the top side of the map? Control wall placed out as well. Krugs at the very least. Maybe a dive if they can chunk out Keen.
That's some good damage. Also using that.
Big
those
wave.
cooldowns, yeah, so they might look for it now.
Well, Keen, I might have to weird out. He gets the wave clear, but he's chunked down. Nice from Busio. A tangle bar for an instant first blood.
Yeah, Masu burned the weirding before that, so had that cooldown unavailable. Keen, I think he knew he was dead there, just went for the wave to get as much farm as possible. Now looking for Bwipo on the bot side.
The response is if Bwipo dies, he does not have TP. The wave not as thick as top, but it's still there with a cannon minion. Canyon wants to drive in. Ishtal's embrace will not be warm, it'll be fearsome, and eventually Bwipo feels that the full throttle Duro perfectly tanks up, and a kill over to Ruler as well with that full wave denied. There is no recipient.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned there because some of the health bars, not everyone was full, you know, the flash was available to Bwipo, but as you said, perfect tank from Duro there. He was the one who got aggro and also made sure there was no damage to come in on him, so they managed to pull out the dive and equalize, and there is just going to end up being a trade of top laners taken down. Still a lot more farm in favor of Keen.
Yeah.
So there's a big advantage for him over his lane opponent.
Oh, wave went a bit further forward than they wanted. I think he wanted to de-aggro as the wave was coming in, but a bit close to the turret, 4 minions. We'll see if it's really enough. Ruler and Duro are going to match this 2v2 for now, though. And yeah, it does look like the wave's okay for now, but that's going to get pushed out by the bottom lane of Gen G. And Orcs early game, it really just has been about that top CS margin. They are going to meet again, and the wave's getting pushed into Keen, so about a 20 CS lead you'll find shortly is still what's maintained.
Yeah, but you know, you see CS lead in the bot lane towards Masu, a little bit of one, but also Inspired is a pretty sizable lead in the jungle. So yeah, there's a lead in the top lane, but I think it's kind of balanced out overall. Gold lead actually in favor of FlyQuest right now.
Yeah, well said.
Was some time spent by Canyon taking that dragon, which did slow him down a little bit. Do you have Grubs coming up soon? It is Gen G with bot lane prior right now. So we'll see if they start to lean towards that. Inspired is just coming back onto the map. I say bot lane, I mean...
Top lane.
Top lane, yeah.
Bot lane in
the
top
bot
lane.
lane in the top lane.
Yeah, okay, we got it.
Australia lanes, which you know so well.
I am very fluent in them.
Yeah.
Apparently, not as well as I should be.
What do you call them then? Because you're from Australia, so they're just... You call them something different?
I call them life.
Oh.
That's just life, that's just normal. You know, it's hard living upside down. Blood rushes to your head, much like it would for Gen Gs. They take the grubs because the fire within from FlyQuest wants to contest, but it's going to be a late contest if anything. Teleport comes through from quad, but already the grubs will just be taken down. And for Gen G this early game, again, brilliant. Although FlyQuest, yes, as you said, Orcs have individual leads through jungle and bot keeping up in CS. Triple grub, first dragon, nice objective starters. Bwipo looking for the chase down. He's going to burn King for a little bit. Electro Harpoon #1, and as he overheats, his auto attack's out of range. King just going to hit him on the return.
They're getting some good trades in on Keen there. Has some magic resist built up and able to actually zone him out a little bit.
Inspired.
Still a lot better in the matchup. Yeah, looking for Canyon, maybe looking for the red buff. A little bit risky though. Duro over the wall and has vision, could just stun him.
Chovy can also walk in with everything up and available. This takes a steal, doesn't find it though, and Canyon just walks it out. Red buff for him. Inspired as he just disengages, and that does mean that he spent a lot of time here with not really much to show for it.
Yeah, this is kind of the payment for those grubs, right? So we saw the bot lane move with Canyon to take those. They had to go back to answer the waves, and they gave a window for FlyQuest to kind of move in, challenge Canyon, but Canyon's able to get the red, get out, so no real cost to it. Now the Bwipo, no flash, he's probably just dead.
Worlds, you're right, no escape path, and as he walks between, he's slowed to bugger it. Canyon doing a drive-by, but this time he drives in. Bwipo burning down, close, but Keen will auto. Canyon takes a kill anyway from the red buff burn.
Yeah, I mean, no flash in that situation. The fact that Canyon can come over the wall, the ultimate from the Aurora with that huge slow There was just no way to get out, so he ults the wave. Just a nice gank coming through from Canyon to put his top lane even further ahead.
I have to apologize, Orcs, because I forgot. I wanted to do the Hanadu set for the start of the series. I totally forgot.
Shameful.
I'm here with an LCK caster, and I think, to me, it's still as good as this Gyro. But FlyQuest don't have one, so maybe that was for the better. Look, 30 seconds till Dragon. It's 2-second Dragon for Gen G coming up real soon. It's a small gold lead again that's really acclimatized itself because of top lane, now because of jungle catching up as well. Heartsteel picked up. Canyon has to go into a Sundered Sky, one of the most broken items in the game. I'm sure Orcs will agree. Let's see how much it does though at Dragon. Duro's going to TP first.
Yep, trying to get control of the area, and I think FlyQuest, you know, you missed out on the grubs, missed out on the first Dragon. Not a major gold lead, but a little one. I feel like you do want to start contesting these objectives sooner rather than later, but no real major item spikes yet, other than that Sundered Sky in the pocket of Inspired. See if they can find an angle, though, if they are going to look for this.
I don't think they are. This is a back from Masu.
Yeah, I think they're just giving up.
Oh, Barrier TP. No, Barrier instead of the TP, I should say, but yeah.
No, actually back from Masu.
Oh my god. Riot, spectator, please fix.
You're getting tricked.
I am, again, just the usual with Nico, but regardless, your statement was right. There is no contest here. It's a second Dragon for Gen G. FlyQuest is saying we're not ready to fight yet. I understand why. Oi, 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 Chobi. Be careful, there's a big wave coming out. Inspire just gets over the wall. They want to turn this into a dive.
It's just two of them for now. Chovy could clear the wave, maybe?
Teleport to defend. True Shot Barrage does damage. He ulties, flash away from Bwipo. Tempered Fate interrupts midway, and it is indeed, because Keen is sitting there waiting. The equalizer, not enough. Chovy at full stacks as well. Under turret, Busio is going to get his pop, but where's the damage? He thought he could take Chovy down with him, but he just runs in to die.
So well played there by Gen G. The TP in to support. Looking for more,
and
though.
It's another one. Quad against the wall. He'll be impaled, skewered, and Ruler sets out the Gatling gun for his second kill. Gen G are walking away with it.
They get so much on the back of that play. It's FlyQuest. They give it the Dragon. They're like, hey, we can make something happen on the other side of the map. Dura reads it perfectly, though. Keen's there to TP in. The ult saves Chovy, buys time, and the overcommit under tower costs them so...
Yoink! Good one, Matthew.
There's the consolation prize.
That's right. Maybe
is it worth
it?
Not
no.
sure, but it's something
Not
at
when
least.
Chovy's doing this with 3 grubs.
Yeah. That's feats of strength as well for Gen G. Pretty sizable lead now. And we'll see in this play. The problem is, Azir, full HP with all cooldowns, and there's only 2 of them there right now. You know, you see on the minimap more moving over.
Oh, wait, we're doing it again. Yeah, Bwipo just burned his flash in the last play, so this 2v1 is unmanageable. Another kill over to Keen. Let's find out. Canyon's just going to take it, but this top laner is not having a good day.
Yeah, it's going rough, and I feel like this is a problem as well. It's not just that the lane matchup was going rough, but it's so easy for Keen to set up plays onto the Rumble, and vice versa. It's so hard for them to really hold Keen accountable. It's such a slippery champ to play into. And it feels like Canyon's making so much happen on the map now. 2-0-2 in this game. And Gen G 6 kills to 1, 3,000 gold lead with so many objectives in pocket. They're feeling great.
And Keen, as you said, is putting on the best Aurora matchup we've seen at EWC so far out of this pairing. Waiting for the Q pullback. Keen finds it low on mana. Double Ledger Harpoon, but Bwipo no longer has the slow. And his equalizer's not up and available. Keen might not have TP, so the best you can hope for here is that Bwipo gets a plate in response, as FlyQuest are going to take that opportunity to start getting control in this topside jungle. Duro base checking as well, maybe an opportunity. Up with the Tangled Barbs, up with the Blossom, down with the Tempered Fate. Redemption does nothing in the end, but Duro cannot magical journey out. Busio unfortunately gets the kill, but hey, it's something for FlyQuest again.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstep in that situation. Duro, you know, trying to pick up the chimes. We've all been there. Does get punished for it, though. And they will be able to translate that into a top lane tower.
Masu, hang on.
Some damage.
Ruler's already got Trinity Force, double longsword in inventory too. Masu can say the same, but he's just not getting a moment to breathe. Canyon hovering around. Quad knows it as Ruler's able to step up. Seismic shove only on the minion wave. Helps clear as Keen makes the movement down, and Gen G is looking for their second turret to open up mid this early, while Bwipo is looking for top.
Yeah, should be able to get this. So they are at least doing something, getting something on the map.
Yeah.
This red buff will be secured by Inspire, looking to recall out here, although he feels a bit nervous.
He wasn't
a lot of Gen 2
out.
members on the top side should just be able to recall.
Ruler's not going to R him. I don't think they know he's there. They didn't, again, scry him out. So they just see the red buff's gone. That's it. Inspired, trying to get what he can on the map. As you said earlier, he's the one with the CS lead, and he is the only one in this game right now that is significantly even with their counterpart taking out a support.
Yeah, I just feel like it feels so rough in this situation. You know, you're starting to see massive leads in the mid and top lane for Gen G. They're looking now, though. TP flank coming in.
It is a big one, but the Magical Journey gets Canyon out. Keen is zoning out. That teleport not seen until Quad finally has his target onto Keen. Impale won't help out at all. The Between Worlds, no shutdown, or rather no kill. That doesn't come without one. It's a kill over to mid laner for FlyQuest. That opens up the potential of Herald.
It's a big shutdown, but a lot was invested. A lot of ultimates used there to get that kill. But looking at Herald, will Gen G opt to fight it? Chovy just recalled. His TP isn't quite available.
Canyon doesn't have ulti. He used it over the wall. So with that out, with the Between Worlds out, Gen G, their zone control marginally less. Good sidestep from Bwipo away from the Cosmic Binding. And the slow won't be enough because Gen G don't have any damage alongside. Chovy's on the way in, but FlyQuest Tempered Fate, Bwipo, hang on a minute. Stuck around a little bit too long as Canyon gets over and drives him right into Chovy. In a 1 versus 3, Bwipo just cannot burn quick enough. And Chovy with his kill with a good punish from Gen G.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstay in the end there for FlyQuest, but they got the Herald, they got the kill. I think Chovy not having that teleport available was a little bit of a weakness of Gen G there, not able to bring an extra member there to defend. And FlyQuest finding a good opportunity to punish, still showing some life in this game.
Just a little bit. That Herald might be able to open up mid, get themselves some much-needed gold in this game. Let's look at the replay the Orcs because this is how Bwipo got caught by Duro.
Yeah, just a good ult from Duro there. Knows there's no flash on the Rumble. And then see Inspired trying to stop the Skarner, but a bit later. Now Chovy in trouble.
He went for the push, but he's on to Quad. Now waiting. The flash. The ulti doesn't connect. Chovy out of range as he goes golden. The rest of Gen G coming in, but Quad almost times it right. Keen came in to save the day as Inspired is now left without a solo laner. He'll be taken down on top of it as well. Just wait for Keen to get his auto, his Q. He'll range it out for the double wall in the mid lane. Gen G like, yo, let's fight somewhere else.
Gen G winning everywhere on the map. Ruler looking for more.
It is Busio. He gets healed up. The real Nico's health bar at half HP. Masu jumps in. Ruler. Valkyrie's in. Onto Busio. Auto attacks and the barrier difference. Comes in clutch. Masu runs into melee. Gets the kill. It's messy, but FlyQuest are sending out Hail Marys everywhere.
And an ace at this point of the game with fights all over the map. Gen G able to clean up 12 to 4 now in kills. Just when a little bit of hope had come in for FlyQuest, Gen G shut it down.
They're really trying to send it. FlyQuest are like, yo, we've got to start something here with this comp, but it goes wrong top, it goes wrong mid, and it's going to go wrong with the third dragon. Gen G are putting on a clinic, but I will say Orcs. There's a little bit of mess involved too, and I'm loving it.
We'll see how this one started off. It looked like it was a pick onto Bwipo again.
Oh, I love the sound of Gatling gun.
Yeah, Ruler just going aggressive here, and Bwipo is a little bit weak at this point of the game. The Redemption getting a lot of value too. Bwipo with an unfortunate flash. Good flash from Ruler, yeah. And then the minions kind of working against Masu there because he has to clear them out before he can even threaten.
I'm going crazy. The Gatling gun noise is always on. Make it stop. You're like, guys, please.
That's why they had to take him down. It's still going.
Oh my god. It's probably much worse for the audience. Thank you guys for sitting through it. Keen though finds an ulti and we're fighting once again. Quad though caught between a wall. Tempered Fate mega long range on the Masu, and while they get the kill onto Quad, it's up to the next one. Masu slowed down with the Cosmic Binding. Gen G won't find number 2. We get the Gatling gun start up again for your enjoyment while Gen G just find another kill and open themselves up to potentially a top gank question mark. Here comes Inspired.
Trying to look potentially for Chovy, but Chovy already has a Zhonya's in pocket.
Did you kill him? I don't think you killed Chovy,
no,
right?
he has Zhonya's. He's already, he's realized that FlyQuest are just trying to pick him off the side, so... Wait, they're looking now for... He has Zhonya's. I don't think this is going to work.
Well, with Masu, maybe Chovy all in onto Busio. The ulti pop blossoms away. That's great, but Chovy now caught in the equalizer. He'll go golden with Ruler coming up to the support. Redemption not in time. The setup there from Inspired as well. Already one shot down, looking for another with a magical journey. Bwipo doesn't chase up. Scared indeed, but now Quad with his ulti will show him up. With one kill again following up. FlyQuest are punishing Gen G for their overstay in enemy jungle. They've done this once before. They're going to do it again. again, a double over to Quad, and here's Canyon finally, but a seismic shove away. Keen now coming in. Let's fight again. 21 kills in 20 minutes is not what I thought I would say in a Gen G game.
And I guess Zhonya's wasn't enough to save him. You know, dashed in aggressively there to take out the Nico and didn't have a way to get out after the fact. Also, the Zhonyas came in pretty late, got cooked by the equalizer for a good amount of time, and now, I mean, this is the best time to look for the Atacant.
Yeah.
You have a numbers advantage. They're going to try and send it.
That's what I'm looking for Keen. Between worlds to walk on in. Quad with really good zone control right now, but Canyon can drive through the wall. He's coming a little bit early. The Ishtal's impact will find a target, and with the ulti as well, lockdown is Quad. He'll be the first to go, but Gen G is still getting burnt down. They got the Atacant, that's what they came for, and they're going to exit with a kill. Onto Canyon, he goes crispy Scorpion, and Keen now so low he can't re-engage. FlyQuest have clawed back a bit of this gold.
Gen G making error after error in this game, and FlyQuest able to claw back from a massive deficit. You know, they're still down in gold by about 2,500, but considering the state of the game prior to that play, they're in a great spot.
Yeah.
You know, we see this play coming in, and Canyon trying to look onto the side on the Quad here. They do blow him up, but so much damage done. Canyon starts to get shredded. The Atacant is picked up with that objective bounty. Cheeky attempted a snipe from Masu, doesn't find the target, but they'll take that.
Absolutely, they will. 3K is the only disadvantage right now. It was a lot larger only a short time ago. 1,200 the difference between mid laners. Yes, Chovy is still ahead, but Quad now has ways of shredding through with the Leandries, with the Seraphs. And importantly as well, FlyQuest are using this fight to a lot more proactively. And as you said, Orcs, Gen G, mistake after mistake, being punished well by Fly. The West here in game 1 at 22 minutes has another option. It will be around Dragon to find a pick-off, because that's going to be solved for Gen G, and then things get difficult again.
Yeah, and you know, even given the fact, I will say, that they picked up Atacant, got a bunch of XP from that, Quad is still like a level down on Chovy, so...
Yep.
Not out of the woods yet. There's still like a 1,300 gold lead between mid laners. This is still very strong. But I will say, much better spot than they were in before.
Absolutely. And you know,
they're looking for the Azir again.
Yeah.
It's been a consistent theme. Looks like a recall from Inspire that's going to back away. In the meantime, Gen G getting set up around this Dragon area. This is pretty deep vision. It's going to be hard for FlyQuest to contest this. There's only 35 seconds till it spawns, and there's nothing for them to work with in this area. So this might just be a call to give up the Cloud Soul. A little bit rough, you know. It's not a soul that's going to make the game unwinnable, but the extra movement speed definitely is going to make things feel worse.
It does suck a bit.
That's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, we get a heli that comes through from Busio. Gen G, they hold all the control in this jungle right now. They know if FlyQuest are moving in right now, Bwipo feels like the best chance, so they've got no vision in this try rush, and Bwipo can get set up. Teleport to start us off. Another heli. I wish I could stop saying that as Canyon goes through. Magical Journey now taken. Baron, rather Dragon, started off quite quick. Inspired, comes from a flank. He's the one who has to seal it out. The Weaver's Wall, layered well as well. And then finding a pick onto Chovy, though. Duro saves his life. The Pop Blossom sent away. Driven nice, but Chovy's dead in the end. Anyway, Gen G are getting burnt down as Masu Arcane shifts in, and Keen will ulti, but eventually FlyQuest get on top of the Dragon, take it away, survive with 4. An even trade for the team behind. A success story for those that fly.
They just push their way in. They look for Chovy, even with the Zhonyas, even with Flash, they're able to find him.
Coming in, looking for the burst. It was Keen who couldn't find Masu either. They've got mid-prior, but no one's really going to take it. Bwipo has standing gold in this bot turret. And the defense coming through from mid, thanks to Quad, is going to be fine. Ruler can't step up. Keen wants to auto, but Canyon can't come in. Massive win for FlyQuest in the end.
They're pulling off miracles in this game, and another one there. Now only 2,000 gold down. They've stopped the soul from being taken. They forced their way in here and inspired the Flash Q ult on a Chovy. By the time the ult comes in from Duro, it's so late and the CC follows. I don't even think he got a chance to use his own Zhonyas there.
Yeah.
Just great play from Inspired to catch out Chovy there. And then they're able to secure the Dragon. But you see Busio go down in the back end, but excellent play from the jungler from FlyQuest. 0 damage dealt by Chovy. It's not often you see that.
No, not on an Azir that's already accelerated. Hot damn. Well, Gen G being tested, and you know, I feel like against FlyQuest, it has a similar feeling to it, but the game's not done yet. Canyon looking for a pick onto Busio. Impale is there, chilling Smite, and Busio. Protobelt's out of the way, seismic shove. What a punish. Canyon goes golden, but I think that may have secured his Warren. Inspired with a perfect vault breaker, and guess Canyon is no maker. Forward goes Masu. Arcane shift, but Inspired does it again with the Weaver's Wall. Chovy's going to ult him back. Inspired will get caught. Chovy may have saved the play, but Pop Blossom, it's a 3-man. Busting again. Bwippo burning down. He's exhausted though. Slowed down. Ruler spaces. Flashes. What the? Quadra kill for Ruler. Quad left standing.
Only one man left at the end of that fight. Such a hectic back and forth. All members of the team doing everything they can to try and bring that back. FlyQuest end up the victors, but only just, and Quad will take a single mid-tier one as the prize. These teams are giving it their all to try and make this happen.
And Quad is going to eventually open this turret up, and gold will be even. I don't even know. Orcs, you're going to have to break this one down because that was just yakety sacks.
I mean, we saw this super clean play from Busio. He saves his flash and uses the rocket belt to dodge. And then able to have that flash later for the ultimate. Canyon, the ultimate from Duro buys time but doesn't save him. We then see this super aggressive play from Inspired. Because Chovy still has flash, because he didn't get a chance to use it from the previous fight, he's able to buy time here. We see this Keen go in aggressively, but this ult from Busio, just phenomenal. The flashy save from earlier getting so much value. Masu pushes forwards aggressively on such low HP. This last auto to finish Ruler, putting his life on the line to clean up the fight. And Quad, the last one alive. I mean, that was just so hype. Both 80 carries doing everything to finish off the fight.
Cheeky 5k from both. A little bit more from Masu. He arcane shift forward. Like, that's what you want to see out of any Ezreal who has the confidence in any fight. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're not done yet. Gold is just about even. Salt point comes up again for Gen G in a minute 30.
And also just Busio, like using the rocket belt to dodge the ult, you have the flash to make that play.
Yeah.
I think a lot of players would just flash, just like, I don't want to get ulted here and die, I'm just going to flash, but I just think that was sick. The fact he saved it, confidence in the moment, really paid off.
Gen G haven't been able to rest on their laurels in this game. There's been mistakes, punish well, Fly now in a position of power. Those inspired setups, that Q on the timing from Duro's ulti. The ulti eventually hurts Chovy in the end anyway. Bwippo now, however, is caught out, and we go back to what has been a weakness this game for FlyQuest, is that Bwippo has been targeted again and again and again. Keen will take him out, and that's a pick. 50 seconds, how long's the timer there? Bwippo has TP.
Yeah, it's not too bad, right? Because Bwippo's going to be up with TP when the dragon spawns. The problem is Baron. Can they stave this off? TP's coming in. Gen G are saying it's go time. What can they do with him in the pit, though? It's a precarious spot to be in. The DPS is starting to come through.
And it's a 3-itemers here. That DPS goes down fast, and FlyQuest have to come in and start poking out. True Shot Barrage does a little whittling damage, but Ruler is the problem still. Close enough to full HP as Keen is zoning off. For FlyQuest, stealing this would be a heroic effort, but a magical journey, or rather cosmic binding zones out there. It's the journey from Duro to zone out. Inspired will no longer have a chance, and the Baron goes into Gen G's pants.
Another problem is we actually got some good poke from Gen G. Oh no.
This is Duro ulti again. It's beautiful, isn't it? Quad impaled. A good seismic shove. Lucky to be alive for now, but Ruler ranges him to oblivion. Bwippo's now come back alive. He's teleported in. Busio trying to turn it around. Equalizer not bad, but Canyon's taking all the damage. The re-ulti from Inspire, but even though it's a great Pop Blossom, Gen G are healthy enough in their damage dealers. Ain't dying anytime soon. Game one has been hard work for this Korean squad, but in the end, their strengths lead them into success.
And now with the Baron in pocket, they might just look to try and push. There's only 2 members alive. Bwippo isn't going to last much longer.
Phosphorus bomb, I don't know what it is. Ruler's tanking it up. Keen just ultis in the end. Turrets won't kill them, and Gen G, with this Baron, are going to start taking turrets.
Yeah, I think that time is a little bit low. Ezreal's still up, but then they're going to be able to end right now, but going to be able to do some damage and get that soul. And it feels like FlyQuest did so much right for so long, but this last fight, unfortunately caught out here. Great ult coming in from Duro onto the immobile Taliyah with no flash. The ult comes through from Canyon, and they're not able to immediately kill the Taliyah, but just, it almost ends up worse because of that, because more and more people are trying to save team members. Inspired comes in to try and make it a fight. He ends up ulting, going down, and it's not that they aren't getting value from some of these ults, but just the damage isn't there, the follow-up isn't there, so you just end up losing more and more members.
It does feel like, one mistake, Gen G really snapped down. Whippo dies in the end after a long play here, but
I think, if they just let the Baron go, stayed healthy, they could have possibly got set up around Dragon. So
and
how did
Massive died to Ruler.
I don't know how that happened.
Oy, oy, oy.
Really unfortunate, because I think if they'd just given up, they took a lot of poke around the Baron, and that allowed Gen G to play aggressive. If they've just set up around Dragon, waited for Whippo TP, they probably could have just got that and denied Soul. But now they're really deep in the hole. Masu now dead for a long time. The base is going to get demolished on the back of this push.
Keen ulti doesn't hit anyone. That's something for FlyQuest, but he's in. Quad gets popped. Imagine if the ult did hit. This Canyon's going to help take down the inhibitor. Minions channeling in with Baron still up and available for the next 35 seconds. There's a couple of good pushes for Gen G that might help them end game one.
Yeah, they're taking Nexus turrets already. Wave coming in bot from Chovy. They're going to take another inhibitor at minimum. 10 seconds of Masu, and that might be what they need to go for the final fight for FlyQuest, because they don't have much time left.
Look at Chovy. The auto attack's only onto a clone for now. Inspired chunked out a little bit as well. Double minion wave coming in. One Nexus turret. Massive is just standing there taking it from Chovy. Equalizer, a defensive maneuver. Quad gets seismic shot back, yes, but it's on to Canyon. The tank affected, but no one else. Flash away from Ruler, from Bucio to get the Pop Blossom, but it matters not. Gen G got tested, made some mistakes, but in the end, their hands did the talking. Game one succeeds, but boy, was it tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Gen G came in, managed to close the game out after a pretty tumultuous game. And I think for FlyQuest, yes, it's a loss, but considering how that game started, they showed a lot of resilience. And I think they should still be confident that they can answer back going forward in the series, because considering they just went up against the MSI champions, that was not that clean from Gen G. There was a lot of stumbling in that game, and I think if they hadn't gotten so far behind, they could have won that one.
Well, we'll find out if FlyQuest have something to say. It's a best of 3 elimination time as FlyQuest are going to try and see what they can do in game 2. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, that's coming up.
Hi there, I'm Whippo. I'm here to 1v1 against Keen, and I'm excited to play. of exhaust, so this matchup was not winnable.
I'ma get.
Hello? Hello? You just talk to me. Only me understand English. Okay.
Can you please start?
可以开始了。
OK，来了，
来，集中。各位。
Next mid wave, okay? If they commit, just go next mid wave.
I get to 2 if they don't run top right now.
No flash bot.
When is Cannon running top maybe?
Vision.
No flash. No flash. Oh. This one.
I'm out, guys. I'm out.
Oh, I couldn't block.
Nice, we got him, guys. Slowly.
Gwen might still be there, guys.
Slowly. Gwen not TP. She's still here. Okay, nice.
I'll get to 2.
I'm fine, yeah, I'm fine. You run.
Run.
Silence. Sim flash.
Oh, I almost blocked it.
Just keep pushing. Guys. It's so good. They still didn't get Dragon.
Can you base for tempo? They'll get it now, but that's fine.
The defense. Oh, no.
Alistar's casting.
Aatrox is missing, okay? Pay attention to Aatrox. He could be showing mid soon, okay?
Yeah.
No
flash, Zin's
Fight up. The Aatrox are mid.
I'll just wait.
I have K.
I got this guy too. He has red wall. W and 2, let's get his flash at least. Nice. Crazy flank, Gabba, crazy flank. I'm going. Yeah, I go. How you finish? No flash on Jin. Victor, no flash. I don't reach.
Okay, good enough. 120 Drake, okay?
Victor, Jin, no flash, okay?
Kill. Slowly. Guys, we're winning this, okay? When this pillar. Is that? Slowly, ult 5. Good. Short. Anyone? Hard win. Go mid, guys. Go mid. No, we got it. Nash. No, Drake. Guys, it's not there alive, man. Go Drake.
I'm going soon, okay?
I'm ulting.
I'm going. No combo.
Look, Victor dead?
I go.
You know flash.
Look Jin, guys. Look Jin. I'm not dead, okay? Nice, good job, go. Nice! Ostia!
Guys, 5 seconds my ult.
Okay.
Take a deep breath. Aurora is up. We can wait. I'm ulting, guys. Yeah.
Wait.
You can tank. I'm tanking. Guys, wave. Just play with the wave. We can end.
Nice, that's it. That's smurfing.
Let's go. That's 2 people.
We can, no?
Yeah, we can, guys. We can. Buy ult.
I'm panicked, guys.
Okay, Kalista session or guys?
I think should be Please base, no?
No, let's just go for it. Oh, we guys, here we go.
I watch the Kalista. No, Go, roll! Wait, no, don't go like this.
See the toss, please. Okay. Get the wave, guys. Get the wave first.
Hit the tower.
Yeah, we're fine. I'm taking.
I watch she comes.
Guys, please, just hit the next. Shut up. Look. Oh my god!
Let's go,
Nice, guys.
Congratulations, we're top 8 in the world.
GG.
Nice. GG.
Man, I'm getting really bored. Do you know any mobile games that I can play on my phone? Oh, definitely. You're asking the right person because this is my turf. Maybe you could try MLBB. MLBB, like Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Yes, indeed. It is the Bang Bang game. Because right now we are having the semi-finals match right behind us. And hey, it's all women. So you're telling me that I could play a shorter version of League of Legends on my phone and potentially compete in the stage behind me? Yes, that is what I'm saying. I mean, I guess if you start now, you could join next year, you know, who knows? Girl, do you think I have the talent? Everybody has the talent. All right, she approves. I'm gonna grab my phone right now because I gotta start practicing, guys.
Thank you very much, Kitty, as we had a couple of explosions here, a lot of it, as we close out our quarterfinals with the final one. It is Gen.G up 1-0 over FlyQuest, but it wasn't without its twists and turns. Gen.G with the early lead, FlyQuest battling on back, but ultimately the back-to-back reigning champions of MSI find their way to victory in game number 1. Welcome back to the SDC Arena. Digon here alongside Valdez and Medios as we set the stage for game number 2. Now this one goes the way of Gen.G as we take a look at the draft. Medios, what jumped out at you here?
Well, I thought Gen.G had a really good plan going up against FlyQuest. Something that, to me, shows that they have a lot of confidence against this team is that they gave Vi and then they took Azir Skarner 1-2, which, to me, you wouldn't really do that against a team you were scared of because that's opting for a really weak early game. Even knowing that Taliyah was up and it was a counter, they figured they would rather just have the Azir rather than give Quad a good scaling pick, which he's done well on. And then Gen.G also drafted Bard to disengage the Vi and put Masu on something, a little bit more mobile, maybe not a hyper carry. Also, giving the Rumble, I think, was really smart. So it just seemed like Gen.G had a very good plan to go up against FlyQuest, and they executed on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely want to talk about that Rumble. It's not something that Bwipo has played all that much, and he had to blind pick it into Keen, who does love playing the Aurora and is one of the best picks into that Rumble in the lane. Bwipo definitely not having the best time in this one, I think partially because of that choice with the Rumble coming through, and Gen.G just very calm and collected, take this one down.
Yeah, calm and collected. I mean, it was like 28 kills on one side, 14 on the other. After seeing what game 1 was like for T1 earlier, where it was controlled and a little slow, that was not the case here as we take a look at some of the highlights from this last one. It started off with an attempt early on in the top side for Chovy, but he's able to get away and punish the other side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were trying to target Chovy a bit, but immediately the follow-up came through from the teammates. This is something that Gen.G do so fantastically. Some of the best macro League of Legends in the world. They're able to just get up there and essentially counter-gank what was a setup on a Chovy and get a nice lead in this game.
Chovy just didn't die to any of these early plays. It must have been so frustrating for FlyQuest. He kept getting out with 1 HP on that top turret dive. And then we have this mid fight where, to me, it kind of seemed like Bwipo wasn't the most comfortable on Rumble. He had just died after the Otacon, or Herald maybe, and then came back mid, immediately forced a fight without ult, and just died again in a 3v2. So wasn't Bwipo's strongest champion, and I think Gen.G knew that, which is why they allowed him to have it, and they were able to get an advantage there.
Yeah, again, we've seen times where the counter picks come into play in a lane. Doesn't quite go that way. This time, Keen piloting it to perfection. And again, this is the matchup that Bwipo wanted to do. He wanted to see what he would be able to do and test his mettle against, in his words, the best top laner in the world in Keen, and he got a full dose of that one. However, that didn't deter FlyQuest from battling on back. Here we have one of the fights of the tournament. Everyone dies except Quad in this one.
I mean, this one was just insane. It starts off the Canyon with a little bit of an overstep. You see that rocket belt away from Canyon's Impale, and immediately Gen.G are like, what do we do? Do we commit to this fight? Do we back away? How do we get through this one? And Fly immediately are pulling the trigger. They actually find Chovy here on the left, and it's all looking good for Fly until eventually it just all breaks down.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by Fly. Azir has Zonia, he has Flash, but they just committed so hard and they were all on the same page, and they actually ended up coming out ahead in this really chaotic fight.
Yeah, behind us now, we have the players entering back onto the stage for game number 2. FlyQuest ready to go. Gen.G giving us a little bit more suspense. So why don't we put a bow on that last match with our third and final highlight. Baron was still on the plate, but one quick catch here onto Bwipo sped up the game here for Gen.G.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. I mean, they were able to catch Bwipo a little bit earlier on, and then eventually Gen.G just get a free Baron. They're able to just roll into more and more kills as Fly were kind of scrambling to get something out of the fight.
Definitely was a tough one for FlyQuest to win. Gen.G just had so much scaling in their side. Ruler was a monster this game, and he was just able to kind of roll over everybody.
Again, the type of performance that you expect from Gen G. They're not afraid to scrap, and I think this is the evolution that we've seen of this squad, Valdez, that on the 24 series win streak, their win percentage over the last 2 years in terms of series in the 90s, I believe it's like 95%. They are not only doing it and crushing people without a chance, but they are willing to scrap. They're willing to play imperfect League of Legends perfectly.
Yeah, it's the thing about Gen G. It's what Arnold was saying earlier. They just respect every single solitary opponent, including FlyQuest, you know, who gave them a hard time the last time at Worlds last year. And this time, Gen G are not willing to give it up easily. Although it did get a little bit dicey there in the middle of that game number one. I am curious how it was going in the comms when everything was kind of breaking down in that mid game.
All right, Valdez, I mean, 1-0 so far. Not the cleanest, but still getting it done as they do time and time again. Still good with that?
Yeah, I think it should be a 2-0 from here for Gen G. I do think they were the big favorites coming into this one, regardless of what happened last time, so I think they should take it down.
Medios, 30 seconds till we head on over. Thoughts here?
I think Gen G's still looking good. FlyQuest did fight back, though. I liked Inspire doing his patented Vi sit in the bush forever in the side lane, which kind of got the pick on the Chovy, which let them get Otacon to come back. So maybe FlyQuest can do it, but it's definitely a tough challenge.
All right, FlyQuest fans here at the STC Arena, give your voice to these players. Let's hear it. And Gen G, the faithful that have been here, they've been back-to-back MSI champions, look to win the title for the first time here at Esports World Cup. Gen G, let me hear you! For game number 2, let's send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you, Dagon. It was a game 1 of many surprises. And yes, Gen G, perfectly imperfect, imperfectly perfect. Game 1 wasn't perfect. Game 1 was a bit of hilarity, but hey, FlyQuest made them work for it in the end. Gen G just realized they had hands, and then managed to finish the first game. I don't know if that's fair or not to say, but
you know, Gen G domestically, we've seen them go on huge win streaks, right? We've seen them break records in the LCK where they've won game after game after game. Individual game win streaks, not just series, where they have the longest win streak in the LCK. And they had games like that. You know, they had games where it looked messy, it looked like they might lose control, but their ability to lock in, to find a win despite maybe some hiccups in it, they are very good at doing that. So, you know, in that game against FlyQuest, they did lose control at times. They did start to give opportunities. FlyQuest really found some great moments, but they did manage to pull it back, and I think that's something Gen G are very effective at, but also we've seen FlyQuest, I think something they've done well, and the reason they performed well against teams like Gen G and BLG in those best of fives we saw internationally is because even when they fall behind, they don't let the fact that they're down against a team like Gen G get into their heads. They don't think, oh, Chovy's ahead, we can't kill him. Like, Chovy was ahead on Azir, he had Flash and Zhonya's, Inspired was like, we're gonna kill him anyway, and they did. So I love that confidence that came out with them. We do now see Gen G on the blue side, FlyQuest on the red side, going into game 2. A lot of picks taken off the cards, obviously, with Fearless, so we'll see how the priority changes. Obviously, in game 1, we saw like the Varus and Pantheon banned away on red side, so expect that to be the same.
Yeah, Varus is definitely so far the 80 carry, or rather pick of the tournament. I think it was still great at MSI, but it just feels like here it's had that extra layer. So no wonder that's banned away. Pantheon alongside with it. Now that Vi's gone, now that Skarner's gone, things like Wukong come into mind, Orcs. The Annie pairing is something worth mentioning as well with Talia down.
Interesting to see this Karma blue side ban priority rising up, because we saw FlyQuest ban that on blue side in game 1.
True.
And now Gen G banning that on blue side in game 2. Do you see the Varus and Pantheon taken away here? And, you know, I think things like the Azir and the Talia gone end up going for the Annie as a ban away.
I think Wukong's B1able.
Potentially. I mean, there's still like the Xin Zhao available, so I think there's no huge pressure to put a massive priority into jungle. And I think with all those mid lane bans, the Rise coming through makes a lot of sense.
Now maybe that jungle priority for Fly comes in straight away for Inspired. Spartan's something that can make something happen early. Zidal hits that mark completely.
I think especially like the mid lane pool, if you think about the fact that it's not just we've lost Azir and Talia, and then we have 3 bans.
It's a Cassio.
But then also the Aurora's gone. But yeah, I mean, Cassio, good matchup into Ryze, and also a quad specialty. You know, and on top of that, looking at this Trundle, you know, in a mobile pick like the Ryze, could be pretty powerful, having that pillar to just cause some issues.
This is just a normal hover for Fly. I mean, this happens constantly. Will it get locked in? No. Sen is something again. Another 80 carry we've seen really successful at EWC so far.
It's been doing so much work at this tournament. Really high win rate so far.
Yep.
And particularly into the Ryze, I feel like Ryze does well when he's played into a composition that kind of has to come into him. Shorter range champions, you can get that spell flux. Into this, he's going to struggle to walk up to the Cassiopeia, but also the Senna just outranges quite hard.
Senna's 100% by the way. 3 out of 3 games.
Yep, been doing well. Do you like the Wukong though? Something that can close the gap onto these picks. Not going to have too much of a fun time into the Cassiopeia, but you have some trickery you can play around. Kind of force out the miasma, maybe dodge away. And the Gwen comes through as well for Keen. And Whippo had a rough game in game 1, so we'll see what they opt to go for.
Oh my god, you're joking. Okay, so FlyQuest have smashed in the Cassio, and then Whippo says, good matchup into Gwen. I'm just going to pick Set.
Yeah, I mean, I guess feels confident on it. Is something that he played at MSI. So, see what he can do with his pick. A lot of CC, a lot of control already on the side of FlyQuest, while having that Senna, that long-range insurance. And they're going to ban away the Caitlyn, so limiting some of those ranged AD carry options that we're looking to go for. Jhin probably also something that you might want to take away. Alistar ban going to come through. Senna Alistar's been super popular. I think Nautilus could also be a ban.
Yep.
Although Braum is still open and available.
Maybe Genji hoping they can finish with Rel here for the comp as well. Because it does feel like for Genji's comp, that all-in with Wukong, reliable snap engage just looks so nice.
I love Rakan with Wukong, but Rakan into Cassiopeia is miserable.
It's a nightmare, right?
It's miserable.
It's even, I mean, what do you think of Rel into Cassio? Is it a similar problem?
Not as bad.
Not as bad, but
not as bad.
It's still there, but you're right, not as bad. Poppy gone in the end.
I mean, double grounding is not a fun time.
True.
Would really make that a little bit of a nightmare. And, you know, I said about the Braum, I mean, you could go Braum if like FlyQuest go Nautilus, which is a common pairing with the Senna, you could go Braum, but I feel like it might make it a little bit tricky to close the distance.
Yeah.
Oh, looking at potentially the Lilia here.
The comp, they are cooking.
Oh, I mean, the goal, I feel like, for Genji has to be to close distance, and running into this FlyQuest composition, the Lilia gets so much value. You know, the AoE sleep, really powerful. And you can see, looking at the picks Genji's considering, the Kai'Sa or the Zeri. It's on theme with what they have, but it plays perfectly into what FlyQuest has.
Hold up, let's see if this ruler pick is locked in. Lucian. Zen's been banned a lot in the second phase of this tournament. But Lucian, Braum, okay. Something that can play disengage as well, maybe kite back.
I don't think you already kite back that well against FlyQuest composition.
I mean, that's also true, right? There's so much chase there.
Yeah, I do think now the Nautilus feels a little bit uncomfortable playing into this. A lot of skirmishing power for Genji. You know, a lot of people who can proc that Braum passive, and those early fights, they will have a lot of power there. But I think if it gets to late 5v5, FlyQuest feels super confident with what they have. The only question is what they bring out in the support role. Rakan, I think, is a good matchup in the Braum. And the limitations I said of Rakan and the Cassiopeia, well, you know, Rakan, the only one there I think who really holds you accountable is the Ryze, if you can get the root on you.
Yep.
But Braum, it's going to be tricky for him to lock down the Rakan, and as long as you can survive lane with the Senna, I mean, the 5v5 from FlyQuest is so strong.
It really is.
You got so much CC, you got so much peel, you have that long-range Senna who's going to cause so much problems. And Genji very much around these skirmishes, and it's not like that composition falls off a cliff. I just think FlyQuest has so many good tools into them as the game goes on. I think really, Ruler and Duro have to have a great laning phase. I think as well, Keen on this Gwen needs to get the ball rolling early.
Well, it is a lot about bot lane. Don't forget as well, the solo lanes of FlyQuest, great jewelers. not just Cassiopeia into the Rise, but Set into Gwen. I'm curious about the matchup because Set at level 1 especially will just run at you with Conqueror, which he assumes is a matchup unless it's going to be a grasp lane, but he'll run at you and he'll take the fight. I'm really wondering about the spacing in that top lane. But regardless, FlyQuest have sent us up with a comp for a game 2. It's just full of mystery. It's great. Like, it's very innovative, you know, and I think FlyQuest, they cooked, but it does feel like they didn't overcook. It's elimination. And FlyQuest with this composition, I'll tell you what, they're putting up class. See if they can take us to a game 3.
So hoping to see, you know, I think game 1, despite it being a loss, if you think how badly it started for FlyQuest and yet how much they challenged Gen G, they really were close to having that comeback. They really made Gen G work for the win. I think that should give them a lot of confidence coming into this game 2, convince them they can take this to 3 games at minimum.
The fans are out. But is it going to be a game 3 that we're going to be talking about? Let's go. Gen G, see how they skirmish in this game, see how they survive through that bottom lane. On the other side, FlyQuest, Cassio, Set, got a center down bot. Yeah, there's a Lilia there too. This is great. All right. Cass no boots, by the way. Low. Sorry, it's an old one, Orcs. You know, you're an old player. You're like 41. You get it. Remember when Cass could buy boots?
30 seconds until
I do. You know what? Yeah, I've had this discussion before, but it's the fact that Cassiopeia can't buy boots, but like, what about Nami?
True. She's got to buy fins, bro. Like, she don't have any feet.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of champions who I feel like also wouldn't buy. Like, Corki buys boots and it makes him go faster, but he's driving the plane.
They should put little legs on the plane.
Right? And also, Inspired, playing Lilia buys 1 pair of boots.
Needs 2.
Yeah, what about Hecarim?
Yeah. Oh, how many legs does that guy have?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Some consistency. If you're willing to say Cassiopeia doesn't buy boots, right? You know, just make it consistent.
Also, I'm pretty sure, like, Rakan has claw feet. You know, he's a bird, right? So he wouldn't have normal boots.
I don't think he's like a full bird. I think he's like a bird person.
So he's like a mermaid, but for a bird. A bird person.
I mean, like he has feet, right?
I don't know.
Well, he's in this game, so we'll be able to see him.
The important questions: who has feet, who does not? This is what I want to see.
He's not like Anivia. Anivia's just like a full
W start. Oh, Keen got.
Man!
It's not the true damage, but it is the damage on the side with a fully charged up shield.
Yep.
This is what Set wants to do early: run at you with Conqueror, get it fully stacked up, get those auto attacks in, and try and win trades.
And this is a matchup that Whippo. So he did play Set at MSI, but it wasn't into Gwen. But he did play Set into Gwen against Cloud9 in the LTA North playoffs to great success. Won that matchup. So confident in this matchup, confident to bring it out against Keen, and doing pretty well with it so far. You can see Quad also happy with his matchup. So mid and top, both getting some good early momentum. Bot lane on a bit of the back foot, but we talked about this. It's very much a survival game for Masu and Busio playing this Rakan Senna. Ruler just took a tower hit, though, and burnt the cleanse.
Yeah, for the damage. Quad also just flashed away from Canyon. Ruler's step up to the turret, Orcs. He just wanted the damage on the concussive blows, but I think that was what you'd call too far.
Yeah, and also the cleanse, maybe thought he had barrier, an uncharacteristic mistake, but he didn't cleanse anything.
No heal, though. The trades are still going well. Ghost from Masu, but the Ghost is going to be a chase down. That's a 2-man queue coming through from the center. It's going to continue up as a chase. The root's going to land. Ruler's 1 hit away. Flash from Masu as Ruler flashes first. Genji's bottom lane. He's all over the place.
What a flip. And this all came from Ruler taking that tower hit. The summoner's being burned, and Masu and Busio just walked forwards, got the healing out from their kits, and that's the thing, you know, obviously the pressure, those short trades around the Braum passive can go in favor, well, should go in favor of Lucian Braum, but the sustain is so heavily in favor of FlyQuest bot lane, and they managed to capitalize there.
Facebreak is now down. Whippo.
That's a little bit low on HP. If King gets one more stack, he can Q flash.
When he's this low, he gets good passive healing, but no. Keen won't let him. Really nice match, and Keen punishes Whippo.
Yeah, just just go for the Q flash. And I think Whippo, a little bit of disrespect there.
He face breaked it, way too early. He just did that in front of a Gwen.
Yeah, ends up paying for it, and this is not a good start. The early levels were going well, and Whippo obviously went into this matchup confident in it, wanted some redemption for game 1. But a 1-0 Gwen this early, it's got to feel bad. And it's a shame as well, because bot lane was going pretty well for FlyQuest.
Replay time. Where we're looking top. Yeah, that base break. Keen just steps down.
Yeah, gets the Q and then that E-auto, and then he's just ready, has the full stack, levels up the Q.
Oh my god.
The Q flashing knows Whippo was going to fly. I mean...
I just fucked up. Sorry, it's my bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for the swearing, chat.
Keen just played that so well, and...
FlyQuest, Sync Quest. Whoa, that sign.
Yeah, Whippo, fortunately, obviously he knows he made a bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
And now Keen with the early plated steel caps, gonna be a little bit harder to deal with. Do end up getting a swap come through already, so Master and Busio in the top lane.
Set also without flash in 1v2 against Brom when Canyon is pathing down. As soon as he gets 6, that could be trouble as well. Keen steps up here, FlyQuest a 2v1. It's still looking good for soul stacking, but the W makes it a little bit annoying for the time being, means King can walk away.
Yeah, the steel caps as well, they're just not doing that much damage at this point. They'll take the souls, they're obviously happy to go for that trade, but in terms of actually doing anything to Keen, the pressure's not really there. We also see that despite the fact that there was a good trade from Masu and Busio, still down in farm compared to Ruler right now.
Canyon's on Dragon in the meantime as well. He'll hit level 5. Inspired is just farming up. I mean, Inspired last game was quite much the same as, I don't know what Lily is singing about. Hope it's happy. Because
having a good time farming.
He needs this game. Yeah, jungle roll. Attempted dive, but more so just to chunk out Keen. No damage comes down. Busio hits him in the end. Gleaming Quill for the heal. Inspired. It's nap time soon.
Oh, the W's down. The Azult now.
Oh, yeah. Keen needlework. Wave is thinned out.
Yeah, the wave's gone. The ult's available.
Inspired. 6 now, but yeah.
I think the moment's gone.
Okay.
I think they were trying to set up, if they got him a bit lower, if they beat in the W, I think maybe we were going to look to dive, but I think it's too risky. Because, especially with the wave being gone, I don't think you go for it. Even if you get the kill, if he gets a kill back, if he gets 2, it's just game over. But I don't think it's bad for them to obviously set up, look for it. Masu gets some souls as well from it, and just applying the pressure.
Also, Inspired just took that whole topside jungle.
Yeah, he is super farm.
He's 57 to 36, and obviously Canyon's trying to reach 6, but him being a little bit delayed gives time for Quad, for example, to get his flash back up and available. So some of that pressure is now taken away.
I mean, I said this in the draft, but in this game, it is such a good Lilia a composition to play Lilia into because, there's not that much instantaneous CC to lock you up that you can't really, sort of skid around with your movement speed. You have to... A lot of it's conditional, Wukong has to commit his ult, but the CC's not that long. Chovy has to get their spell flux on you before he can root. The passive from Duro has to stack up. So when you have all that mobility, it's not easy to immediately pin down the Lilia, and everyone is so short-ranged, right? It's 3 melee champions, 2 short-range champions, so if Inspired gets ahead, he can really do so much work in these team fights.
Looks like Inspired again in another game where he needs to help carry. In this game earlier on. The kill not meaning too much as Masu, hang on, has to go. The damage is nuts. That's a pickaxe for you on Ruler early as Masu, that ghost now down. He has to leave the lane, which means less souls. Early game stymied a little bit. Whippo's just going to ulti straight away. The showstopper already down, waiting for the face breaker, and Haymaker in next, but Inspire doesn't land anything, so it's no sleepy time here for the Gwen. What is sleep? But he's okay.
Keen doing a good job there to be untargetable when the...
Try and gaze. Miasma down as well. Grounded for the time being. Chovy's going to run it out, and luckily he got the phase rush before the Petrifying Gaze, because otherwise Quad would have just sunk his fangs in. Oh, TP across map. We just see a Rakan floating as an orb from Dragon Ball.
They're looking for Ruler.
Yeah, they are going to find him as well. That root up is nice, but Massive. Will he die in the process? Ruler with a culling blocked out by Busio. In the end, tries a relentless pursuit away. He's done so. Busio gets the flash and the kill. Ruler double summoners down again. That's a roughie here for Ruler.
So nice from the bot lane of FlyQuest, because not only do they get a kill, not only do they get both sums, but because Busio was the one to finish it off, Canyon has no response. You know, if Masu had flashed in there,
Gonna get Lullaby. Hang on, Juro's coming in, looking for 2 targets. A Q turns into a lilting Lullaby. There's the Drowsy. Inspired's done a good job, but over the wall, Canyon gets before the re-engage, and Keen is shredding them all, sniffing them down to hell, and Juro setting up with the passive. Masu has the flash, but not before Busio dies in the process. Flash from Keen. And Gwen is taking us to sewing class this game.
Oh, such a disaster. You know, I think the play on a ruler was great, but unfortunately, they thought they had an opportunity there, getting the sleep on a Canyon and Duro, but the sleep being burned early backfired because when Keen came in, there was nothing left to deal with this Gwen, and he is such a problem now. 3-0 for this Gwen. He is not something they can deal with at this moment.
Top wave's going to be received by Inspired, but Fly's early game is in a rough spot.
Oh, Chovy might just be dead.
Maybe something back. Chovy walking down. Juro's here, though. Grounded for the time being. Good knock up here with the grand entrance from Busio. And again, with Quad getting the DPS down. There you go. Something of a punish from FlyQuest. Early game feels a little bit better, however, slowly.
Good setup. The flanking Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
Doing a good job. Yeah, and I think this one was unfortunate because in this situation, like, Masu's so low in HP, and Duro and Canyon start the fight confident that Keen's coming in. The sleep being burned means that Keen is so confident to slide in.
Yeah.
Busio doesn't have ult, Masu doesn't have ult, and is super low. And there's just no real response that can come through to deal with this Gwen.
And something that everyone will talk to you about is how good Brom is early on. Oh my God, that sign. Innovation. Yo, shout out to that person. That's a cool sign. I feel like LCK has cool signs, though. You start having the, you know, the ones that move?
Yeah, that's the meta.
That is the meta in LCK. Yeah, signs are so goated. What was I talking about? I was talking about Brom and skirmishes. Broken, I think, is just an easy way to say it.
He's very good.
He's very good early on.
There's so many champions who are great at stacking it. It's everyone but Ryze, basically, is just a great stacker of the Braum passive.
But now Quad is going to actually play up against Keen. There's an option here. Petrifying Gaze still available, but it looks like we're going to fight again because Canyon's found his way in. Busio, he's got concussive blows on his head. There is no lilting Lullaby to be pulled out yet, but Inspired has it in his pocket as Gen G. Top around bot. Second Dragon on the cards for them.
Yeah, this will be feats of strength as well for Gen G if they can secure it. FlyQuest will force them away, and it's important to note Keen not in a position to teleport right now with Quad up in his face. And I think with Gen G, I wouldn't really want to fight if the Gwen isn't available personally with how important Keen has been so far. It looks like they are just going to give the Dragon over. Bwipo's going to get some plates, and FlyQuest get a pretty positive outcome here.
And Bwipo's been keeping up in CS. He's been mismatched in this lane. While Keen went up for the fight, Bwipo was obviously just pushing around. And so from 1,200 the lead to 750, Bwipo is definitely making this set draw some eyes from Gen G.
Yeah, I think the person who suffered the most is Masu, who's quite a bit behind.
For sure.
Obviously fell behind a lane, but I think maybe the swaps have favored Bwipo more than it's favored Masu. Souls-wise, I hear it's a little bit, but as long as you are getting a decent amount of soul stacks, he's not too far behind, you're going to be okay. And once you have the Shiv, you can start to pick up farm quite consistently on the center.
Yep.
But this center coming online is really important.
Engage, though, setting down with the trap. Juro might be caught out. The wall's up, but he wants to stand behind. He'll get rooted up anyway, and an ulti from Masu that aligns the straight. Bwipo with a face breaker just out of range as Canyon looks for him for an escape, but even as he gets over the wall as Bwipo, he will just knuckle him down. Double for Fly.
That's such a good route there from Masu over the wall. Knew exactly what Duro was going to go for there with the leap, and as a result, they get both Canyon and Duro for that play. Nice little 1-2 from FlyQuest. And a really positive play has put them equal in gold, equal in dragons. They'll even take this red buff as well.
And Bwipo's got attack speed in this lane. There's no full completed item for the 3-0 Gwen. So with Stride Breaker out, quick pushing, sticky movement, and Gen G will go back to how they got caught here.
Yeah, I mean, I think just a little bit over-aggressive. Duro got in with the blast cone. Chase potential is there, and then he wants to W to Canyon, but look at Masu who predicts. Knows Canyon's over the wall. The root ends up catching them both, ults to follow, and then Canyon gets hit by the Lily ability and tries to juke and just ends up going down.
Some much needed goal for FlyQuest. This early game was a horror, turned into now some kind of reciprocal factor where FlyQuest have caught back up. And Masu will do a soul count for you all. 40 on the right side of your screen. You see now just hit at 13 minutes. So he does feel like he could be a little bit behind, but let's find out as he might just die before we talk about him any further. Culling cancelled early because the damage on Busio will be enough to step back. Almost kills him with the auto attacks, but Lilting Lullaby is a two-man. Inspired gets the snooze, and onto Roar as he gets away. He gets circled by Inspired. The deers in headlights out no. The flash away, Busio, the recovery, great. Inspired kiting away. He gets out of everything almost. Canyon whacks him down. Whippo's now joined in. Hang on a minute. Showstopper over the wall, and we're throwing haymakers everywhere.
Whippo comes in clutch with the cleanup there. Such a scrappy back and forth, and in the end, it's a 3 for 3. Masu overstepping a little bit at the start, but in the end, the cleanup is there. And I mean, Inspired is doing a lot of damage in these fights. We'll see the replay. So Masu just ends up stepping up a bit. Canyon finds a great angle. Busio does his best to try and peel here. And then we end up getting the cleanse from Ruler early on. So Inspired's like, okay, I can go for an ult. Just completely deletes the Lucian here. So much damage. But then Duro does a great job with the flash to land the Q. They get the stun. But then once again, so much damage from the Lydia.
Yeah.
And nearly finishes off Canyon there. Canyon just clutches it out, but Whippo comes in.
Dry break it.
Kill. Busio, if he'd survived there, that would have been pretty clutch.
Man, it's just clutch again that FlyQuest, you said it. Game one, they just keep sending Hail Marys. They're like, okay, we're losing some of these fights. Let's just keep going. Let's keep going. They're not afraid. And FlyQuest, it's great to see that here after the early game disaster that was that 3-kill Gwen, they've mitigated it. Look at Whippo now. Gold's almost even, 3 kills himself. It was the difference of him getting his item first. He's able to move up. And with that double in his back pocket, also trailing on levels and getting closer to where Keen is now, I feel like FlyQuest can be a lot more confident. They have a top laner again. They might have a fight again as Herald spawns.
Yeah, Herald spawns, so could see both teams looking towards that one. Do have flash on Masu, but he's playing quite aggressively now. Got to be a little bit cautious.
Be careful.
For Duro, poke onto him.
He's going to be rooted down. Busio's going to take that advantage. That's free souls for Masu, but more importantly, good damage. But Herald resets. It's going to go back to its home as Shelly decides another day.
I think it's super risky just to start it up because if you're trapped in that area and Wukong approaches, Gwen approaches, that you can be really vulnerable.
I don't know if that's a Gen G fan or a FlyQuest fan. Could be both.
Duro just taking a beating at the moment.
Yeah. Ghost now pop. I think that was from Duro as well. We get this flash back. Busio tanked up a little bit as well. 45 souls, 16 minutes is the count for Masu. Just quick by the by that he does have static shield, static shiv, and a slingshot, but Ruler, obviously the one with the biggest gold lead in the game right now individually, he's 50 CS up and he's almost the second item. So obviously if Ruler, if he auto attacks his wife, then Masu's going to get, you know, a lot of HP traded off.
He has a lot of burst, distribution. Definitely will when he gets the second item. Dragon is up and available now, so Genji's committed to the Herald. But we'll see Inspired move over the Dragon instead. And it's an Infernal Soul, which would be massive this game if it could be secured. Herald's going to get taken, and they are moving down to see if they can get to Dragon in time. It's still very high on HP. There's a lot of DPS on it, though, even this early in the game. See Quad now starting to hit it. It is going down fast.
Power of Lilia with Leandri's. Bureau's coming in, spotted out. Herald now mid. The power play from Genji is to open up the map and maybe go for inner as well. No defense available here as FlyQuest will get the Dragon, but Inspired doesn't have a clear target. So many mites and minions in the way, and with the Dragon going down for the mid lane trade, it is still a gold lead here for Genji at 17.
Yeah, Genji, get the Herald, get mid tower. They can be okay with that, with the outcome of that, but second Dragon for FlyQuest.
I wonder if he can kill him. No, he needs Lilia, he needs Inspired, and it is going to happen. 2 versus 1. Swell Seed misses. That's a start. Stride Breaker slows him down, and Keen's got nowhere to go. He's stuck to the ground. Sleepy time indeed, and as he sits there waiting, again, it's the showstopper in the end. Double ulti, but Keen, hang on. Almost bringing it back with too much shielding. The kill goes to Inspired, and Keen is down.
Yeah, well played. Both of them able to get inside the Shroud, and Inspired gets to sleep off. No real way for Keen to escape, so good kill picked up there. FlyQuest continuing to make proactive plays in this game around this Lilia.
Opens up for Whippo to get the push in. He's going to back now. Probably sitting on quite a lot of gold, actually. We'll check in a second. Hullbreaker second or Overlord's Bloodmail. Those are the two maybe options here. Tunneler picked up. shows one thing for now. Busio, though, just taking a culling. He's got nowhere to go. Auto attack galore. Ruler almost taking out the Featherman so low. And he gets quite low as he has to run away.
I think when you get the set build, you just have a ton of HP, ton of 80, and you get the Haymaker off, and it's just a million.
It feels so good. You get the true damage, and it's amazing late game.
When also, you flash to redirect, and it's just one shot.
Oh, yeah. That's the set micro, isn't it?
The set special.
It is a shame that he doesn't have a hard tank to throw into the rest of his team this game, but like, you got bruises, you know, you got a bit of health to play with Enduro on Canyon.
You know what's the funniest thing is when there's like a CC immune tank or something.
Oh, and he throws nothing.
And he throws nothing, but it still does the damage.
It does, yeah.
So he just
throws air onto the ground.
The best is like when there's a Morgana shield and a Cho'Gath.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like he just grabbed nothing and slam and do a million damage. He does have to be careful here, though.
He does indeed. He's got a bit of health to play with if he sticks around, but he will not. Chovy's going to open up this turret. And again, the gold trade. Genji, they already got feats before, but they're definitely on the warpath here in this game as well. It's still kind of their game in the early game, but remember, Second Dragon went over to FlyQuest. There will be a force fight in 2 minutes 30. Artican up in 25 as well. This game is far from over. FlyQuest still have a lot of options here, and Dan the man has already told you about what Inspired can do on this Lilia in this game if he gets the time.
You see Canyon waiting in the wings. But yeah, I feel, you know, it's lead for Genji. They have the feature strength, they have more pedals. But I feel like it's still anyone's game. And Senna on the side of FlyQuest, Cassiopeia, the tools they have in these 5v5s.
Yeah.
A lot of things I think FlyQuest have in pocket with the champions they picked, but it's also Genji's team fighting, which is scary to go into.
I also feel like
now around the Atacant.
I also feel like Masu's MSI Senna was the most reliable out of anyone's. Like, he was one of the best centers at that tournament as Busio. Face checking, has to be careful, but he is Rakan after all. So if there's anyone who can scale up, it's definitely going to be him. As Genji are just trying to get themselves priority up at this top lane. Artican sits there waiting, but no one from Genji nearby. Canyon's around bot, and Chovy as well is just backing off after getting bot push. And I just feel like they're waiting for these second items, Orcs, because Nash is now picked up for Keen. And second item is Boots actually acquired by Chovy too, the upgrades.
They just keep burning these blue trinkets, forcing FlyQuest to use them to check. They definitely are trying to bait this objective, but it's so dangerous to start it. Especially, you know, a lot of short-range champions around the Atacant, you're getting shredded by it. FlyQuest could do so much damage if you're in there.
Culling, quad, takes half. Can't zone out, can't do much to Ruler. He stays at full HP on the side. Juro is zoning. Genji walking in ever so quietly. FlyQuest, though, they've got an alarm in this area, and it's going off right now. Quad's going to heal up a little bit thanks to refillable, but it's not going to be much. He needs a duel for that. As
does have Rod of Ages and a bit of healing in his kit, so you know, it's slow, but he will get some health back. And FlyQuest push their way in, get some vision down, and now looking.
They're going to use heal as well. Ruler might be caught out, but he's got his flash, he's got his cleanse. He's going to burn one of them as Juro defends nicely. Glacial Fisher down. Artican might reset patience here as Swellseed doesn't do much. Canyon is now on the path as well, but Chovy's pushing down bot side. Flippo has to respond. Both solo laners with TP, but Artican is going to reset, so it's not like Fly have a lot to work with much.
It's a bit risky. You know, you can see the shred starting to come in. Busio can do a bit of healing, queuing Artican to get some health back for them. But Genji are here to respond. I don't think you want to start this up. I know you're getting pressured by Chovy and the rest of the lanes, but I think starting Artican would be a mistake. Dragon is up and available right now.
It is. Chovy's walking up though. Genji are just going to start this themselves. They've got a lot of true damage from Keen. FlyQuest have to respond now.
Oh, these are some good TPs.
Their flanks, their sandwiches. Keen and Canyon are walking into one Realm Warp to get them out, but the whole of Genji are now here on the teleport. But the showstopper makes Genji cry a little bit, and Bwipo, Haymaker down as well. A 3-man looks like Petrifying Gaze doesn't work out for Quad, but they're going to still find the kills on the damage, thanks to Masu's Piercing Darkness. As he lines down the straight, Genji is so low, and Artican is going to be taken away. Chovy tries to step up, but there's another route. Chovy caught out, flash away, but Bwipo under turret will care not. His Haymaker sets Chovy straight as Masu picks up a kill.
Such a good fight from FlyQuest, and the approach with the TPs. I think Genji must have miscalculated. Did they think it was Quad who was coming in on that TP? Because going into that point with the set coming in, that was prime opportunity for Whippo, and he took that chance to disrupt
Look,
Gen
that's
G.
a great question, right? Did they think it was quad?
Because you look, both GPs on the right is quads, on the left is Whippos, and if you look at how they move in, if this is quad, this is great. But when Whippo arrives, he just slams them, and he takes this chance to do so much work. And then this huge sleep that comes in from Inspired means that Ruler and Canyon have to run away. The ult comes in as well. And I think the angle of approach from FlyQuest here was so good. Chovy ends up overstaying, gets caught out. Now set up for Dragon here. FlyQuest trying to get position.
Masu also has a bit of range in this fight as well. 2 items, I believe, as well. He's starting to do some damage. You see in the bottom of your screen, but focus up. This Dragon is number 3, and FlyQuest want it. Being taken down, slowly but surely. Whippo's not here. Gen G, they're in the river, they have control. I mean, it's going to be a flip, but it's taken away. Gen G, get it! FlyQuest now have to run out as Gen G. Maybe they're the ones who actually have to run as well, but Chovy gets himself a bit of damage down. Quad gets zoned out. Culling is good as well, but Whippo takes no damage. Flash, Facebreaker in, Showstopper down. Wide Whippo time, but he doesn't get too much else. Inspired goes in just to die. Whippo now dead as well. There's no front line, and even though Quad gets a good ulti, Gen G have disassembled the fight, and Korea roars once again.
Misplay there from FlyQuest, but Gen G instantly dismantle. Whippo tries to force forwards, and now they're still looking for Quad. Canyon will find him.
He will indeed. It's a bonk down. The final piece of the puzzle to go towards Baron. FlyQuest, it's another game of inches, but unfortunately, it seems an inch too far.
Gen G gonna get Baron off the back of that. And I think FlyQuest a little bit overconfident after they got that fight around Arakan, try and force a bit too hard, and Ruler outplays Whippo, and everything starts to fall apart after that point. I think the composition, it works so well when Gen G are coming into you, but they try to rush forward, they try to force forwards, and it really didn't work out well. A big blow there. 3,500 gold lead now for Gen G, and with Baron in pocket, they're going to look to extend that even more.
We're going to have a look at a replay in a second, and I feel like this fight might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, honestly. We'll see in a second. Baron coming out of base here for Gen G. There's no objective up. But as you said, it's really well escalated, Orcs, that Gen G, they got run into.
They keep trying to force in, and they're taking so much damage from the Culling and the ult, and then Whippo is charging forwards at Ruler.
He's so separated.
But the dash comes in, and we see Inspired get CC'd as he's trying to move in. Chovy on the flank is threatening Quad. Masu's trying to move forwards, and Keen's able to counterpunch. And a lot of the tools that FlyQuest have are good at peeling backwards against these short-range champions. The range advantage isn't really working when Masu is running forwards and allowing Gwen to dash into him.
Yep.
And it's why the composition just didn't really play to its strengths there, and Gen G able to capitalize and punish.
It does feel like FlyQuest outdiffed in that last fight then, and the Baron now, the escalation of this game to the elimination of this quarterfinal. Gen G siege has only just begun.
I think it's one of those moments where if they'd gotten the Dragon, they probably would have been happy to go, okay, we got the Dragon, let's leave. But you feel sore after losing an objective.
You want something, you need a trade, right?
Yeah, and now Gen G, 5,000 gold up, taking more and more structures. Significant advantage. They are trying to see if they can find something. Inspired, looking for some bowling balls.
He has some good wave clear. Quad though might have found a pick onto Chovy. Quickness flashed in with the hero's entrance, and it is heroic indeed, but Petrifying Gaze looked away from Chovy. It's an inch too far again. FlyQuest looking for the chase. They want the Realm Warp though, and Gen G are going to take it and get out. FlyQuest chase again nullified.
So close, honestly, at finding the kill, but Chovy a bit too bulky, and the damage is not quite there. The ult for Masu just missing, but the locket, Duro was there to keep him safe regardless. Now Keen.
He's got no help here. If a bowling ball hits again, but it does not, so Keen just walks it out.
Yeah, able to get away. And the thing is, they weren't able to take an inhibitor tower, but they were able to get a lot of standing gold there. 4,000 Baron power play there to 6,000 gold lead. This point of the game, and Gen G super far ahead on the back of that. It feels frustrating because I think FlyQuest were in a great position in the back of the Arakan fight, but Gen G are ruthless.
They're great to watch. FlyQuest, you have to say, is Quad can be rooted up by Chovy. Phase rush even through the Rylars is going to be enough for Chovy just to disengage. Not much damage given over.
I think this is Salis, go in the direction of another one of those series where FlyQuest really challenging.
Yep.
But you're wondering what if, and I hope FlyQuest aren't letting it get to that point. You just think this game is still winnable. It's hard from here, but last game was hard. And they really give it a fighting chance.
Yeah,
so
they did.
Just focus on what they can do from here. Dragon up in 50 seconds. A lot of summoners available for Gen G though. So maybe see if they can try and find an angle, find a good flank angle, because I think it's harder to just fight head on when those are available.
So let's give some cope angles. The teleport comes in, and that's just Duro joining the fray. FlyQuest, I'm seeing 3 items center with 82 souls. Yes, needs a little bit more time, but still, center's getting to that point. Cassio getting to that point. We talked a little bit about scaling.
I think
it's a cope angle, but it's
they're
still
just letting the Dragon go.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest. If you look at how the map's playing out.
Only third Drake.
Yeah, I think that's the call. 6,000 is a big lead right now, and I think they'll find better opportunities other times. The things with the Dragon as well is that you don't get a real advantage from them being on the Dragon. It's not like it does very much damage compared to like a Baron.
True.
And they already have such control of the area. They're pushing up now, but it's too late. So I think give them the Dragon, that's fine, you know. It's obviously not ideal, but...
They want to pick afterwards. But Gen G happy to fight. There's a flash immediately from Ruler, but look at where FlyQuest jungle supporter. Onto Duro, however, the supporter Gen G may be more caught out as Culling comes through, and Ruler is just free-firing. Rat-tat-tat-tat, look at him go. Meanwhile, Bwipo dealing with Chovy on the side, but the rest of FlyQuest are getting blown out of proportion. Bwipo in a 2 versus 1 won't win that, and now the quad is the only snake left standing. It's FlyQuest mid who has to get a kill to trade off. Petrifying Gaze is beautiful, but the Brom's in the way. Duro makes it hard to call that worth as Masu is the last remnant of FlyQuest.
Heavy blow from Gen G. You know, they try and find an angle. They get a flash from Ruler, but now Gen G might just push to end the game. Keen does so much damage to structures. Now I was hoping they'd fight another day. I don't think they'll get that chance.
As you said, FlyQuest, it's the what if, it's the close calls, it's the honorable performance in the quarterfinals at EWC, but Gen G 2025 is quickly becoming their year as they look towards another Nexus turret, yet another Nexus. Teams have challenged them, but they cannot triumph over Gen G this year.
Don't think it's too much of a surprise. Gen G, the MSI champions, but FlyQuest, again, giving them a good fight, making them wait for it. And Gen G, though, came in as tournament favorites, and I think that momentum is going to continue.
Ever since last split, moving into MSI, now into EWC, this has been their year. I guess you take first stand out of the equation then for that statement to be truly correct, but you know what I mean. It's quickly becoming a very powerful year for the org again, but you look at their roster, you're not too surprised why. Duro continues performing out of his mind. Another honorable mention. He is what they'd call a thorn among the roses, but he's quickly flowering.
I think Duro was the question mark coming into the year, and he's proven himself again and again to the point that I have no questions left for him. You know, I have so much confidence in him as a player, and the whole team is stacked, and it's just really how far can they go. You know, they've looked great at MSI, they won that tournament, they're looking great right now, and it just really is a question as how long are they going to continue their dominance in this year.
Well, we get a question answered against G2. That'll be the next matchup. That's only tomorrow as well, by the way. But ladies and gentlemen, Gen G success moves them to the semi-final. Fancy and Duro are going to have a chat before the next key is crushed.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're back on stage with Duro after smooth sailing from Gen G up to the semi-finals. So I want to start this Amazon winner interview. Duro, you were able to secure MSI as your second year as a pro player. I just want to know, how is it like to grow so much as a player, being around so many seniors?
일단 듀로 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째로 드릴 질문은 일단 데뷔 2년 차에 또 MSI 우승컵을 들어 올리시고 또 이렇게 EW에 오셔서 이렇게 또 큰 무대에 계속해서 오르시게 됐는데 지금 좀 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 당연히 2대0으로 이겨서 기분은 좋고요. 뭐 MSI 우승도 해서 기분은 좋은데 아직 더 올라갈 산이 있다고 생각하기 때문에 더 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, it is very exciting that I have won the MSI, but I think there's still more way to go. So I'm going to put my best until the end.
Well, there's a lot of history between Gen.G and FlyQuest, and we heard from the FlyQuest guys that you guys have scrimmed a lot during MSI. So I want to know, how was your preparation individually to them for this match?
이제 그 이전 인터뷰에서 이제 플라이퀘스트 선수들이 이제 젠지와 굉장히 또 MSI 때 스크림을 많이 했다고 또 얘기를 해줬었거든요. 그래서 스크림 파트너로서 어떻게 보면 좀 서로를 많이 알고 계셨을 것 같은데 선수 본인 스스로로서는 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 늘 하던 대로 스크림 데이터를 이제 티어 분석을 좀 열심히 했고요. 이제 개인 기량도 올리는데 열심히 좀 중요했던 것 같습니다.
I did just what I used to because I analyzed all the scrim data and also at the same time I tried to enhance myself as a player. So I think that worked well.
Absolutely. Well, now that Gen.G has won their first elimination match, they get to crush their first key on the stage for Esports World Cup League of Legends, and you get to do that. Are you excited?
이제 또 젠지가 이렇게 또 e스포츠 월드컵에 와서 또 처음으로 이렇게 키를 또 부수게 됐는데 그것도 듀로 선수가 이렇게 첫 주자로 이렇게 하시게 됐어요. 어떻게 좀 기분이 어떠신가요?
지금 그 TV로만 봤는데 이제 실제로 보게 되면 어떤 기분일지 정말 기대가 됩니다.
Yeah, I only watched on TV, so I'm very excited how it's gonna be.
Well, now you get to do it yourself, so let's move to the key crushing machine. And congratulating you once again for getting to the semi-finals. This is Gen.G's first key crush in Esports World Cup League of Legends. So again, we will let you enjoy this moment.
Hey everyone, this is Kitty for the losers interview with FlyQuest Busio. So unfortunately you guys weren't able to top Gen.G this time around and you weren't able to find your revenge. So what went wrong today?
I mean, many specific things in game that we could do better, but overall I feel like we didn't play like ourselves. We were either too scared at times or too hasty at others, and I just think we weren't as calm as usual, and that led to us losing.
And this is also your first time versing Ruler versus Duo, Ruler and Duo as a duo in bot lane. So walk me through what laning phase was like and what their presence was like in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, both are excellent players, best in the world, but me and Masu had no trouble in lane this series. Game 1, we accomplished everything we wanted to accomplish, and Game 2, we also had a good situation, so from my perspective, we did pretty good in lane.
And of course, we wanted to talk about the mid game, which was the turning point for specifically Game 2, where you guys were able to grab some gold back. So let me know what the comms were like going into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, we were just discussing the usual stuff, flashes, where we're gonna fight, you know, when we're strong, items, stuff like that. And probably our biggest downfall was in the bot side fight. We just went too hard when I didn't have my ult, and yeah, it was just like I didn't strong call enough that I didn't have ult, and we started a pretty bad fight and lost the game.
And unfortunately, that does mean the LTA North has been officially eliminated from the Esports World Cup with only G2 representing the West. So do you have any words for your brethrens that made it to the semifinals?
Yeah, good luck to them. They've been playing pretty well, so hopefully they can go far.
Thank you so much, Busio. Can we get one final goodbye to FlyQuest from the stage? Thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you very much to Kitty and Busio for that interview after a tough loss. I mean, you saw it in the look there by Inspired, constantly pulling Gen.G in the knockout phases and still trying to find ways and answers to get victories here. And unlike G2 able to battle against their demons against BLG, FlyQuest will have to look to another tournament, another matchup in the future for the win. But it does feel great for Busio and co. to play in front of an international stage, in front of fans, converting new ones. But this here was the big play where things just didn't quite work out, Medios.
This fight was so heartbreaking because I'm a big fan of Whippo's set, and I think he was in a really good spot to take over the game, or at least have a really good fight. Usually every time you have your flash up as set, you can get a crazy fight, whether it's a flash ult or, you know, just flashing with your W. Like we did see at the very end of the game, he did get a one shot on a ruler with that, but I think he just got a little over eager. He kind of stride breakered nothing. He flash E'd and then ult. And if you do that without your team nearby, you have no way to confirm your W. They can just kind of run out of it. So I think Whippo got a little too excited in that fight and wasn't able to do as much damage as he would have liked.
Man, you take a look at that gold graph, a couple of dips back there for FlyQuest as they were able to constantly just scrap. I mean, throughout this series, I'm just going to remember it as a scrappy series. 14-13, a close kill score line here. Quad on his favored Cassiopeia, but just not quite able to scale over the hump there. And Gen.G close it on out with some quick hands, quick thinking, teleports when things went wrong there for Chovy and the squad. But they get it done 2-0 in their debut at the Esports World Cup here, Valdez.
Yeah, I think all things considered, pretty good for them. I think halfway through game two, though, they were sending it a bit too much. There were a lot of iffy moments for Gen.G, and FlyQuest were actually taking some really good fights. So, like, big props to them. They were actually giving Gen.G a run for their money, but we talked about this the other day, you make one mistake against one of these top Eastern teams, you will lose the game, even if you are ahead. I think something that Gen.G do really well is just, and a lot of our LCK teams, or even just Eastern teams do really well, is knowing exactly how to space, how to back as a team, and then move forward as a team. So they really did a good job of feeling the pressure from Whippo and saying, okay, we're backing. They were ready to receive that pressure, and then immediately came over the top.
Well, Medios, we had the chance to talk to Whippo about this set counter pick. As we see in the highlight here, Gwen got rolling early along, but Set was supposed to find an answer to it. Did later on, but how did you feel like the set went here?
I thought it was going pretty well. You know, until that fight we saw early on. Obviously, the lane didn't go exactly as he wanted to. He didn't manage to get solo killed. I think Keen did a good job holding the wave in front of his turret, not letting him crash with his D-Blade start. But he managed to bring it back, got a bunch of kills in the mid game, and then, you know, I think Set is an extremely strong team fighter when your flash is up, but obviously it's a long cooldown, and if you don't make the most out of that window, then it can be kind of hard to fight without it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it left a lot to be desired, to be honest. I expected more from Whippo when he picked this set. I expected him to have a good laning phase and try to transition that into some strong team fights. I kind of saw neither. The player I kind of was impressed by, for me, was Quad. I think he had an iron grip on Chovy this game and didn't really allow Chovy to do much. I feel like this was one of the more quiet games from Chovy that I've ever seen him play. And sure, he won the game and he did his job, but I feel like the combo of Quad and Inspired to some degree was really good at containing the mid-jungle of Gen.G, and I just want to give props to him because I feel like this game was very winnable for FlyQuest. They had so many avenues where they could grasp their way back into the game, but fell a little bit short there. I think the patience was really lacking in these extended dances around the objectives. Gen.G just so calm and collected. They know this so well, and this is their magnum opus, these dances around objectives. So good play, so well played by them, and yeah, close but no cigar.
Yeah, and Valdez, going back to the first highlight that we saw, the big set play where it looked over. Whippo stepped on in, he was able to get on top of Lucian. It was an immediate relentless pursuit, dashing out of the damage from the set that separates, I think, a very lost team fight for Gen.G and a way back in for FlyQuest to the closing of the door with an exclamation point. I think it goes back to Ruler getting back to a form that we're so used to seeing him at.
Yeah, I mean, Ruler's insane on Lucian. We all know that. And he was able to get it here in game 2. So not a big surprise that he was able to handle that pressure himself personally. Again, just what Medios was saying before, you got to be careful before you're going all in onto a Lucian who's got a Braum nearby and has a lot of help from his team. And he's got dash and he's got a flash available as well. So if you're going that deep, he's just going to be able to run you around the rift. So wasn't too difficult for Ruler there.
So as we take a look at the bracket, we say goodbye to the LTA, not just South and North, but as a whole. They will not make it to the semifinals. It will be 2 teams from the LCK, 1 team from the LPL, and our lone LEC representative G2. It is Gen G versus G2 tomorrow in the semifinals. Then T1 versus AGAL, a battle of the LPL and the LCK. And in today, it was all LCK with the victories. A good effort by both squads from the West, but still falling a bit short as we see that grin from Owner crushing the key of Movistar Koi. We think back to that series. Good takeaways for MKoi, solo kills, map movements, playing around the map, but truly, T1, Gen G, So and Y, they were the top 2 teams coming out from MSI.
Yeah, and it's a story as old as time when it comes to the West versus the East. We do so many things good, and we're always so close, but in the end, the result is often as we have seen today. And it is just this gap that has been growing or widening for quite some time. We're trying to catch them, but I don't know. I think MKoi did a great job against T1, and I want to highlight all the things they did good, and I still want to say that they can leave this tournament with a high head.
Yeah, well, the gap widening just like the space between the keys for the 2 Western squads. Let's see one more time here as we take a look at the updated STC Club Championship standings. With this win, Gen G now move on up further ahead. However, Team Vitality taking a victory over at MLBB, the Women's Invitational. They now are in first place with 1250 points. But Gen G, they keep climbing here. Every single win, moving them up the leaderboard. And at some point, we're going to start seeing T1 in this leaderboard as well. The quarterfinals, 3rd place match, 2nd and 1st, will be awarding a ton of points as we move closer and closer through the Esports World Cup Club Championship. My goodness, what a day of League it was. A little bit scary there for a bit for T1 fans, but thankfully they had their Sony MVP of the day on it, and it was Owner in the jungle, able to stand the test there against Elyoya and the reigning champs of the LEC. Had huge impacts in the wins.
Owner has just been such a staple for T1 throughout the past few years. To me, he's probably the most consistent member on the team. He's just so good. It's very rare to have a game where Owner is just feeding his brains off, and that's not the case for everybody. Most players have bad games every once in a while, but I don't remember the last time I saw Owner have a really bad game. So, great player, showed up today in a huge way, and I think he's a big part of the success.
Yeah, it's a really good read. I mean, especially if you're giving him a jungler like Pantheon, he is just going to run the Rift, as we did see in a lot of those highlights there. He can play a whole slew of champions as well. I think his champion pool is very suited to Fearless currently. His Skarner was excellent here in Game 3. And yeah, I think your read of him being the most stable player on T1 is correct. He always has been, even through some of their big ups and downs, he's always been good. He's always been good.
So let's see tomorrow's schedule now that we know what the matches are as we're done with the quarterfinals. First semifinal, it is AGAL against the rating title defenders T1. And then G2, the final chance for Europe, up against the back-to-back MSI champs. It's so scary to deal with them. It is Gen G. What a treat that one will be. Y'all, it's been a heck of a day of matches here at the Esports World Cup, and we're going to put a cap on it with some of our top plays. On behalf of everyone here at the Esports World Cup, thank you so much for watching. Semifinals tomorrow. You don't want to miss it.
watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, it's come on, new one's